Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live yet another Throwdown Thursday. I have got, of course, Princess with me, who is no stranger to this show. And we are going to be discussing free will versus determinism. And ladies and gentlemen, Princess is dual streaming as well. So if you feel the need to go watch on his end, please feel free to do so. You won't hurt my feelings because you're supporting us both. I do know there's a big debate going on right now, so I'm not expecting a high ratio of people up until maybe another hour or so, which is fair game. We got to share the YouTube streets, right, Prawn?
Yep, I'm very familiar with that. Realizing, why is my numbers popped off? Someone went offline for sure. That's why.
Yeah, I always know. I always know when Crucible ends his live stream because I suddenly get a burst. But I also know when he's streaming because my numbers will kind of go slow. They'll take a little while to build up. So, Prawn, how are you doing this evening?
I'm good. I feel like it's been a while since I've been on the show.
I know. I'm very disappointed in you. I haven't seen you on a panel in a while.
Yeah, I kind of neglected the panel verse for a time, but I was moving a different state. I don't know. I moved to Austin. That's pretty new. Been getting to IRL streaming, a whole new fucking type of content. Can I curse on your show? I forget.
Fuck yeah. So, how would you say the difference is for like IRL streaming versus like a planned formatted show?
Well, the first thing you have to get over is like there's a level of shame when like you're being a creator in public that I guess I've gotten used to it over time. But like when you're like yelling at your phone, like with this giant selfie stick in your hand, people looking at you, it feels a little awkward at first, definitely.
And then, I mean, so you can't take anything back, right? And we were sniping you from another stream a while back, and you guys were all either drinking or taking something. I don't know, but you guys were all being goofy and silly. Like, is stuff like that? Like, is that something you look back and did you rewatch it?
No regrets so far, but I've watched a couple of my streams, but I think some people just like want to live vicariously through me. I think I haven't done anything too embarrassing. Maybe they'll happen one day, but so far nothing I regret yet.
That's fair. That's fair. What would be like, oh, that was shameful. I can't show my face for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I can't think of anything on like that'd be like shame from YouTube. I'd be like, again, I don't think my my friends or family know I do YouTube. If like my family saw that, I might feel a little awkward about that. But also, they're very supportive of everything I do anyway, so they probably wouldn't actually care. But I would be like, I don't want them to watch this. Please don't.
Thanksgiving dinner might be weird.
A little bit.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. So we are drinking our White Claws tonight. We're gonna get white girl wasted together. Cheers to you. I will not be able to do a sip and stream this weekend, so I chose to indulge this evening. So we're going to get white girl wasted. We're going to have some fun. And we're going to talk about free will and determinism and whatever. What kind do you have?
I got a watermelon.
I got the,
I got like a variety pack.
I like the blackberry. It's really good.
Mango, I think, is the best flavor, but
yes.
Variety pack.
If I go to a bar and they say they have mango, I'm sold. I'm just like, yep, I'm gonna be getting lit tonight. Is they're easy to way too easy to drink. That's a problem.
Well,
All
we'll get
right.
into the topic, but I want to add, I love White Claw because like it's only 100 calories per can. Where if you drink like 6 beers, that's a lot. That's like
Right.
eating like a bunch of cheeseburgers. Where 6 White Claws, it's not good, but it's not the worst thing in the world, you know.
Right. You're not like if you went to the gym that day and worked out, you don't feel bad going and having a like 2 or 3 of these and like because you're not getting all those calories back and it's clean, gluten free and all that stuff. Same concept. I'm down. That's exactly why I like 2 carbs, 2 grams per 2 grams of carbs per can. Like all of this is beautiful numbers. This is exactly what a white girl wants to see. All right, so free will versus determinism. Tell me, what even is the dilemma? What is it and why?
Interesting. This is a topic. I will preface this where I have a strong opinion on this topic. I could be wrong. This has been something debated for almost as long as humans been around. Do we have free will? Are things determined? I think like basically, as soon as like philosophy was invented, people were talking about this topic. I'll try to give a layman's definition, but I think most people, at least intuitively, feel they have free will. They think they're kind of the arbiter of their decisions. They imagine when they kind of confronted with a decision, they can freely choose one or the other. But actually, my view is different, where I lean more toward determinism, where there's 2 kind of ways to think about it. One is like everything is literally predetermined, where if you like rewound the clock, everything would just happen as it already occurred. If you went back 100 years ago, we just had the same sequence of events that we have today. I think another way that it I think is more reasonable is there's so many factors outside your control. I think we can all agree like external factors, supply chain affects a lot. My opinion is like even your own internal factors, you also don't really control as well. Does that make any sense? Or
so we cannot control external factors, right? And we all kind of know that, right? I always tell my kids the only thing you can control are the words that come out of your mouth, right? That's the only thing you can control. You can't control your health. You can help, but you can't control it. You can't control other people. You can't control car accidents. You can't control situations. You can do your best to mitigate and work around. You got to be like water. You got to work around the obstacles. But for internal, you're saying internal is, and how do you mean by internal? How would you define internal?
I could give a definition, but I think I'll explain it in a simpler way. Your wants or feelings, I don't think you can control that. You can't really control what you want. So people say free will is like, oh, just doing what you want, but you can't really control what you want. Like I might want to consume this White Claw, but like I can't control that. I could have been bored a beer drinker and want beer, but that's also something that kind of that's out of my control. At least that's how I think about it.
So you think your internal factors are maybe more influenced, like as you're growing up, maybe that influence is what determines what you think you want?
I think influence is definitely good. And I personally, here's something I really struck with. I think about determinism. I still can't fully back like everything's predetermined. To me, like that doesn't jive right internally. But I do think it might be accurate. But like something, it doesn't feel right. If that makes sense.
How do you mean?
Like I mean, when it feels kind of disappointing if everything's like predetermined. Literally, like from birth, I was never in control of anybody's decisions. I'm basically walking down a line that was predetermined for me. That seems kind of disappointing and doesn't really align up with like most people's experience.
So you're saying that there is some kind of determinism, but it's not necessarily like this stringed path that you just follow. You're saying determinism comes from like other factors, like for instance, how you were raised or external influences, internal. So you don't really necessarily have free will. You're just maneuvering amongst the ways that you are given.
I think I struggle between those two, but to me, if either one's correct, that would make free will like not. I mean, they're not compatible. You can't have one or the other. So if you're influenced by other stuff, you ultimately don't have free will in my mind.
Well, I could be.
Go ahead.
Could you? I guess it depends on the person, right? I mean, if you're just a person that I saw this commercial and it tells me that I need this thing. Well, I now I want to go get it because it tells me that I need it. Like, I feel like you're kind of blindly walking through life. But I do believe there are people out there that are a little more critical of the things that they think and do and making their decisions. And even though we could still look at influence and say, wow, yeah, that would be great. But, I'm going to be practical.
I think if you take you kind of take a zoomed out view, those critical thinkers, they didn't choose to be critical. They just happen to be born with a critically thinking brain. Some people are not born with that. And so it's like, if you kind of, my point is, if you trace back every decision, every thought, ultimately you're not really in control of that. It extends from somewhere that you don't really have full control over. Can I maybe give you a quick thought experiment?
Yeah, okay.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a question and just try to give me an answer as quick as possible. It's not going to be hard, just like going to test your intuition. So as fast as you can, name an actor, any actor.
Tom Cruise.
So think about it a second. Why did you choose Tom Cruise?
I happened to see a thing with him in it today, scrolling through a feed.
Well, to me, I think that's like every thought is kind of that's like a simplified version, but every thought is kind of like that. In a way, like your brain's kind of like searching through like a virtual Rolodex. It's pulling out Tom Cruise, but you're not really in control of which card gets pulled. That card got pulled because you happened to watch a movie recently with him, and so that popped into your brain.
Well, that would make sense, though. That's because you're going to relatability. You might want to check on your end. You got stuff going on your
Thank
end.
you, I will.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like, if I tell you don't think of the color red, what's the first color you would think of? I mean, that's just simple brain processing, right? But that doesn't mean if I said, what's your favorite color, you would choose red, right? You're just choosing to pick a color that you're thinking of. And the reason why you're thinking of, might be influenced by these other things, but it doesn't mean that you're choosing that color. You're just like, whatever. First color that comes to mind happens to be the most recent color I was looking at. That's just brain processing. But making choices, like if I said, okay, Princess, I need you to pick your favorite color because we're going to paint your room this color, right? You're not going to just go to the last color you saw. You're actually going to take your time. You're going to think about it. You're going to like, well, do I want what kind of feng shui do I want? Like you're going to go through all these different processes and you are inevitably going to come to a decision that you're making, right? But I don't think that that's necessarily like you're going to choose your influences too. Like if I want to paint a color on a room, I'm going to go and I'm going to look at inspiration because I'm choosing to be inspired by certain things. That would make sense. But it doesn't mean that I'm making a choice just because I was naturally influenced by that. I'm choosing the influence that appeals to me the most.
I can see that. To me, it's like a long chain of cause and events where something caused you to want to paint your room. You chose, or we use choice. I'm gonna use the word choice, but I don't think it's a choice. But you decided to go look at inspiration. You can't really determine. You can't really affect what you're inspired by. That just happens naturally. And to me, it's not as simple as that first example where like, oh, it's a really clear explanation. Like it's because it's the last thing I saw. But there's always an explanation that I think always points to you not being fully in control.
I'll carry on that example. Most kitchens, like the kitchen that you end up designing or wanting for your own house as an adult, is typically a mimic of some sort of the kitchen you grew up in. So if you had the white and black tiles, you typically will look for a white and black inspiration as well. But that's a sense of comfort, right? So we're choosing comfort, right? Something that makes us feel comfortable, like a hug or something like that. But I still I won't buy into the idea that is negating our free will, because we're still utilizing our ability to choose something that brings us comfort.
Maybe that's where the wording of the definition gets in trouble, because to me, when I hear free will, it means like literally you have the option to just pick any option. And to me, if I'm influenced by my childhood's kitchen, I'm not free to do any option. There's a very clear external influence that's like pushing me at least in one direction. Maybe it's not making it super definitive, but it's at least like giving me pressure to go one way or the other.
I don't think it's pressure. You think it's pressure?
Not pressure, but like I meant like an example you mentioned. The reason I want to do like the black and white tiles is because my parents had that again, which I didn't control that. I didn't choose my parents. I didn't choose what home they bought that I grew up in as a kid. Those are all things again outside my control that are now influencing my decision today. Where I'm now deciding what I want my kitchen to be like.
But so, all right. But influence in and of itself is still. We look at it as some type of inspiration, either to or against, right? Because if you hated your parents and you hated your home life, then you're probably going to choose a kitchen that's completely opposite of what your parents, raised you in. I still think that's influential, but I wouldn't think that that's actually negating your free will to choose that. What if you get married, Princess, and you marry a lovely lady who absolutely 110% wants a pink kitchen? Aren't you choosing to let her paint the damn kitchen pink?
And this is where the word choice gets involved. You could say I'm choosing to do that, but maybe it's because there's many things outside that would maybe like listen to my future wife. Maybe I'm really staunch. Like, no, my childhood kitchen is the fucking best. I'm not doing your pink kitchen. I want to do this.
And you're choosing death then, right? Right. But the point is that you still have the choice to say, you know what, babe, I love you. It's your kitchen. You're going to be in there all the time making me sandwiches, whatever color you want to paint it. I don't care because I don't have to be in there. You'll be in there making sandwiches.
I think I'd be willing to make the concession like it's a choice with a lot of influence, but to me, any level of influence means it's not free will. Because when I hear free will, it means you're literally free to do anything at any time.
Well, I am. I could end this stream right now.
But something behind that would make you want to end the stream. Like maybe someone's in chat.
I mean, obviously there's motivation, right? Yeah, there's motivation, and I'm still utilizing my choice whether I continue on or I just reach over and hit the end button.
Let me try to use another example. Maybe this will help demonstrate some things. This is totally hypothetical. We don't have technology to do this, but let's say hypothetically we could take your consciousness and like put it into like a psychopathic serial killer brain, like Ted Bundy. Think of anyone. But basically, you have his brain, you have his brain chemistry, you have his willpower. To me, you would not be able to be a murderer. You wouldn't suddenly be able to have like a unique willpower that he didn't have. You have his brain, you have his upbringing, you have his compulsion to do bad things, and probably the lack of willpower to stop yourself from doing that. And so you would just end up doing the same things he did.
Well, if I'm him, yeah. I mean, whatever is creating that monster in that aspect, like he is choosing to do these things. Like you can't put me in his shoes, tell me that I'm in his shoes exactly, top to bottom, and then expect me to act any different because I'm not me. I'm not me at all.
I'd say everything that makes you is largely outside your control. Your upbringing, your parents, all those things that make you are usually outside your control.
Mm-hmm. What happens with like the two brothers, like one who have an alcoholic father? One grows up and says, I don't want to drink alcohol because I watched him do that. And the other does choose to drink alcohol because he watched him do that, right? He's like an abusive alcoholic father. They both had the same exact raising. What's the difference between the two?
It's hard to say hypothetical, but in an example, they're both having external factors that are influencing their decisions. They're just going in a different direction with those.
Via choice?
I see. I don't.
What made it different? Let's say they're twin brothers, grew up in the same exact household, everything, same. And a abusive alcoholic father beats the crap out of him, gets drunk and beats the crap out of him all the time. And then one grows up and becomes an alcoholic and continues the cycle, and the other grows up and never touches alcohol in his life, does great things. What makes them different? Why?
I think it'd be compelling and it's never been possible. There's literally twins where they had literally the exact same life, and I think even twins, they have like slight different genetics. Like I know twins where they have different personalities. So I don't think every twin's like a 1-for-1 copy in that way. But I think that would be compelling. But and here, because I feel like we're going to be circling around this a lot.
Or was it the power of choice? Did they choose a different path because they didn't want that path for them, or they did choose that path?
I'd be willing to say it's a choice with like some influence. Because to me, my big thing is there's always influence, and this might get a definitional thing. If there's influence, I say it's not free will. That turns into determinism, but I don't think it's agreeable to everyone. So I'm trying to be more open-minded.
I can agree that there's a lot of influence in your life. I agree, but you choose to apply it how you want. It's the application thereof. Certainly, we're fed shit every day via news feeds, whatever, YouTube, the news, like all sorts of different stuff. I mean, just by walking down the street, you're fed parts of society all day long. You can't go a mile without running into a Starbucks or a McDonald's sign or an advertisement for a ring or something, right? And certainly that's influence, and that can naturally trigger a thought process. But you're still at the end of the day making that singular choice of whether I want to do something. Like, let's say you're absolutely head over heels in love with this girl, and you happen to see a sign, a billboard for a jewelry, engagement ring, and you're like, oh man, you know what? It's about getting to that time. But then like you start thinking about it, right? Yeah, it influenced you to kick into that thought process, but you are still utilizing your critical thinking skills. I love her? Can I imagine my life without her? All of these other things in order to say, you know what? Yes, I'm going to go buy that ring and I'm going to propose to her.
I don't think I think I agree with you. It's just it gets in the wording to me. Maybe I should define free will.
Okay.
Again, getting this from Wikipedia/AI. Free will is the capacity of individuals to make choices and decisions independently of external factors. So again, by definition, that means independent of external factors. So to me, if there's any external factors, it's no longer a free will.
Independent of external factors means I wasn't forced or coerced or.
I think it just means like it could mean your environment.
Outside of okay, I would view that as with no other options, right? So with external factors, read the definition again.
Yeah, and I'll read the full thing because I did the short version. Free will. I can put this in back chat. Free will is the capacity of individuals to make choices and decisions independently of external factors or prior causes. It is the power to act voluntarily and exercise control over one's actions.
Yeah, throw it in the back chat so I can actually look at it. Free will is the capacity of individuals to make choices and decisions independently of external factors or prior causes. It is the power to act voluntarily and exercise control over one's actions. Okay. A ball is thrown at you, and it's thrown at your face, and you block the ball, right? Certainly, I'm reacting to that. An external force is happening. I'm forced to react. However, another person rolls a ball towards me on the ground that it's just rolling towards me. It's not going to hurt me. It's not going to harm me. I can choose if I want to stop it with my foot. I can choose to let it hit me. Like it's just rolling slowly, or I could choose to just move my feet and let it roll by. Or I could choose to just look down at it and laugh, right? I'm not forced to do anything because there is no reaction required. I would say like that's a forced reaction to block my face. I didn't choose to block, like my body reacted in that aspect. But I still think that it's the power to act voluntarily and exercise control over one's actions. Yeah, reflex. But I didn't choose to throw my arm out, right? I didn't choose to do that. I just reacted to it. That's an external influence.
I think it's a good. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And I think it's a good example of where it's like really extreme. Where, yeah, most of us, and actually there are some sadomasochism where they would love to get hit in the face with a baseball, but they're not the norm. But most people, if they see a basketball in their face, they're going to involuntarily flinch or like dodge it, or
right.
And that's like a really concrete example.
Mhm.
The other example you're saying, like the ball is rolling to you. To me, it seems like there's more options, but actually it's like it appears like there's an illusion of more choices, but there's really not. You might choose to pick up the ball because, hey, maybe you want to pick it up and play catch. Maybe you grew up and you fucking hated baseball, so you're like, I'm not fucking touching that ball. I'm never going near baseball ever again. But these are like all things that represent prior causes that kind of which inform your decision.
It's not a prior cause, though. Maybe a prior motivation or an influence, but I still have the option. I still have the free will to do whatever I want in that moment. I don't have to react. I don't have to react at all. Or I'll put it even this way. Instead of rolling the ball to me, you are holding the ball in your hand and standing 10 feet away and doing nothing with it. And I choose to walk over and grab the ball from you so that we could play catch. Or I just choose to stand there and look at you, or I just choose to turn and walk away. There's nothing I need to do in that moment. Now, certainly I can be influenced to say, oh my God, do you want to play catch? Why? Because now I want to play catch. You have a baseball in your hand and or a dodgeball or whatever. I want to play catch. But that doesn't mean that I could still have that influence in the back of my mind and have grown up playing baseball all my life and still felt the need not to play catch with you. Like, I don't know, you're some dude on the street. I don't want to play catch, whatever. Like,
yeah, that's just more other factors. I'm just giving an example, but like everything kind of mentioned, those all still point to like external factors or prior causes that are kind of determining your decision today.
Let's do it this way. You're some weird stranger standing outside holding a baseball. I love baseball, but you're some weird stranger. Now you have two factors in there. You have my motivation to want to play ball, but also you have a motivation for me to say, you're some weird dude on the street. Now, do I have a choice?
To me, no. And actually, this is a good example because I think even like when you're contemplating two different like ideas, like option A, option B, you might end up picking one or the other. But I don't think you're ultimately in control of that choice. But
I am. They are both weighed exactly perfect. They're both weighed exactly perfect. I'm terrified of strangers, but I love to play catch with the baseball. Like, both of them are weighed exactly perfect. So now I have influence on both ends, and I am still making a choice, one in one direction or another.
I can agree with that hypothetical. I just don't know if that exists like in reality. Like there really is like a 50-50 ever. And I think that's why I lean away from free will. Because I don't think any decision like ends up being a 50-50 like that. And well, in a way, also the lack of action is also in a way could be a choice or lack of choice also.
If you have a lack of choice, then yeah, you're reacting. If you're forced to react, right? I don't want to have to buy a new car, but I get in a car accident. I'm kind of forced, right? Or else I'm carless. There's a lot of instances where that is the influence, that is the external force. I am reacting because I have to. Now, when it comes down to picking a vehicle, which car am I going to get? Am I still going to get a big truck that takes a lot of gas, or am I still going to like go find a Prius where I can save a lot of gas? Like, what am I going to get? Right? That's going to come down to choice. And I'm going to utilize my critical thinking, however high leveled that is. It could be practical, it could be impulsive, whatever that may be. But down to that degree, now I'm choosing. Now I have the free will to get whichever car. Now, what if I don't have a whole lot of money and I get in a car accident? The insurance only gives me like $5,000 and I can't afford a new car, right? I only have that $5,000. Now my options are limited. So now I can either get a $5,000 green car or a $5,000 red car, and they're both beaters. It doesn't matter. Now it's just a matter of which color. right? So the outside influence, I can understand. That would be like, I don't have options, but I still have the free will to choose. I could still choose to go put myself in massive debt and get a big $80,000 something crazy off the wall. I could.
And maybe I think this is a good example we can talk about for a bit. I think it has to do with optics. I do agree. Most people feel like they feel like they have free will. I'm definitely I think I'm in the minority where I'm on the determinist angle. But to me, even if it's limited money, you're still limiting your options. It's just you have a different set of limits or limitations where it's not based on your budget now. It's based on like your wants, which also you don't end up controlling. But maybe you want a car with low gas mileage. Maybe you want a car that's a certain color. All those wants, those are also caused by prior causes and external factors. And so even if you're going based on what you want, that does not equal free will to me.
Okay, you defined free will, but how would you define determinism then? Let's go the other way.
Let me get the official definition. I'll give you the layman version as well, but I'm going to guess it's something like, I'm going to guess it has to do with a lot of the independent factors. Let me just look it up. Be fine. Since I did read, thank you for the, what did I just get?
You have a little astronaut on your face.
Oh, I guess something just happened. I just got something. Thank you for support. The official definition, I just had it up. Determinism is the philosophical view that all events in the universe, including human decisions and actions, are causally inevitable and predetermined by a prior cause. According to this concept, every occurrence is the result of a chain of causes and effect, following fixed natural laws. I feel like the other one's a little bit more simple, but I can put this in chat as well.
So you're like it's a snowball effect.
That definitely is a part of it. To me, you can take it one way. So one, things are way too random to basically say that we have a choice because they're so influenced by other things. Or, and this is where I actually struggle with like conceptualizing this. Literally everything is predetermined. Where if we had a clock or if we had a time machine and we ran back a million years and we hit play, things would literally occur just like they did today. No one would have the decision to make. No one had the choice to make a different decision because things just play out as they kind of have as a long chain of cause and effect.
So do you believe in the butterfly effect?
In theory, yeah.
So if I went back to were you born in the 90s? And I kicked your mom in the stomach while you were in there and bad things happened and you didn't come out. Do you think that the whole world would be different?
It would, but it's because there's an external effect that's changing things. Whereas if everything happened as it's going to happen, as it was meant to occur, as chain of events, you're adding a new chain or a new event in there where that is setting off a new chain or whatever. But if everything happens as it was going to happen, or without influence, then it would be the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, but like, I mean, naturally, if you're not there, right, this friend wouldn't have met that friend wouldn't have met that friend. Of course, everything's going to be different because you're not there.
I agree with you.
To maneuver those pathways the way you did. Maybe you saved somebody's life 2 years ago, and then when that moment actually happened, well, you didn't have to save their life because they actually didn't end up in that situation at all anyway. So they still lived, right? So things happen, but they would just happen in a different aspect. But that doesn't mean that negates all of our ability of free will in that moment. That just means that chain of events just was redirected differently. What we would have never known any different.
Which means that does kind of point toward determinism because the scenario is you're going in a time machine and you're adding an external factor or a new cause that is now changing the sequence of events. So you are the determining factor where you're going in and you're changing things. And so you are that external pressure or that external factor now.
I look at it, that chain of events, is there, of course, naturally, if we tracked back in time and did one little tweak to change it, yeah, things would naturally be different. If I went back in time and shot a certain man that had a certain mustache and hated a lot of certain people, certainly a lot of different things, like a lot of things would have been different, but that doesn't mean that everybody's like decisions after that they make are not free will. They're just operating on a different pathway.
I think, and I'm open to different definitions, but based on the free will definition I read earlier, I think it would dispute that, because it's saying free will is, again, I'm sorry to say it again, but it's really that making a choice and decision independently of external factors and prior causes. I'm really harping on that because, and again, I'm wrong, but to me, any small difference, it could be like literally like the butterfly flight, it could be a 0.001 difference, and that can actually lead to way different causes down the chain.
That doesn't mean that people making decisions in that moment are making them because of an external factor that changed prior to that.
How does it know?
Oh, well, like I said, we could have external factors that cause us to react because we have to. Like I said, you throw a ball at my head, I have to react. And you know, or like my body's naturally going to do it anyways, but I have to react in order to protect my face. I'm not necessarily choosing to react, I just do, right? I'm forced to. Whereas, you know, if you're just holding the ball, like I can choose to stand there, walk away, play catch with you, take the ball, throw it at your face, whatever. You know, it does, like external factors coming in at us like that is what I would consider like a coercion, a pressure. You have to do it. You have to react. You have to do, you know, if you find out you have cancer right now, you have to deal with it. You don't have a choice. You can't just be like, well, I don't want this. Goodbye. Right. You choose, but you could choose to take medicine. You have the free will to make any choices going forward after that, that determine your health plan and determine maybe I just want to die in peace on the beach somewhere, whatever the case may be. You still have those options. But I think that like with determinism, the way that sounds is as if we were already streamlined in advance, right? Like this was predetermined for us, and like there's somebody up there operating saying you are determined to do this path and this path alone and nothing else will happen, and it was predetermined. But how can you predetermine? Now, I believe God has a predetermined destination for us, and he knows what we're going. He already knows what path we're doing, but he didn't choose it for us. He just knows which one we're going on, right? But I don't believe that we're just on this pathway, and this is the only path I will ever have. It would have to be, certainly, if you go back in history and you change something, things are going to change. That makes sense because things around that one moment will change. But if you are looking forward, could you tell me what decision I'm going to make tomorrow when I wake up?
No, but to me that also points away from free will, where I don't know what I'm going to say in the next sentence. I feel like under free will, I should be able to know exactly what I'm going to say in the next 5 minutes, and I would be able to like make that decision. But I feel like my thoughts are kind of like coming from like a weird ethereal place where I can't really explain the origin from.
Your subconscious,
which I don't feel like I control. I don't know.
Certainly, you could say if you knew my routine, you could say, Sarah, tomorrow you're going to wake up. You're going to have some coffee. You're going to go put your son on the bus. You're going to come back home. You're going to like check around YouTube, see what's going on. You're going to get some work done. You're going to have some lunch. You're going to mope around a little bit more. It's Friday. Probably going to call your mom. Like if you knew my routine, you could kind of be like, I kind of know. But what if tomorrow I receive a phone call from a friend at 9 a.m. and talk to her for 4 hours, and that negates that whole predetermined routine, that my plan, right? It changes everything because I'm choosing to be on the phone with her.
And again, I would not say it's a choice because, again, to me, you have a routine, but external cause is making you change a routine.
Well, but I'm still choosing to stay on the phone with her for 4 hours. I could choose not to answer. No, it's not. This is my routine. I was predetermined to do this routine, right? I was predetermined to do it, but I'm choosing to take that call. I'm choosing to sit on the phone with her for 4 hours. I'm choosing to actually go take a shower and go for a walk because it's beautiful out.
I definitely agree they feel like choices. And here's where I might be more open-minded, because I agree. The predetermined thing, I think that is accurate, but it doesn't jive with me internally. What I think is more realistic, or maybe more, I think people find this less insulting in a way. Like maybe like we're like a really complicated version of The Sims, where like we have like a band of what we could do. Like maybe I was born like I'm naturally really talkative and aggressive. Like again, that would not be a factor in me. But like maybe like there's like a band you kind of work with, but I feel like you're kind of given that band and you can't really go out of that. This is kind of a weird example, but like Michael Phelps, he happened to be born like with really good genetics for swimming. He's got like a really good arm span. Maybe his hands are really big, so he's really good at displacing water. None of those things were kind of a choice, or he didn't choose to have those factors, but because of those factors, he somewhat realized, oh, I'm really good at swimming, and he kept swimming.
He capitalized on something. Hi, Grid. He capitalized on something. And shout out to Blue Jay 999 coming in with the 999. Very engaging show. Love it. Thank you, Blue Jay. I don't think I've seen you in a while. I could be wrong, but I don't think I've seen you in chat for a while. Yeah, he's just capitalizing on a talent. I'll say this. I'm incredibly shy. I hate talking to new people. Hate it.
I think we all have those like things that we identify with ourselves, and I agree. Most people does not feel good to them, but to me, like I feel like you don't really control it yourself. Like
what? But
maybe I have like
I'm
influence,
super.
but
What
like
I'm saying is, I'm so super shy. Would you have ever guessed that?
No, not based on my.
Oh, I force myself. I force myself to message random people on the internet and invite them to my show. I throw myself out there and all of these things that make me uncomfortable, and I hate it, but I choose to do it because I know that I'm not going to get anywhere if I'm shy and I go back into my little life under my rock and avoid people at all costs. Right? Like,
and I guess go ahead.
Go ahead.
What I wonder is like whether you really had the option to do that in the first place. Like, I agree you are shy, but maybe it was predetermined that you were going to do YouTube regardless, and you were going to fight against your shyness. Maybe that was all predetermined.
I think God knew what I was going to do, and I think He spent ways preparing me in that aspect. You know, ensuring that I would have, you know, certain obstacles in my life so that I can deal with all of the tarded trolls and strange men and weird stuff that we see on here. But I don't think, like, if I looked back to 10, 20 years from ago, like, I would have never, this would have been the absolute last thing I would have ever said that I would have ended up doing. Now, I grew up on a stage. You know, I was a little ballerina for many, 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 many years. Again, incredibly shy. I get sweaty and nervous and super choked up, and my palms are like soaking wet. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to fail all of this. It's going to suck. And then I go out and I rock the house, and it's fun and it's beautiful. And then I go back and then I'm like, you know, and I just forced myself outside of that box. But I would have never thought that I would have chosen to go into another role like this, to where I am front and center all over again.
Would you mind if I investigate a little bit? Can you kind of explain why you started streaming, or like why you want to start streaming?
I got into it because Ashley was doing it. She started her channel. And I started like co-hosting with her and playing around with that, and it was fun. I didn't have to like she was the star of the show. I was just kind of the sideshow, you know. And then I started making videos, which was easy because when you're making videos, you're not in front of anybody, right? You're making that in, like, I'm in my basement, like on a Friday night, recording stuff, editing all of these little pieces, and then piece it all together. And then I get nervous. The minute that video was going to premiere, I'd like have a heart attack because I thought the world was ending. I'm like, everybody's going to hate it. It's going to be terrible. Ugh. You know, and then I made the decision to start live streaming. It was like 2 years before I decided to start live streaming on my own.
I'm really happy you did. One thing I want to point out, and I understand why this is really hard to see. The word choice, we're going to keep talking about choice and what's the other word we're going to talk about a lot? External factors. Because I agree with choice, but you mentioned one of the factors was like you met another streamer. What if you had never met them? Would you have had the option to choose streaming?
I knew her for 20 years. Or what, like she got into streaming, just we both got into it to like kind of together. Like she started playing around with it. She's like, dude, you gotta check this out. And then I came into it with her. Now I will say, had she not introduced me to it and brought me in on that, I would have never. I only opened up YouTube when I needed to figure out how to fix my dryer. And I'm like, you know, how to fix whatever style dryer, blah, 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 not doing X, Y, or my washer. Like it was, I thought it was only for like DIY stuff. How to, you know, but yeah, I mean, I didn't know there was a whole nother world out there, but I never cared about that kind of stuff either. I just never, I'm not an adventurer by any means.
I'll try to meet you in the middle because I do think I don't want to focus on this definition too much because I think that's kind of lame. But I will say, based on this definition, to me that sounds like not free will because there are factors that if you didn't meet Ashley 20 years ago and she didn't get into streaming, you might not have gotten to that.
It would have never led me to be able to make that decision. Yeah. I could have like looked at this and been like, this is fucking stupid. These people are yelling at each other on the internet. Like, why are you wasting your time? Well, I could have looked at it that way.
To me, every decision is like that, where there are factors previously that one could make that decision not ever occur, or definitely going to paint you to. I'll even use your word choice. Make a choice one way or the other. You're going to be highly influenced by at least your external factors in your previous experiences. I would at least imagine that.
I think I think I agree with you that our life experiences can help give us either motivation, they can influence us in a way where we're like, you know what, I aspire, like having a role model. You know, having a role model, I think, is very important because that's influential to lead you to think like, you know, what would they do in this situation? You know, how do you make better choices to become this? I want this result. Therefore, I'm going to look at this person and see what they're doing. And I'm going to maybe not necessarily mimic, but I'm going to utilize that as a tool and a resource when I make decisions. I think that's critical thinking. But I don't think that at the end of the day, that negates free will. I don't think that I was determined to go down that path 100%. You're talking in a secular level, though, right? I'm assuming you're not talking in a Christian standard.
I'm definitely going a secular level. I have seen people talk about both determinism and free will in like a non-secular view, but I'm definitely lean to the secular view.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. If we're incorporating God into this, then yeah, I think that he knows the path I'm going on. He knows where I'm going to end up, but he's not sitting there with a remote control, like boop, beep, boop, boop, boop. Nope, go left now. Nope, go right now. You know, it's not the thing that's supposed to happen. I think that he simply just knows what's going to happen to me, but I'm choosing my route along the way because he's the alpha and omega, and it's hard for us to fathom that concept, right? How could somebody know what path we're going to choose but not interact and not create that path, and so on and so forth? How could I still have free will while he knows what path I'm going to be on? And I think that that's a good it's hard to fathom, but I think it's a solid concept. But on a secular level, like there's no there's a snowball effect. I believe that's 100% true. Like, if we went back in time and messed with something, yeah, naturally it's going to cause things to change. How much it's going to change, we will never know. But we are here in the present time level, and anything before this is already done. Anything ahead of us is not predetermined. We don't know. Prawn, you could choose to say, you know what, fuck you, Sarah, and leave, and then we'll never be friends again. Right? You could choose to. That's your free will.
And maybe this will help for clarification. Even if it's predetermined, it doesn't mean necessarily we can easily predict the future, because it's so complicated. That doesn't mean the result that's going to be easy to predict. It just means if you look at everything like a granular level, there is always a series of cause and events. Let me try to use it.
But you should be able to predict that based on what you're saying. You should be able to create a calculation, a perfect calculation of a person where internal and external factors are both included, and they create this world around this one person from the minute they were born and up until their death, to where they could actually what's the word I'm like they would know exactly what move they're going to make and all of the decisions they're going to make. And I guarantee you that person would still inevitably surprise you. I think it's a 50-50 gamble.
One, it would still be difficult because even with determinism, there's still a level of randomness, which is hard to calculate, because you can't really calculate randomness. But again, any level of randomness points away from free will to me. But I do think in at least theoretical, we could we're never gonna do this probably our lifetime or ever. But I think you could in theory build a supercomputer that could predict all that stuff. Or it's not my philosophy, but some people think we live in a simulation where we are literally already doing that, and everything. We are basically really complicated versions of The Sims living in a simulation.
And we gotta sit there and get blah, blah, blah. I love The Sims. The Sims are fun. Did you ever? Well, you're a little younger than me, but I remember when
The Sims growing up though.
Yeah, you probably had the advanced version. I remember
begging my mom to get it.
I remember the first disc that came out. Then they were on CDs, and then if you wanted to advance it, you had to buy the package disc, the pet shop version. Then you had where they had romance and the family version and all of those things, and it was all over. Sims Vacation. I remember that.
I remember Sims Hot Date came out when I was.
But I don't think that we're little bebops moving on a mindless, endless, whatever simulation or whatever you would say. I think that as Mike Ball comes in with the Big Ten, free will at work. See, now I gave him some influence in the goal that I set. I definitely set a goal that would inevitably make them have to do one way or the other. Use your free will to donate, or maybe you were determined to do it. Either way, I win. But I don't think that we're on this. I don't think we're on this set path. I don't think you could make a calculator that would lock up. If we controlled an environment, a perfectly controlled environment, it was a little bubble with a little town, the Truman Show. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Jim Carrey. And that would be a concept of some sense of determinism, right? Where they controlled the environment around him and kind of predicted what he was going to do, but set him in that pathway. But then what ended up happening at the end?
Well, and it's a good example, because I do think, and here's the problem: we can't actually control everything. For example, you can't control Jim Carrey's brain chemistry and how he's the brain he was born with. But in theory, if we could invent a brand new human and had that level of control somehow, and we could control the environment, I do think we could make predictions. Even we can make pretty good predictions about human behavior today. The thing is, there's always randomness involved. Where I don't know if you're psychopathic, if you're have normal intelligence, normal emotions. Everyone's gonna be a little different there. But again, you don't control that either. But it's where randomness gets in. That's where it gets hard to predict. But again, randomness for me still points away from free will.
Randomness points away from free will?
I would think so.
I think randomness is what would solidify free will.
When I say free will, I mean like the ability to make a decision, and like everything's so random. That feels less of a decision to me, but I'm open-minded there. I wanted to talk one thing about the God thing, because I'm not religious, but in some way, I do feel like I can theorize someone like kind of controlling your thoughts. Let me just give you like a theoretical. I'm not married, but let's say like I'm married. My anniversary's coming up, but I forgot about it, and suddenly I'm like on my computer, and the idea pops in my brain. Oh shoot, my anniversary's in 2 weeks. I forgot about that. I didn't really control that thought. It just popped in my brain. Now I'm also I have a cascade of emotions. So I'm like, oh, my wife's gonna fucking be mad. She's gonna yell at me. I can't control those emotions. I can't control the spiral of emotions I have. I can't control I have this idea for this amazing gift I can buy last minute. That also pops in my brain. And like the elation I have from that, from like fixing my problem. All those things, they feel like choices in the moment. But I think if you like look it back, they're kind of just, and it's an idea popping out of some ether. That is your brain. But kind of talking about the example
you
Tom
can
Cruise,
choose,
I don't know if that's your choice.
but you could choose to step outside of your emotions and look in on something from outside. You can choose that. You do know this, right? Like you can choose to
Some people can. Some people cannot do that.
And that's a faulty equipment there, buddy. But you can choose to, like, I'm going to, okay, oh shit, I just realized my anniversary's in 2 weeks. All right, well, let me figure it out. I can choose to spend the next 10 minutes freaking out and how much my spouse is going to be mad at me, or I can choose to be like, all right, well, I just need to get a gift. No big deal. Then I can spend my time looking at gifts that I can expedite the shipping on, or whatever the case may be, versus, oh my God, and spend 10 minutes wasting my time crying about it. I have the free will to do that.
I don't know if people have the ability to control their emotions. I think that's kind of like something, again, that's predetermined that we can't really control. Like I happen to be very non-triggerable, and that's why I'm good on the internet, but another person does not have that ability. I just happen to be born that way. I wouldn't say I control that ability though, to like not get triggered. And someone else does get triggered. Like I don't feel like, again, it's called triggered because like you can't really, not really controlling it. It's like literally someone else is triggering you. It's an external factor that is making you kind of freak out. And like, here's an extreme example. Let's say like, again, I know this is not the average person, but let's say you do have like someone who's a psychopath where they're compelled to do violent things. They lack the empathy. To me, because of those predetermined factors, they're probably going to do some bad stuff that I don't know if I wouldn't call it choice, because again, they lack the empathy to like make the critical decision making. They feel compelled to do hurt people when most people do not feel that way. I don't know if that person has the choice to not do violence, if that makes sense.
I think they're just living in their emotions.
I agree with you. I just don't know if that's under control.
It's not under control. That's their problem, is they're not taking control of their own emotions. It's a lack of control, but that's because they're just weak-minded little bitches.
And I think it's where I just agree a little bit here, where I don't know if you can actually control that. Like, I don't know if you can control being emotional. That might be determined like by your upbringing.
You can learn that. I think that you can learn how to be... I think you can learn how to... I see you, Michael. Hi, Michael. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Yeah, we can hear you. I think you can learn how to control your emotions and your behavior and learn how to regulate. Think about it. Like, even regulating a machine. Michael, we got some feedback coming from you. Let me try on my end to... There.
Bad?
Yeah, I think it's good. No, I'm still hearing me in yours.
Listening to the stream, you might have mute it.
So I think that, like, for instance, a machine. You build a machine and it works great. But you have to, when you first set that machine up, you have to calibrate it in order to get it to regulate, right? Some machines, even, you have to teach it what it needs to learn, right? Like an algorithm sometimes. But it's going to do all of these things, but then it might get off. Somebody might throw a wrench in the machine, and then you have to recalibrate it and figure out what we still got feedback coming back on your end, Michael. You still have to recalibrate and figure out what happened that time that caused it to dismantle or go wrong or whatever, and then you have to recalibrate and figure out from there. Just the same as the human mind, like you are constantly learning how to interact with people, how to interact with the society, how to regulate your own emotions. But that's why the biggest part of your learning mechanism starts when you were younger. That's what I like to call your training wheels. You're learning how to deal with the world with training wheels on, because your parents typically are there to catch you when you fall. Think about a child throwing a temper tantrum. If mom and dad throw a temper tantrum along with that child, well, what's going to happen? That only solidifies the concept of a temper tantrum. Mom and dad just gives them what they want when they throw a temper tantrum. Well, that solidifies the idea that, hey, I throw a temper tantrum, I get my fucking way, right?
Yeah. Your paradigms are reinforced by your childhood upbringing until you get to the point where, we'll say you raise your level of consciousness, because we live in a state where 95% of our thoughts are in our subconscious. They're autopilot, right? So we are just seeing something, we're feeling the emotions from our past, right? Because our body is trying to conserve energy and keep us safe. That's the two most important things going on.
Right.
And so what we end up doing is we're getting up, hearing the same things, feeling the same things, and repeating the same thing. Now, that's until you raise your level of awareness. Now, the issue for a lot of people with raising awareness, and we were talking about being able to make a choice, is we're only able to make those like conscious choices when we feel that we're safe. And so for a lot of people, example, if they're like overly triggered all the time, it's because they're constantly living in this fear-based survival mode, to the point where they do not have the capacity they haven't learned to build the capacity to get themselves into a position to feel safe enough to can make those decisions to build that sense of safety within themselves.
Right.
And that's like, the concept of all high performers. It's, there's the concept of paradigm shifting and identity shifting, where you sit down, you try to remove all the negative emotions around you, lots of things like meditation, journaling, storyboarding, all those things. You purge all the negative thoughts out, and then all of a sudden you become so conscious that you can then focus on how you're going to build your new set of patterns. And as you do those things, it reinforces that new state of identity. So you do have that free will. The problem is we live in a pain-based, suffering society where most people are living in autopilot, right?
Let me jump in there, because I do agree you have like the ability to make some changes. The thing is, I don't know if you control the decision to want to change. If I decided, let's say I'm really emotional and I decide, okay, I realize this is leading to bad results, I want to change. I don't know if I actually control that original thought. That's like a want that I don't know if I control. And just like you're saying, when I hear free will, and this might be a definitional thing, when I hear free will, talking about a triggered person, it means that person has the option of not get triggered. But me, they don't. Like, that person is just, they came there, they're very emotional, that topic is sensitive to them. They're good. When they hear that topic, they're going to get triggered. They can't like suddenly not get triggered. Does that make sense?
They can choose whether they want to internalize it or not. And that's the difference. Internalization, right? External factors come at you all the time. People, things, situations, shitty. I mean, you name it, I've probably been through it. But I choose not to internalize it. I choose to keep it external. I'm not going to let this get to me, bother me, affect me, come into this is my fucking bubble. Stay the fuck out of my bubble, right? Keep all of your craziness out of there. But like, I can still actively adjust and maneuver around whatever the situation is without getting triggered or emotional or having it affect me in the long term, right? Like, the world could literally be ending right now, and I would straight face be like, all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end this live stream. I guess shit's going down. We got to, bunker up and hit the road or do something, but I got to go, because it's situational. but it's recognizing external versus internal. And I think as you get older, that's when you start learning the art of external, internal. So as a child, we internalize everything. That's why we have fucking temper tantrums. That's why we throw fits. That's why, popping balloons makes us laugh, and butterflies can scare us, or whatever the case may be, because we're constantly internalizing everything. We're little sponges. That's everything's affecting me. This is my world. That's all I know. Right. But as you grow older and you learn that the world is a very big place, and it's me versus the world, and you acknowledge and accept that, then that's when you start to create your bubble and you choose what external factors are allowed in.
Now, I might butcher this a little bit, but you talked about triggers. This goes back to the work of leading trauma expert Gabor Mate, but he says, what's the concept with the trigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a trigger ignites some kind of explosive or ammunition. If I have a gun, right, and I have no bullets in it, pulling the trigger doesn't do anything, right? It's the explosive, the ammunition that does the damage. So the problem with triggers is the individual has a faulty negative emotion from the past associated with a certain event. The key to solving that is you have to use some kind of traumatic related experience, therapy, and other work to remove the emotional sensation from that event. Once you do that, the trigger doesn't have any effect on the person. That's the key to that growth.
Right.
I think I agree with you, but again, you didn't choose to be triggerable in the first place, and you also have to that person actively choose to not to want to work on that. I don't know if they're the arbiter of that decision. Again, in my opinion, I don't think you control your wants. So again, if that person wants to work on their emotions, I don't know if they control that.
Stand by just a second. I have a newbie coming up. I just want to make sure. Monty, are you a real person?
Oh, I know Monty. They're cool.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Hey, Monty.
Hi, Monty.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me and my frizz to add something that I think would be interesting that I don't think has been considered. If you think about humans, not really just as a person or an individual, but as a group, we are just big bags of walking chemicals that are just constantly reacting to things that occur to us. And even in the context that you say of you're in control of your emotions, that's also a direct result of you responding to
Anna, your audio is a little bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you using is it a Bluetooth?
My headphones.
It might be the hair. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to choose to not be mad about this.
That's okay. Okay. As long as hopefully the message is kind of communicating. But
well, it is bouncing in and out. I don't know what's going on with it, but it is like.
Is that better? Is that what we're gonna have to resort to, Sarah?
No, I don't. Let me try to. Let me try.
I wonder if your laptop mic would be any better.
Now try talking now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Echo cancellation was on. I turned it off.
Oh. Well, you're the expert. Thank you.
Sometimes it works one way or the other. It goes both ways. Go ahead. Floor's yours.
I was just saying, I guess if you think about the idea of being in control of your own emotions, that's a direct result of you as a human being responding to a stimulus, whether that be a direct societal negative interaction that taught you, I can't act like that in public. And so if you think about our interactions over a course of infinite time, we're going to make every possible decision that can be made. If we don't do it, it's just dead, right? So you're going to make all those wrong choices, or you learn through experience, through that stimulus of learning through society reactions, or whatever have you, to adjust your behavior. And so I think that I can go into a lot of different quantum mechanic ways of why I believe free will doesn't exist. But yeah, that's kind of I thought it would kind of piggyback fall off of what you were saying.
So you're going on the chemical molecular concept, right? Like for instance, a virus enters into your body and it's just predetermined to do these things. And it will like attack this cell and do this and double and do this and do this. Like it's just going to do these things. So us as humans, we are chemically bound and molecularly bound to react like with dopamine hits or our adrenaline rushes, things of that nature. We're just chemically, we're going to decide one thing or another because chemically we're going there.
Absolutely. I mean, it even boils down to like your eyes. Your eyes know when the sun's out, and so we make chemicals that make us stay awake. It knows when there's darkness, and so we release melatonin that tells us to go to sleep. Even like, for example, my watch can measure just basic data that tells me about my health, and it can predict like, oh, you did not sleep well, you're not going to have energy to do things. And that's oftentimes built through algorithms that are relying on human beings as one giant data set. And I think that just in and of itself shows that we do have predictability. And I mean, there's so many other different ways just based on how ads target you. I mean, you are literally tracked from like birth. Like every single thing about you is tracked, and so many companies can literally determine what you're going to buy and what you're most likely interested in. And so there's just so many different examples that I think convince me that Freewill doesn't exist. But I don't want to ramble to your panel.
Yeah, go ahead, Prawn.
Monty, I'm curious. Do you know like the Hungry Judge study?
No, I'm not like into like the philosophical things. Like I think
this was a study, but I'll give it the limit.
I don't know if that's what that is.
I feel like the sample size, but basically they looked at a bunch of judges and like their decisions in a court, and they noticed around lunchtime they made worse, more punitive decisions, probably because they were hungry. And it shows like even someone their job is to be like objective and like make the right choice in the moment is literally influenced by whether they had food at the moment or not. So just being hungry can be huge like influence on your choice. And not choice, but when it's that much level of influence.
Isn't that a fail on being objective though? Isn't that a failure on their part in not being able to recognize I'm cranky and I need a Snickers right now? Like, isn't that that's a fail as a human? So, and this is where I recognize that humans are humans. We fail every day.
But we know that we fail. That there's so many examples that are highly predicted. For example, like Polaroid in the 50s failed right away when they created their Polaroid cameras, and so in the first classrooms that had black and white students, the mothers of black students were like, why can't I see my child on this class photo, but the white children are coming out?
Oh, damn.
Chemists were calibrating the film to be towards their skin tone. And you can see how that stimulus, right, is affecting the psyche of generations, right? Even generational trauma, right, through stories, these are all forms of stimulus that form us. But I also think of us as not just an individual, but a group. And I think that free will is just something that we innately hope that we are truly individuals. And I think that that's something that a lot of people want to desperately hold on to for one reason or other, however way that it makes them feel, I don't know, that they have control over their life.
Well, I think part of that, I've been doing a lot of reading on like the neuroscience and neurobiology, right? A lot of the issue is when we have that upbringing and you have what we look at as intergenerational trauma, right? Your self-esteem and your self-concept, as I said, is ingrained to you by your upbringing, because if you're not getting your needs met as a kid, you internalize it as you're the failure, right? And then your body and brain will try to reinforce it. When that happens, though, it actually changes the neural pathways in your brain, which keeps you in survival mode. You'll see people, like young boys sometimes growing up, they don't get attuned to, their brain can't initially emotionally process well, and then it pumps itself full of cortisol, keeping itself in hypervigilance, making itself sick and sicker over time, right? So part of, I said, is, like the changes, if you can identify that your thoughts on your past paradigms are making you sick, right? And that can either come from the source of light where other people bring you knowledge, or from the source of you have enough pain that you finally take a look at yourself and you sit there and say, my paradigms that allow me to feel safe when I was young and helpless and dependent are no longer serving to keep me safe. I can now look at that and start to make other changes. But that's the only time you see people make those changes. I think, though, a lot of the stuff going on now, it's looking from science how consciousness or love that allows healing in the body, you can sit there and transform it yourself and your body and your health and probably descend intergenerational trauma but just by changing your paradigms so that you're not repeating the same habits inherited usually by your parents in terms of how the family structure attempted to keep itself safe.
Mind is body, body is mind.
Yeah.
I will add, because I think you might be interested if you're not aware, there are these really cool videos on YouTube that are like 1950s psychological studies. And so they'll bring in babies that have been, for example, neglected and so different stages of development, and it completely is showing exactly what you just described, how babies are, again, reacting to the stimulus of being neglected and not forming an attachment with the caregiver, and how that manifests into actual changes in the way that they behave, and they are not interested in items, and you can really see that, and they go into it, and it's really interesting. So, I don't know about that, but
Are you talking about when I think it was was it a king that they actually tried to figure out a language of if there was an initial, well, this might be a different thing, but they tried to figure out an initial language, is there an original language, or one that we start talking. So they had these babies that were born from all sorts of different places, and the mothers could hold them and all of these things, but they couldn't talk to them because they wanted to establish whether the babies grew up to learn a different language. And all the babies, I think, ended up dying because they weren't nurtured. They weren't spoken to. And inevitably we actually found out through that babies need nurturing. They need nurturing. Yeah.
It's a stimulus. And I mean, even if we think of a simple organism like a bird, the bird parents actually teach their young their songs, and it's been shown that environmental noise, traffic, actually prevents the successful.
Oh, you're fish bowling. Your mic is fish bowling.
You might have to pull your hair back to keep it going.
That's fine. It's God's will to make me leave. So.
No, I definitely want you here. Please don't go. I love this conversation.
You're one of the most educated people.
I'm willing to work with what I got with you because your conversation's very good. I like this, and I like pushing back on it, and I like the direction you're taking it. So I don't want you to go just because your audio is a little fishbowly here and there.
Oh,
just
okay.
keep the hair back or something.
It's okay. I have to go. I'm 2 days with no sleep, learning things that
I
need to.
You're up all night.
That's terrible. I'm so sorry. You've been predetermined to not sleep. But Monty, please feel free to come back anytime. I'd love to actually have another conversation with you. If you could hit me up on either X or if you could hit me up on either X or Twitter or Discord, Process can lead you in that direction if you're connected. I'd love to have you on. Discord. Oh, perfect. Yeah, we'll find each other there. Absolutely. Thanks, Monty. We appreciate you. Good conversation. Thank you. Teriyaki.
What's the crack? So, Process.
Yeah.
How do you resolve the issue with judicial systems under this determinism worldview?
Good question. I don't think it would change that much. We still want to separate people that are violent. I think the big difference is we would not be as punitive. We wouldn't we would be looking for revenge. Oh, this person really wronged me. Let's fuck them up. It'd be more so. Oh yeah, this person does not have the right mindset to live in our society. We either need to separate them or do something.
But it's determined.
Everyone else do better. Well, it was determined. You can be determined to be a psychopath. It doesn't mean you have to let them live in our society.
Okay. What does judicial systems what's the fundamental factor? Why are they justified?
For me, I'd like to be more restorative and be more rehabilitative, but that's not our current system. It's very much more punitive currently.
That's not an answer. You can have your issues with judicial system. It is what it is. But what is the underlying principle behind it?
I just said it's currently, which I don't like, it's punitive in America.
Okay, I'll answer for you. Like basically,
I just gave you an answer. You don't like the answer? You can tell me what your opinion is.
The foundations to judicial systems, why they're justified, is because we understand that we have more responsibility. We have agency over our actions. So the reason why I have to say
nothing would change with my worldview.
No, because
you wouldn't have to change. You would not have to change anything.
One sec. It does. It destroys your whole worldview because under your worldview, murderers are just determined to be murderers. So how can we hold them accountable if they didn't have if they weren't?
Because they're likely to murder again, so they need to be sick. They need to be taken away from society. It's predetermined. They're probably
they're determined. Yeah,
they're violent. They're probably gonna do this again. Unless we change their stimulus to maybe make them work differently. But currently, how can we if they don't do anything? So
how can we hold them accountable if they were just born that way? Do we take away gays?
Why? Because something's predetermined. Can you not be held accountable? Explain that to me. I don't see
because the whole accountability, moral accountability, is that you have the choice. You have the choice to not be.
But you don't need that. It could just be like you're going to do an action, therefore you should be accountable. It doesn't matter if you chose to do it or not.
It does, because the whole underlying principle behind this is that you have the choice in the matter. You chose to murder.
I'm telling you, you can jail people for other reasons. You can just be like, you're going to do a bad thing in the future probably, so let's not let them around. It could be as simple as that.
Okay, so wait a sec. You be in favor of pre-crime?
I didn't say that.
But that's your whole ideology here.
It's not. I said literally earlier, we cannot predict the future. We don't have the ability to do that.
Did you ever watch Minority Report with Tom Cruise? Speaking of Tom Cruise.
Classic.
All right. So what do you think of Minority Report? Do you think that it is possible that we could eventually end up there where they say, according to this ball, because of this oracle said you were going to do it, then we know you're going to do it. Therefore, we're going to lock you up. And you're being punished for a pre-crime of a crime you haven't even committed yet.
Yeah, I think it'd be wrong. We should probably let people live their life, and then when they do something bad. That being said, again, I literally don't think we'll ever have this technology because things are too random. But let's say in theory, like you could catch a psychopath while they're being born. Like, hey, this baby is going to be a murder psychopath. Maybe put a flag on that person, watch them as they grow up as an adult. Maybe make sure they have a good upbringing, and we can influence that. But until someone actually commits a crime, I don't think they should be necessarily have an action taken.
Rude Mud Crab comes up with a big 5, says, genuinely sad I don't have time to own everyone on this topic. I will be your speaker, Rude Mud Crab, if you keep doing this. He says, humans are pattern recognition machines. We analyze and discover optimal outcomes. Legal punishment is an outcome that people attempt to avoid. Without it, humanity is worse off. So basically saying that you do the crime, you do the time, because we as humans don't like that behavior. We don't like what you're doing. We don't like what you did. Therefore, we're going to punish you so that you don't go out and do it again, because we want to avoid that. And then anybody who wants to be vanilla and sweet like me will avoid doing crimes because we don't want to do the time. I think that's what you're saying.
The punishment is an external factor that we're putting in society. We're saying, hey, we're going to put this external factor to influence your decision not to do something bad. That's literally what we're doing.
You don't have a decision.
But
predetermined to murder.
But people are still choosing to not. I choose not to murder people every day.
I think most people do, but also we would agree. If you say, hey, if you do this action and someone's going to punch you in the face, most people are like, oh, I'm not going to do that action. It's going to lead to a bad outcome.
I mean, some people would still choose to do it.
I also think it depends on what you're. It also depends on what you're internalizing as a paradigm. For example, though, you might, if you're always dysregulated, you might go to example vices like food or smoking, right, to calm your body down. In the moment, that's making you feel safe, so you'll choose that outcome, which in the short term allows you to calm yourself, but long term actually is hurting you. So it really depends on how conscious you are, right, in terms of trying to transcend the feelings in your body. So it's not always we're looking at the optimal outcomes. That's why we self-sabotage, because we perceive a lot of things that we've done as safe because we know we can handle it, even if it does long-term damage to us. That's where all addiction's coming from, right?
I think I agree. And
short-term pleasures. It's short-term pleasures, right? The impulsivity. But you're choosing the impulsivity of something that will harm you instead of harming, like choosing to punch somebody in the face, harming somebody else, because you know the consequences of punching somebody in that moment versus going outside and smoking a cigarette. Like the consequences are much greater in the moment to punch somebody versus walking outside to smoke a cigarette.
If
Even though
you're dealing
smoking
with
a
like,
cigarette may lead to health conditions later down the road.
if you-
It's a
if you-
longer.
if you're
longer
dealing
time.
with like an assault though, like that's, you're punching someone because in that moment you're on autopilot trying to keep yourself safe in that moment relative to the
The
person.
punching, I think I got off track. The punching under, I was trying to use examples. Like if let's say I'm making a choice and someone tells me, all right, Prawn, you have option A or B. But if you hit B, I'm going to hit you with my car. I'm probably not going to pick A. Or sorry, I'm not going to pick B. But is that really a free choice? Because I know I'm going to have a very negative consequence if I pick option B. That's not a free choice in my mind.
But that is coercion.
Yeah.
There's a
To me,
difference.
every decision is like that in a way.
I don't think so. I don't think. I mean, Teriak, what made you choose to click on the panel link?
Of my own free will. That'll be my answer.
Did somebody hold pew pew to your head and tell you have to get on here?
No, and that's why in particular crimes, if there was a case where, let's say, I held a pew pew against Sarah's head and said, you're going to steal this chocolate bar, otherwise you're getting the bullet, she would not be held morally responsible for that crime because she was being coerced. That's why I bring up the whole judicial system and how it falls apart as soon as you try to apply determinism to the judicial system, because it's immoral to hold someone morally accountable for an action that they didn't have agency over.
That's never been a thing.
This is an incessant misunderstanding of the philosophical argument of free will. So if determinism is true, it does not mean that we are not held accountable for our actions. It just means that we still have will. We still make choices. They are just not free from the things that precede them. They are not free from the biological realities of our body, from the atoms that are determined by cause and effect, from the rules of the universe. That's what it's saying, is that everything in the system that we exist in determines or leads up to the decisions that we make. It's not saying that you don't have a will or choice or that you are free from all responsibility of it. It's just saying that we are part of a universe where cause and effect is king, and we can't escape from that.
Yes, but what your argument would be is that these murderers are determined to be murderers, so how can we hold them more responsible if they didn't have a choice?
No, if determinism is true, the world looks exactly the way it is right now.
Okay, define determinism then, because what you're basically saying is like, free will, I can do anything, I can start flying off of buildings and stuff like that as well. No. That's not what free will means.
Want to define I read it earlier?
I want to hear Effigy's definition of it.
So like I said, free will is the idea that we can make choices free from the deterministic properties of the universe, which basically guide everything from the beginning of the universe through the atoms coalescing to forming matter, to forming our bodies, to the biological functions in our bodies, to the functions in our brains. Every single one of those things we know and believe follows deterministic principles. Every single one of them. There's no disputing that. So the idea is like, how can we, in our minds and in our choices, be separate from all that? And that's what the idea of free will is. That's what like the compatibilists try to argue, is that we can separate ourselves from all that and make a choice separate from it. I know it's a really tough discussion to get in, because it inevitably goes down to someone saying, well, I make my choices and my choices are my own. And it's like, it's much more deep and meta than that.
Yeah, but what you're trying to do is trying to say free will means that you can like counteract reality, which isn't the case. No one would argue that. But what's the definition of determinism?
Teriak, are you going to make me say this a third time?
You defined free will, but you didn't define determinism.
You did both.
Yeah, I did.
Then just give me the definition of determinism.
He's saying that it didn't matter if you chose, like you choosing to click the button to jump on this panel. This was already predetermined because you were created and developed in such a way when you were a little baby in your mommy's belly, that you were inevitably going to be in this moment right here, no matter what.
Sorry, one thing, not just baby, but literally.
Or think of it like this: like
everything previously that preceded led to this.
Right.
Like,
Or
just
think of it like this: like
everything.
your body right now is doing a ton of processes that are determined by cause and effect. You need energy, you get hungry, things like that. Your entire body is running on that system. So why should the things that come out of your mind, which is a part of your physical body, it's in your brain, why should that be separate from all the other physical processes that we know
Well,
are in this cause and effect system?
What you're saying is, I'm reading a story, and in that character, or in that book, is the character named Sarah, and I'm just watching Sarah walk through this story and the plot twist and the climax and the ending and the different chapters and all of these different things, and I'm just simply watching her walk through all of those, and reading that story. Do you believe that we just kind of live in as if the story's already been written?
No, I think from our perspective, we at the very least operate as though we have complete free will, and that may be an absolute illusion. That may be, it may be true. I myself try to be more of a compatibilist, because it's really hard to get away from determinism, because it is really, really concrete, especially when you get into science.
Okay, explain quantum mechanics then.
Okay, just
okay,
Can I ask-
non sequitur.
No, because you said it's scientific. So in terms of quantum mechanics, at the quantum level, events are described with probabilities rather than certainties.
Yeah,
we need
On the
Monty
quantum
here.
level, yeah.
Yeah, so they're probabilities, so they're not determined until it occurs.
Well, I think it's different. Where basic quantum, it's like it has to do with perception. So like something doesn't happen like, until you perceive it. So there's an external cause there where you're perceiving something, so it's that affects it. I don't know the quantum.
No, they're not determined. Look up the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
I know the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, but just bringing in quantum mechanics just because it's one of the
You're the one who
underlying.
made the claim it's scientific. That we
What
observe
is-
this in
what
science.
is
But I'm
this?
giving you a counterexample
Well,
in
Sarah, why
science
don't you-
where
why-
it's
since
not
you brought-
determined.
Sure,
Quantum
but just because quantum
physics
physics is unexplainable in some kind of ways, or indeterminate in some kind of ways, doesn't mean that cause and effect is not the ruling thing in the universe, right? You agree with that, right? Do you agree that you walk
the
out your door thinking
indeterminacy
cause and
of
effect
the,
is going
of
to
the
happen?
Heisenberg uncertainty principle dictates that not all outcomes are predetermined.
That's not
Sure.
oh.
It also kind of implies that the universe can kind of just pop itself into existence. Do you believe that?
Again, that's a non sequitur.
What I believe
Now
Because we're dealing with your
in, what
argument
I
here.
believe
Now
in
it's a non
is
sequitur.
money, and Rude Mud Crab has paid. He says nobody chooses what they like, dislike, desire, or fear. These are primary motivators in our brains. Analysis of pathways and outcomes. Choice is the illusion of pathway discovery.
I agree with that. You don't choose what you believe.
You don't, like I said earlier, you don't choose your wants.
So you can't
That's
change
a
your beliefs.
hypothetical for Teriak and Sarah.
No, that's
You think-
actually a great free will argument. Is can you choose to want something you don't want? Can you make yourself unwant something? I actually used this on
Yeah,
Teriak and Wally a while back.
Practicality. I want a massage every fucking day, and I choose not to get one because
But he's saying you
practicality.
still want it. He's saying you
I
choose
said-
to want it.
Can you want something you don't want? Say, and the easiest example, of course, is like someone's sexuality, right? If you're a heterosexual person, can you want to be gay? Like, can you actually make yourself be attracted to other people? Can you change your wants?
Yeah, I'll bite that bullet. Yeah, sure. Why not?
All right.
I think it's you can.
Harry has admitting that
I
he
think
can,
you can. I think you can consider it. I think you can. I think you can consider it. Absolutely. A lot of women say it quite often. Like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go gay. I'm so tired of men. Like, and they do. Some of them do.
Well, because like the body
They wouldn't do it
itself
if they didn't
can't
want to,
determine
right?
the feeling, whether it's in the present, past, or future. A lot of it is if you want something. A lot of the ways people try to achieve it is what is the feeling you want to experience in the future, and just keep trying to imagine and embody it now to the point where you make the changes in your life to achieve that outcome. Right?
Again, you have to want to change. Some people would never want to change.
So I'm saying
based on their-
you can then go and prime your wants to a lot of different things, right? You take something that you want right now and prime it to not want it. Can you take something that you don't want and prime it that's the whole point of it, right?
But to me, that's not free will. It sounds like you're adding a bunch of influence to like change like something underlying. That's what sounds like.
Well,
to me.
people can change over time, but can you change in the moment? Like, can you immediately go from being the straightest man on the earth to being the biggest flamer on the earth? Like, can you change fundamentally your wants, your actual wants? Not I'm saying I can do this. Can you change your wants?
I think about your favorite music genre. Like, I feel like we all agree, like, we don't choose that. It just kind of occurs. I definitely agree with Evichi. Well, Tira, are you still here? I have a question. I want to ask this to Sarah. But do you think you choose your morals?
Yes.
In terms of like I said, the whole argument of morals points towards the universal mind, the universal set of morals.
I think you like
I do.
control your morals.
I choose to believe in God. I choose to believe that Jesus Christ and all of those things. Like I choose to believe that God has the best interest for me and all of those wonderful things. I choose that. I choose to stay with that program, that regiment, that concept of God is here for me and I'm going to continue striving to be something better for him, right? So therefore, if I can apply my best foot forward to follow those morals and principles that are handed down to me from that knowledge and from that understanding, then yeah, I believe that I've been given that set of morals and I choose to be with them. I don't have to, though.
Let me add something, because what I really meant is like, I imagine big factor of you like turning to that religion is like your upbringing. Whereas if you were born and raised in a Muslim society, you probably would be into that religion. Whereas like I don't really think, again, based on your external influences, usually when you're a kid, that's gonna like determine what religion you follow and what morals you kind of take in. Whereas
but
how morals if you're born in different parts of the world.
That's not going to stop me as an adult from picking up a book of Buddhism or something, reading that and saying, I feel like I identify with this more. I like this better. How many, I mean, it's not necessarily often, it's probably not a high percentage, but how many people who were born and raised Jewish end up converting over to Catholicism or vice versa or whatever. I mean,
most people are the religion they're raised in, their culture they're raised in. It's like a stat.
I'm
not saying you can't change.
I'm saying you can't choosing to stay with that, right? That's what I'm saying is like when you're a child, you have training wheels on, and your parents are there. They're like your little bumpers, so that you don't end up in the gutter on the bowling thing. But inevitably, as you become an adult, that's when you are. Like you can start to develop your own critical thinking skills and you can start to choose what my parents were Muslim growing up and I started reading a lot of stuff and some critiques on it. And I kind of don't like the idea of it because of X, Y, and Z or whatever the case may be. And I think I want to be a Protestant or something, right? Like people convert all the time.
I think usually I think most will stay the religion they're kind of born as, but I mean, some people do convert. But again, when they do convert, when they read that book, they're reading that book with the lens of here's everything previously that happened in my life, which is definitely going to be.
But some people choose not even to follow their religion as adults. A lot of them don't. A lot of them kind of choose the more secular path and don't even go to church anymore. So you can't tell me that people are predetermined to be one thing or another. Some kids just say, fuck it, I don't want to do any of it.
And Sarah had the perfect example. When she at the start of the debate, when she turned around and she said, there's two kids, they're raised by an alcoholic father. One turns out to be an alcoholic, one doesn't. They both have this external force, but they have different outcomes, which blows a hole straight in your argument.
Well, no, because there's a lot of other factors probably that also led to that decision.
No, see, we're back on that.
It's based a whole kind of trust me, bro. We should be able to have. We should be able to point to some sort of external factor, but we'll have two different outcomes.
Determinism is not saying that the entirety of your life is pre-written, that your future is written. It's not saying that at all. So predeterminism is if you're saying predetermining, yeah, then sure, we can make a allocate for that.
I said earlier, I struggle with the predetermined thing. I think, I'm a determinist. I don't know if I believe the whole predetermined thing.
Hey, that's a more fun angle in this argument for the religious people out there. if you're if God is all knowing and he knows how your life goes, if he knows if you get into heaven or not, how do you have free will?
Yeah, no, I do. And I actually made this statement earlier that I do believe there's a sense of predeterminism by way of God knows my path. He knows which directions I'm going to choose because he is the all-knowing, right? He's the alpha, the omega. It's infinity. It goes round and round and round. He's already been there. He sees where I'm going, but he doesn't take away my free will. You know, like he doesn't take that away. I'm still choosing to make all of these
I just
decisions.
find that to be a contradiction, though.
It's not a contradiction. It's hard to fathom the concept because we're humans. He is the Almighty, right? He can do these things because he is the Almighty. He's God.
It just sounds like
right?
special pleading to me, though. Like the
Yeah,
logic
so-
of it is, if someone knows your outcome, if I know that you go to heaven, that means there is if God knows you go to heaven, there is literally no way you can go to hell. Then, therefore, that
But
outcome is
I
determined.
still have to go through the processes to get there, or else then I'm not like
But they're
I'm not-
predetermined.
right, but he already knows I'm going to go through all of these trials and tribulations and obstacles and things and thought processes and questioning my faith and reaching out to him and building my relationship with God. He already knows the path I'm on. And like, but it doesn't mean that he's taking away my free will to get there. He just knows he already sees it. He knows it.
Well, I just
Yeah, so
if I
let me
know
explain
the
this, like,
outcome, how do you have free will?
So like
if
in
I know
terms
the
like you're the
outcome,
one who's
there's only one path to it.
He is
Yeah.
not making that determination. He already knows it's going to happen, but he isn't choosing that for me. He hasn't
That's still
gone
a
and chiseled
no,
out
will be
this
still
path.
Basically,
Wait,
but
so
yeah, so
now
let me
God
explain.
is no
So
longer omnipotent,
just
so God's not making
listen to
everything
the
happen
answer.
either.
I have the answer. So in terms of like all possible outcomes in your life, God knows all that. So this whole kind of like quote unquote gotcha question we have, where it's like, how can God be all knowing? It's like, yeah, he knows all possible outcomes, but
Is
it's
the God
you
multiverse
have the free choice.
But do you? Like, that's the thing. Is it a free choice if the outcome is known?
Yeah,
He's-
you said
he's
how can
not
God be all
sitting
knowing?
there- He's not sitting there like a marionette puppet guiding me down this path.
No, I agree.
He
Even in this
could-
example that I'm saying. Yeah.
Now he could throw people in my life, or he knows people are going to cross my path at some point that might be like little bumpers keeping me from going into the gutter. But I still, in that moment, can choose what to do with these people that kind of get thrown in my way, right? Like little. I have a lot of saving grace moments, a lot of angels that have come into my life in so many different directions, and I thank God every day for each and every one of them, right? But like he
Can
knows.
you do something that's not in God's plan for you?
Can I do something that's not in God's plan? He hasn't like established this hard chiseled out plan. He knows what plan I'm going down. He knows what path I'm going down. He hasn't like, okay, Sarah, listen up.
But if he knows that, can it change?
Can it change? No.
He knows all possible paths.
If it can't change, then it's you have no free will.
That's pretty
Nothing's
No.
gonna, what I'm saying is nothing's
No.
going to change by him. It's going to, there is no change. He just knows which way I'm going to change my path and what I'm going to do. It's
He
not.
sees all timelines.
He's not.
Yeah,
he's
so-
not sitting behind a computer writing out my entire storyline and saying this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. This way.
No,
He
yeah,
just-
I'm not saying
he
that. I'm not
just
saying that.
Sees what I'm going to do. He
But
understands
but
what I'm going to do.
I know, I agree with you. But you saying that is saying God is seeing the path of your life, and
No.
if no, that's what she's saying, Teriak. He knows
It's all
what she's
possible
going
paths.
to do.
He knows
No.
all possible
No.
paths.
One path, right?
He knows
This
he
God
already knows
multiverse
what I'm
argument is
going
not
to
a
do.
get around for this.
No, he already knows what I'm going to do, but I'm the one doing it. He's all
Agree.
again. I understand. It's hard to fathom, right? Because we are
I want-
humans. We're on this plane, right?
I wanna
But
add something.
He's in a bigger plane than us. He is greater than us. He understands way more. He's the alpha, the omega. It goes in infinity. Like he gets it. We don't. We can't understand. We can't comprehend what he's capable of. But what he is capable of is he knows exactly where I'm going and what I'm going to do. He sees it. He knows it. He understands it. That doesn't change my ability in that path of all of those decisions that I'm making along the way. He's watching me. He can watch me now in this moment. He can watch me 10 years ago. He can watch me 30 years from now. He's observing and watching. That doesn't mean he's interacting and engaging and changing the
if
narrative.
that can't
He's
change,
watching me.
then it's determined.
He is able to see across the timeline.
Let me jump in here because I think that's
cannot.
what's causing. I think the fact that it's predetermined, like, is causing an issue. Like, we can all agree, like, there's like movies like where the character has a destiny. He's destined to do something great. He still might have struggles to get there, but just because that's his destiny path doesn't mean it's gonna be a smooth, no struggles to get there. That just means like that's the end result. That's kind of predetermined. It's probably gonna be easy. He's gonna overcome hardships. I don't think that's like incompatible. In case I feel like that's causing some issues where
No, what Effigy's trying to do is this typical. It's the only way he knows how to debate. He just tries to bring it into the whole religion argument, and then tries to do the whole kind of atheist thing.
Well, we're
So
talking about
basically,
free
when you
will.
say
There's only two avenues to free will:
one second,
philosophical or
let
religious.
me explain the argument. So basically, when you say that God is all knowing, God doesn't know, like, God knows all possible paths that you will lead down. So this whole thing of like, does God know that he goes to heaven? God knows that you go to heaven, and he knows you go to hell. Your choice.
But only one is true, right? And God knows which one is true, right?
He's not changing the path in the moment. He's not changing the path. Again, I believe he'll kind of send people to kind of give you a little push and shove, but I don't think he changes it. You can still choose to say, fuck that, I'm out, right? Just like he chooses to send like disciples. Disciples go out and they intervene, and they not intervene in a way of changing, but they are influential. But you still have the choice of whether you want to yearn for God and build your relationship with him or not. But what I'm saying is he can see what path I'm going down. If he wants to go and see where I'm going to be 50 years from now, he can choose to do that. If he wants to see where I was 20 years ago, he can choose to do that. Or he can sit here and just watch me as I bebop along with you tards. But either way, I am still in control of the decisions I'm making. He ensured that I have free will. That's why we're not in paradise or the Garden of Eden right now, because he gave us, we bit the fucking apple, and now we have free will because we have the knowledge. We have the knowledge now. Before that, everything, ignorance was bliss. Now we have the knowledge. Now, therefore, we have free will. We have to make choices to choose him. Before, he was just there. He was the provider. And now we are all the prodigal sons, right? And dad knows we're going to go out, we're going to fuck up, and we're going to come right back to him, just like the prodigal son. And that's what we all do. And that's what God knows. He knows that about us, but we still have the right to choose our way around. He ensured free will because he wants us to choose to come to him. That's his whole premise. That's God's whole literal fucking concept is, I want you to choose me. I want you to yearn for me. If it wasn't, we would just all love God.
I'd even look further, like my notion with, religion, that is, God is love, right? And so what love is to take someone or something's best interest upon yourself. So it's like God so loved man, he gave his only son to save us, right? So if he wants for our best interest, which is to reconcile us with him, environment of peace and joy and eternal safety, in order for him to love us, he would not create us without a way for us to reconcile with him. And he would not create us in a way that he would cage us, because to cage us not to choose him, that is the antithesis of love. So that's why I said, like, God has to have free will, because if he were to, if he created us and he says, there's no possible way for you to reconcile with him, without looking at your own choices, it would not make sense. He would be creating someone to purposely damn them into existence based on no fault of their own. So we have to have free will.
And Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10 says, free will wins. I have typed it, so it is true. Bow, mortals, for the truth in its majesty always wins. Get fucked. Buddhism accepts both premises, depending on the branch of Buddhism. Thank you. Thank you,
I want to mention, there is an idea called compatibilism, where, to me, these ideas are kind of the story, there's like you can only have free will or determinism, but there's an idea called compatibilism where you can have both. I don't know if I agree with that, but there's a philosophy.
Probably closer to a compatibilist than I am a determinist, or at least I attempt to be. Like I said, it's not easy. But so you guys can bring up like go into like the mind of God and all this stuff. None of that matters. This is a purely logical situation. If the ending of where you end up cannot change, you don't have free will in that situation. In your own example, if God knows you end up in heaven or you end up in hell, and that cannot change at all from God's knowledge, then it is predetermined. It is known.
And
Think
all
of
that
him more of an
undermines
he's
more
more of an
responsibility.
he's more of an observer, not like it, like certainly he created us. He knows every single hair on our head, right? But he becomes an observer. After he gives you to your mommy and daddy and you come out of the womb and you're born, he becomes an observer. He knows where you're going, he knows where you've been, he knows where you are. But he's sitting there with his popcorn watching you be a total tard and sit here having discussions with me trying to negate all of the fact. But at the end of the day, he knows where you're going, and he knows maybe one day, oh, like Susie Q is going to come and intervene one day and have a great conversation with them, and they might actually change their mind. I actually know they changed their mind because 2 years later they come and look for me, God, right? But he's not changing it. He's still he just knows. It doesn't mean that it's been determined. He just knows what you're going to do. That's what makes him God.
I mean, we're just gonna have to disagree because that's a point of logic right there.
Okay, let's look at it this way. I have 2 kids, right? They're total opposites, right? In the way they respond, the way they react, the way they do things, their silly little jokes, what gets them upset, what gets them emotional, what makes them happy. Total fucking opposites. One boy, one girl. The girl is the girliest girl of all girls that could be. The boy is rough and tumble, every bit of boy he could be. Complete opposites. I could predict, right? I could sit here knowing my own children and I could say, you know what? I'll bet if I offer them pizza tonight for dinner that my son will be ecstatic, but my daughter would likely be a little like, I'm not in the mood for pizza tonight. I could like observing them and knowing them, I could make that thought process and be like, this is probably how they're going to react. But nevertheless, one of them always shifts gears on me and always changes and goes a different way. And I'm like, that I did not expect them to want to go there tonight, so like I know them, I observe them, I know where they've been literally from the start, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to predict them all the better and be able to I'm not going to know how they're going to decide, because there's all sorts of different things. Michael, did you want to say a couple final words before you head out?
No, I'm good. I covered the couple of things I want to bring up. I said, thanks for having me. I'm going to use my free will to go get some sleep because I got to get up in 6 hours.
No, you're tired. That's external.
Night, guys. Thanks for having me.
Good night, Michael.
I do head soon, but I want to. I'm realizing I think this is causing some issues. I think there's like different definitions of free will. If you're looking at like a scientific lens versus like a religious lens, because when I hear you talking about free will in like religious sense, it means like you're kind of free of divine influence. Is that semi-accurate?
Again, this argument does not hinge upon
It's a question. It's not an argument. It's a
all.
question. I'm asking a good faith question. Okay, I'll just say what my point then. Because what I'm trying to say is, if you go by the scientific definition, I agree. I disagree with that, because it says very definitely. Let me just get up here 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna head up. Give me 2 seconds. Someone else talk.
I think there's a difference when you're looking at it from it's like a secular, as a humanity level, like we're just humans. I think there's a very stark difference between that and then versus where you start adding God into the picture. That's why I made that statement earlier, and I wanted to differentiate. I think that he knows what's going to happen, but I don't think he's like predetermined anything. I don't think he's coming in and like directing me, like, nope, you got to, like, with a little computer and I'm a sim, and like, nope, Sarah's got to do this today. Sarah's going to do that today. Oh, she's going to get into a car accident tomorrow. You know, I don't think he is creating that.
But can he be wrong? If he
Can
knows
he
what's
be-
going to happen, can he be wrong? If he can't be wrong, then it's determined. It's
He's-
predetermined.
he-
No.
You're negating the fact that he's an observer. He is not creating the path in which I'm going to be on. He is simply an observer on it. There's a difference. If I'm sitting here watching, the
sure.
show,
You just said that he could observe your entire, basically, for lack of, let's get into sci-fi terms here, your entire timeline.
Mhm.
If that timeline is one thing unchanged, then it's determined. It's predetermined.
But it's not determined by him.
God
Remember the
didn't
analogy?
create every.
We don't have the
No,
technology. Let's say we
You,
like,
you have a
super
really
intelligent,
interesting
and we can
take,
make-
Sarah, because it's very different
we
from
can make
most
a
Christians. That's why
simulation.
I'm questioning so much, because it's a very interesting take.
It's my perspective. I think he knows where I'm going to go and what I'm going to do. I believe he sends little influential angels to me quite often. I think that he just knows how I'm going to be at the right place at the right time sometimes, and I believe in angels. I 100% believe there are angels in some weird way. But I think that he might try to influence things from time to time, but he can't change it. He can influence, he can put somebody in my life at a certain place at a certain time, and he's offers me opportunities, and it's up to me to decide if I'm going to go. He already knows which way I'm going to go, but he still gives me that choice. That's the point I'm getting at. He already knows which direction I'm going to take, but he's still going to try nonetheless.
Sure, but can
Even
he
if
ever be
knows-
wrong?
Even
Can
if
he
he
ever be wrong?
knows, even if he knows I'm going to choose to turn away, he will still try, right? Like, because he knows, like, later on I might eventually come around. He knows what I'm going to do. He's not creating the narrative. He's
Well,
not.
no, it's not a matter of
writing
might,
the-
though, right? You said he knows what's going to happen. So can he be wrong? If he knows what's going to happen to you, can he be wrong?
He's never wrong.
Then how do you have choice?
He knows what I'm going to do. He's an observer. He's not the creator of which way I'm going. He's simply observing what I'm
Right,
doing.
which means you have a one specific path that you can never deviate from. Because God can never be wrong about what you do.
Right.
So you
But
only
that
have one
doesn't-
path.
Doesn't
So
mean
it's
doesn't
determined.
mean he can't keep trying.
Yeah, so I don't think Sarah's explaining this right. For example, I have a sack. I have a red ball and a black ball. I know that there's a red ball and a black ball on the sack, and then I give you the sack for you to put your hand in and pick out a ball. I know you're either going to choose a black ball or a red ball. I'm all knowing, but you still had a free choice. Boom, roasted.
Say it again. Sorry.
So I have a sack with a red ball and a black ball in it. I know all the possible outcomes. Then I give you the sack to choose. That you pick out a ball from. You can either choose a red ball or a black ball, but I know you're either going to choose a black ball or a red ball. Ergo, I'm all knowing, but you still had a free choice.
No, it's not that you know he's going to pick a red ball or a black ball. You know which ball. You know he'll
I
choose
know
the
all
black
possible.
ball.
I know all
every
possible
time.
outcomes.
If there are more than one possible
Well, that's 'cause
outcome,
he would
then
know
that
which ball
changes
he
the
picked.
entire thing, right? Then this whole like idea about God is thrown out the window, right? There is no God knows your ending. There is no God knows your where you're going to end up. If there are
Yeah,
possible
and God knows the
outcomes-
choice when you choose it. When you pick that ball out and it comes out red, I know you picked red. You still had a free choice.
Just because he knows doesn't mean that he has determined the path. He didn't
Yeah,
know.
If
you
the
just
choice
pause
can
it.
never, if the choice
He's
has no
just
possibility
aware-
of being the
he's
opposite
just-
choice,
He's
then
just aware of what you're going to do. Doesn't mean that he has stripped you of that choice. He's just aware of it. He just knows.
I think what he's
just
saying
knows-
is though.
well, then you're
he's-
saying God is just an observer in the deterministic universe.
at the very least, you're saying from God's perspective, it's deterministic, because he sees, at least from God's view, he sees one version of reality that's going to come to fruition.
I look at it this way, and this is strictly my opinion. God made me, right? He knows every hair on my body. He knows every piece of me. He knows. Doesn't mean that he has like, well, Sarah, here's what I'm going to do for you. Ready? Let's roll out the red carpet. Here's going to be your path, and you're going to do this, and you're going to do that, and you're going to do this, and you're going to do that. And I've made this way specifically for you to be this way. No, he simply created me. And then my parents raised me. Now he's aware and he's observing. He's aware of what choices I'm going to make, but he didn't create the choices that I'm going to make. Therefore, he cannot change the choices I'm going to make.
Can I make an analogy? I think kind of what Effie is saying is God has a book. He is the whole book from like end from the beginning. You're only on like whatever page you're on. You're going through your life. You only see everything before that, but God sees the entire book from beginning to end. Is that
Right.
like an okay analogy?
Right. Yeah. Like he has the book. It's sitting on his library shelf. He can pull it out at any time, open it up and be like, oh, we're in chapter 37. And this is what she's doing with her life right now. This is good. I like this. Let's flip ahead. Let's see let me just like shoot over to the very ending of her book and see what happens when she dies. Oh, okay. Now, can he go in and rewrite that book? No, the book is already planned. It's already made by me, right? Because I am making that book. He's just has access to what that book is going to be.
You have a much more limited idea of God than most Christians I debate on these subjects.
How do you mean?
Most Christians believe that God created everything, controls everything, and knows everything. So in all the things you just said, most Christians I debate on these subjects don't believe that at all. You have a very kind of like observer, almost a deist type of God.
I think he created me knowing what choices I'm going to make, and maybe in that it will influence somebody else in some way. Like he created me knowing that I'm going to make these decisions. So there is a control factor, right? Like he knows maybe I'm going to talk to my best friend one day because of the decisions that I make along the way. I'm going to choose to talk about God to my friend and say, God's got your back. I think you need to seek him, right? Maybe it's a like discipleship of some sort. And he knows that creating me will inevitably lead to these specific things. Pardon me. And so therefore, by creating me, he knows like, I know what this is going to do. This is good. I'm going to make her and she's going to be like this and do this and do that and do this and do that and do this. And I'm going to send her off. And I hope and I pray that I already know she's going to make these decisions because I created her. I know every hair on her head, but I'm going to make her right here, right now at this specific time so that she can go out and do these things that she's going to do. Right? He knows I'm going to make these choices. He knows I'm going to be this person. That's why he created me. But it doesn't mean that he didn't like make the path. He saw the path that he knows that I'm going to choose. And he said, yes, now is the time for you. Go shine like a light. Does that make sense? I don't know. I have a weird view. I accept it.
I still have my same disagreement. I just don't think you're seeing it.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that like he just
every time you say no, every time you say he knows, every time you say it like he knows like in the future or anything like that, you're locking down the predetermined nature of it.
Just because he knows as an observer, just because he knows that doesn't negate like it's like I know I have the fastest dog in the race. I'm going to put my dog in that race. I know it's going to win. I put it at the gate and I open the gate and I'm like, yes, go. Right. And it's like,
if I know that someone gets in a car accident tomorrow and there's no way around it, it will happen. I know it happens tomorrow. Then it's predetermined. It is determined that it will happen for them.
If you know somebody's going to... Hold on, let me read these real quick. Trib1 coming to the Big Five. Honest question. For real, not trolling. Do you think God gave it a less than 50% or more than 50% chance that Adam and Eve would ruin it for humanity? I think he just knew it. I think he already knew it. And I think it was an accepting factor. Like, I already know they're going to do this. I already know this is going to happen. And that's what pissed him off even more is because he already knew it was going to happen. And then once they had that knowledge of free will, like... I think he kind of wanted us to do that. I mean, what person, like, if everybody on YouTube just liked me automatically. I just came out the bat, started a channel yesterday, and gained a gazillion subscribers, and everybody tuned in every time I went live. Where's the fun in that? There's no work. You don't want to be here. You just have to be here. There's no fun in that. I think God knew that after having, that's why would you make like a don't push this button. If you push this button, things will happen. Why would you make that button if that button like leads to free will? I think he wanted us to have free will.
No, the better question is why would you make a button knowing the button will get pushed when you don't want it to?
I think he wanted it to.
I don't suppose too much, but I think there's some interesting ethics about God that knowingly like is gonna send a bunch of people to hell, knowing they can't ever save themselves. If that is predetermined, I don't know.
No, that's why.
I do want to
you
get
have
off
free
the religious
will.
part for a second because I had to leave
You can
soon.
choose
But
damnation
I
if you
think-
want.
I think one of the big things that's causing disagreements, I'm going by the scientific definition of free will. I definitely disagree with that because it's very clear where it's free will is the idea of individuals having the capacity to make choices independent of external factors. And to me, I see so many external factors that for me disqualifies free will. We can maybe use different definitions.
No,
The
because
religious one is different.
as in
but just
one
from
could
that
have done
definition,
something different.
We disagree.
They could have done
That's not the
something
definition,
otherwise in the
That's not the
Yeah,
definition.
so
That's not the definition.
so where one could have done otherwise in the exact same circumstances. That's what free will is. But what you're doing is you're changing definition to.
I'm reading the definition. So you can give me one, but I'm reading an accurate one. You can give me a different one.
Yeah, the scientific.
Those two definitions are
Yeah. So
close, though.
your definition is free will exists if one's actions align with one's own desires, reasons, and character without external coercion.
Yeah, no external factors would have. Basically, like if I make a choice, like I'm sure there's nothing outside my mind that's determining that thing. Doesn't matter what color I like. Doesn't matter my wants. I have the free choice to make any decision. To me, that's not the case. There are external factors at play all the time. So I don't agree with that definition of free will. Maybe there's a different one that I can get behind though.
Yeah. So the whole compatibilists' argument is just to redefine free will.
Not really. Compatibilists basically say determinism is true, but, and then they have something that follows that. Like my two favorite compatibilist arguments, and one of the reasons I don't argue compatibilism because it really gets a little bit out there to try and square these circles. One of them is so determinism and the cause and effect world is based on sensory input and response to stimuli. Basically, everything is a response to stimuli, and the idea is that once you become a complex enough thing, you are intaking so much stimuli that in the cacophony of that amount of stimuli, in somewhere in there, you can find free choice because there's so many counteracting stimuli. So you can't react to them all. That's one of them. The other one gets into like multiverse and every single moment is a different choice and we have infinite choices in every single moment kind of stuff.
Let me read this one. Raging Patriot, hello, and welcome back, my friend. Coming in with the big 2. Evening, Sarah. Like button, sub, hit the bell. Yes, kind reminder to everybody. Thank you. And Trib1 coming in with the big 10. Freedom of choice equals legal or not. You make a choice. Free will equals that choice might vary, all else being equal. Determinism equals all else equal. You make the same choice. Humans can't tell currently which it is. But that's what I'm saying is if that is the case, then we could calculate, we could make a calculation based on every single piece of a human being and all the things that influence them, and we could actually calculate their entire life and which direction they're going to turn and who they're going to make friends with and what they're going to do and so on and so forth. And we could like actually predict their entire timeline. If determinism is such a thing, then why can't we do that?
It's kind of why we have to like debate it philosophically, right? Because the only true test of this is if we could reverse time and see a situation over again for the second time to see if it would always happen the same.
We have enough history in place. We have thousands and thousands of years of human interactions,
history repeats
society,
itself, so-
influential, right? History repeats itself. Why can't we just take that and
Well, that points away from
template it?
free will.
Template it. Why can't we though? Why can't we take a historical time, right, where things certain specific things happen? Why can't we predict exactly how humans are going to react after that?
Because we can't predict the new stimulus is going to happen tomorrow and in the future. That's the thing.
Why not?
It's gonna be new.
If it's
theoretically,
determinism, we
if we
should
had a
be able to
supercomputer-
create a world in which we actually like determine we create a world, right? We create this, we maneuver the society in such a way and
It
influence
just depends on like how much computing power you have to put in the amount of variables that the entire universe has at any one moment for a being, right? Like, I mean, it's not impossible in like
it's
you know,
theoretically
the furthest realms of the future, you know, that someone could get. That's a kind of scary thought, like especially with how fast people are like trying to push AI and stuff, because you know, like one of the first things that idiots are going to use AI for in governments and stuff like that across the world is to try and bend people to who knows what, whether it be like economic wants or social wants or something like that, or basically
Like
just use an
propaganda.
use an AI to determine what you are doing, like by your body and facial expressions. Like how would that stand up in court? My AI said that because your eye was looking around weird and your body was moving weird, you were going to rob this bank. You know, that's kind of what you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
That's kind of
We've already
happening.
seen this.
If
We've already
that's
seen this
the
take place with
case-
propaganda. And there's people who rebel against the propaganda. Well,
Of
according
course,
to your
yes,
worldview, these external forces, they shouldn't be able to.
Monty says in chat, and she
No, you keep reverting back to
probably makes-
this other idea of free will in your head, where it means we don't make choices, where we don't have will.
No,
Like
that's not-
nothing's
that's not
different
perfect.
in the worldview.
I've never said, in terms of what I'm saying is a one could have done otherwise in the exact same circumstances.
We think not.
Exactly.
Well,
But
do
when
you
you have
agree?
propaganda,
Don't get me wrong.
an external
You guys
force
think-
that's bearing down on
Do you
them,
guys think? Do you guys think
people rebel
are
against it.
predictable? I think overall, humans are pretty predictable. Like there's some nuances there, obviously, but I think we can tell like how the average person is going to react in like a average scenario. If it's a new scenario, new
yeah,
stimulus,
that's the
you can't
average
predict
person. That's
that.
not an individual. It's the Sherlock Holmes quote, like what you're
Well,
misquoting.
we agree. Everyone has like their own individuality. The thing is, talk about can we predict the future? And
We
even
can
the
predict
layman's
what a
version-
group
even the-
of
even
humans
the
will do.
I'm saying even a layman's version without a supercomputer, we can like say, oh yeah, like this is the expected result we'd have some person. And that's just using our brain. If we have a supercomputer, maybe we can like actually be very predictive.
Yeah, so
I mean,
here's
on
the
some
difference.
level,
What
we
you're
agree
saying
with
is
this
a
idea,
group
right, though?
of a group of people. You can say, well, 50% of them should do this. But what determinism would say, no, an individual will do this, which we can't do.
I agree. We don't have the technology
Look,
yet. It's
I mean,
it can be
on a
lot
certain
easier
level,
than
none of us disagree with the idea that our past determines our present, right? Like none of us, like things you went through in your past
I think
determine
you
the shape of your
I think you
personalities,
learn-
right?
Yeah, I think you learn from your experiences, but how
Maybe
you
not even learn,
apply,
like-
what I'm saying is how
Right.
you apply. I can still learn, like the twins with the drunk alcoholic father that's abusive, right? I can still learn that, oh man, that's a shitty behavior. I don't really like that. But how I go forward and apply that to my life, yeah, I don't like that, but I'm gonna fucking do it too, because
Well, no, think of something beyond that. Think of something traumatic, like something that you don't have a choice when its repercussions come back on you, right? Like PTSD or something like that. Something that you experience that is now
Isn't
determining
that
something.
PTSD as a child experiencing trauma from an alcoholic, abusive father of all things? Like that is PTSD.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I
Some
agree.
some kids, like the smell of alcohol, could like, ooh, and I think that that's why it's important to recognize the human element, the human element of your conscious, your subconscious, your soul, who you are, how you apply things, your critical thinking, how you perceive the world can be different. I mean, everybody looks at things differently. Like I may see 3 men on my screen that are all combative assholes that are just here to argue me, or I could see 3 men who are here to have a good discussion and push back, right? There's two very different factors, and how I view that, how I perceive that, can determine whether I will choose to be like a total raging bitch or rage quit, end the stream, or I could be like, you know what, I'm going to have this conversation. I think it's a good one. So, my perception is my reality, and no two people's perception is the same. We all look at things differently, and that's the piece that you're missing, is the human element, that we all look at things differently, no matter what. And Trib One coming up the big five, can you define a trait that isn't impacted by both nature and nurture? If not, then it's evidence towards determinism, not proof, but evidence. I mean, you get cancer and you die. I don't know.
That's nature, though.
That's impacted
Cancer is
by
natural.
both nature and nurture.
Well, he's asking for something that's
He means
not
like a
impacted by
trait,
nature.
though.
Can you define a trait that isn't impacted by both nature and a trait that isn't impacted by both?
So something internal to a person. I think
Implying
that's what he means.
he's implying everything's influenced by nurture or nature in some way.
That is not impacted by both nature and nurture. So it's either one or the other. Like a trait that you develop that's only
Right.
either comes from just nature or just nurture.
I think he's saying neither. Saying like that you can say it's like I made this. I was not influenced by nature or nurture at all.
Yeah, it didn't come from me, my genetics, my family, or my environment. Well, that's kind of I don't think there's
I can't think of anything on top of my head, honestly.
Like the things that wouldn't have come from like your surroundings, your family, and stuff like that would have been the things that you were born with, which would be nature, which would be your genetics and stuff like that. So like
So we gave the example of, for example, you're raised in a very like you could say like Islamic Republic of Iran, very like religious society and stuff, and then you rebel and you say, no, I'm going to become a secularist.
But you're rebelling against your nurture.
And your nature, you're rebelling against both. You were born into this family that were really religious.
So they
lived
nurture you in a certain way,
Islamic
and you're
Republic of
rebelling
Iran,
against that.
and you said, "Nah, I'm out of here. I'm going to become a secularist and move to America." See that happen all the time.
It still could be influenced by either of this.
No, because your nature, your genetics, you were the same genetics as the people who were Muslim, and then the nurture, your surrounding environment was all Muslim, but you chose to become a secularist.
You could have an alcoholic father. Most people are going to be alcoholic, but you also can react the opposite. That'd be like, no, I'm never going to touch alcohol again. But those are still a reaction to your nature and nurture, because you're reacting to something that happened in the past.
That don't have an alcoholic father and they still don't drink as well. The choice.
I think I would ask the Trib One to be more specific and see if he had an example of something.
Well, I'm guessing he's assuming I think he's implying there's nothing that's impacted by both.
I think maybe I'm a little confused by what he means by trait, like a trait in a person.
Can you teach that would be saying what can't be taught. Like that's part of evolution though. Like we've literally learned by reactionary, right? You throw the ball at me, reactionary, I reach up and I block it, right? That's
Sure.
nature, right? That's nature implying, because that's my survival skills. Like, oh, if that hits me, it's going to hurt, it's going to do damage, things of that nature. That's reactionary. That we said that would be deterministic. But again, if you're holding the ball, like I can choose whether I want to come and engage with you, whether I want to play catch with you, whether I want to just sit there and look at you, whether I want to walk away from you. And that, I don't think that would necessarily come directly from nurture. Nurture would be if you're sitting there crying, because you dropped your ball and you can't find it. And maybe I say, oh, well, my mom would do X, Y, and Z if I was sitting there crying. So I'm going to come over and engage with you. But if you're just standing there with the ball, I don't think there's any effect of nature that would determine what I'm going to do, like nature or nurture.
But you said the word want, and we're in the opinion of like you don't control your wants. Those are a result of nurture and nature.
Yeah, the wants argument is a pretty hard one. Going back to the actual philosophical free will argument, because I think it was Alex O'Connor who had a really good argument, which was something like everything that we do is either because we are forced or because we want to. If we're forced, that means we're not acting freely, so that can't be free will.
Right.
If we act based on our wants, we can only be free if we control our wants. Do we control our wants? And that's one of my points that I was bringing up earlier about the wants. If we don't control our wants, then how are we free? How are we in the free will sense?
An example of this would be Nala. She wanted to go on OnlyFans, shove a cucumber up her arse, all that kind of shit. Then she changed her wants and wanted to start preaching the message.
There's probably some external factors involved there, no?
Those are things that
it's always this is the whole thing. It's just a circular argument. Like determinism exists because determinism exists. There's always like some sort of like there must have been some sort of external factor.
No, Terry, this
proof,
is exactly like you
argumentation.
talking about the first law of logic. That's all this is. This is saying how do you change a thing that is a thing? That's really it's a really
no. If anyone's
similar to what you saying
logic, it's you.
But how?
Trying to redefine free will.
No, I'm saying it's similar to that. It's saying like if I want this, I can't change that want on command, like because it's one of my wants. It may change over time, but you're never going to actually like
but wants
make yourself
can be wants can be motivated, which I accept the idea that that's an external influence. Right? Like I want a massage because my back hurts, right? But it's still a want, and I can choose to acknowledge that want and go get a massage, or I can choose to just deal with it or whatever, right? Like wants, I feel like wants it's part of nature, right? It's part of a survival piece.
I think that example Alex used, concept spectacle, is like he's talking about money.
I want to survive. I want to be comfortable. I want to be happy. I want to be whatever. Right? That's a survival tactic. That's the nature piece of it.
Can you make yourself want to have the opposite of all those things?
Yes, we change wants, but then you say, well, then technically because your want changed, then you're acting against your want.
People want to die. People want to die.
Not be suicidal?
People want to die. That
but you
goes
can't change
against that. But that goes against Nate. But they don't do it all the time.
But that has external factors as well, though, right? Like,
yeah, that's what this argument always goes. Oh, there must be an external factor. There must be. I can't point to one, but there must be one.
Right.
There literally is always a
like okay. You could go with certainly you would. Anybody could look at a situation where somebody's getting their heart broken and they would say, I would want to cry in that moment. But it doesn't mean that everybody's going to actually want to cry in that moment. You know, you choose to allow you choose to allow the external factors in or not. That's what I was saying about the bubble earlier. You don't internalize it. You choose not to internalize it and allow it to affect you.
Do you agree that you can't choose not want to cry? Like if you want to cry, you just want to cry. You can't be like, oh, I don't want to do that. You can't change that, I feel like.
I think you could.
I'm saying the wanting. You can decide whether or not you're gonna cry. You like fucking like you can bury it down. But the want, I feel like that's like deep down here where you literally can't change that. Like what I'm craving for dinner, I can't change that. Like I want to eat something for dinner. My mind, I'm craving that. I can't be like, well, actually no, I suddenly want to crave pizza now. Like I crave whatever I crave.
Rude Mud Crab coming in with the big 5. She didn't change her wants changed her actions. I get what you're saying with that. Like you can't change wants, but I think you still can. Like I would
but as a matter of will, I
want to sit around and eat bonbons and just get fat and do nothing, absolutely, it'd be great. But I don't. I don't, right? So even though it's like kind of like, oh, that'd be nice, but it's not, I don't think that that's like predetermined by anything. That wouldn't even be, that would go against survival concepts. Like that would go against nature and nurture.
Well, humans choose the short term, like the detriment of the long term all the time. So somewhat, it's not as simple as that, but I do agree in general they want to make the life better in general. I agree.
I think you could say our want for survival and our want for comfort can we can derive additional wants from that. I want to survive, I want to be comfortable, right? Even more so, the need of I want to survive takes priority over I want to be comfortable, because we can't always be comfortable in order to survive. So I think the want for survival would be like a predetermined kind of factor, but all of our additional wants beyond that, they're just merely branches. I don't think they're necessarily like stuck on predetermination.
It's a tough one. I think about this a lot because, like, it's like put yourself in the example, like you're hungry, you're hungrier than you've ever been, and you've got two choices in front of you: your favorite food in the world and a shit sandwich on moldy bread. Can you make yourself, as an act of will, want the shit sandwich? Actually, like, good faith, like, want it. Salivate for that shit sandwich.
Does the shit sandwich have significantly more nutrients and will be my tool of survival versus the other thing that like maybe offers nothing? It may taste good, but it offers absolutely zero of anything I need.
Yeah, no usefulness whatsoever.
Right. So if the best sandwich in the fucking world is sitting there in front of me, but you tell me, listen, this will actually negate any use and it won't be good for anything. You'll get no nutritional value out of it, but this moldy whatever shit sandwich actually offers you everything you need for you to survive for the next 20 days. Just the same as how can
so you're saying one want can supersede another want, because that's what that would be a case of, right? Your want to survive would supersede your want to eat good food.
I think it's the want for survival. You want to survive, but that doesn't make the want of a shitty sandwich necessarily a true want or not a want. I don't think anything that derives from that would be truly sincere. I want to survive. End of story.
And that's what it ends up being, right? That's what all of our choices seem to end up being is wants and superseding wants rather than the actual willful change of a want.
But isn't there a chance that somebody's going to eat that nice sandwich and somebody's going to eat the moldy sandwich?
I would like to hope so.
It'd be based on the individual's wants, which are probably determined by their past, like that.
What is a want?
Have an example of the nature nurture thing that I thought maybe this is Monty, by the way. I just decided to maybe use an actual.
You better audio.
You can hear me better.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
It's kind of if you think of if anybody knows Carl Sagan, author of Cosmos, he talks about these Japanese Hikigani crabs, I think they were, and so. My example is really, if you think about it from the crab perspective and not a human perspective. So if you think of these crabs that just exist completely, on their own off the coast of Japan, these crabs obviously have families and they have desires to care for their families as all animals do. So that's their nurture, and their nature offers enough food. Everything has been, biocompatible in the water. There's nothing that's threatening them in terms of their environment. However, the people that live in the town will fish for these crabs, and because of the way that our eyes perceive patterns on their shells, over time, fishermen kind of would recognize faces in the backs of these crabs and say that they were samurai, and so they would throw them back in. And so after so many decades of this occurring, these crabs eventually became born with faces of samurais on the backs of their shells. And so that's, I think, an example of something that was completely influenced by something that was outside of a nature.
Well, that's
nurture
evolution, though.
thing.
That's like
Actually,
we've gone through evolution.
He uses that as an example of that's not an example of pure evolution because it's human assisted. Humans intervened in that.
Human selection versus natural selection.
Well,
and so that would be
a predator. It's a predator, just the same as why certain like smaller animals have certain patterns, or like tigers have stripes to blend in. Or
exactly, because it ended up being coded in their DNA to be born with.
That's evolutionary.
Exactly, and it was something that was influenced directly through a human and not necessarily through the pure evolution standpoint, which is just kind of the system on its own.
Tigers,
Correct.
It helps them hide. It's because they are the predator and helps them hide.
I'm sorry?
Like the tiger, it wasn't human intervention. It helps them hide so that they could sneak up on their prey.
No, it's not that it helps them hide. They basically have these samurai faces on their crab shell, because when they're caught by the fishermen, they're thrown back in the water.
I hear what you're saying. What I'm saying is all animals have evolutionary, through evolution, changed things about themselves, whether they are predator or prey, in order to assist. For instance, the tiger it has the stripes so that it can blend into the brush better, so that when it sneaks up on its prey. And then there's other animals where they've through evolution adapted to where they can hide better so that their predators can't find them as easily. And in this instance, the crab that you're talking about, the human's just the predator. That's all. It's not because they felt something from it. It wasn't anything miraculous. It was just evolution said, hey, if we had the ones with this specific pattern seem to survive, but the ones with this specific pattern die, I think. And then also you have to look at it genetically speaking. If the ones that get taken in that don't have the samurai on their back,
no, you're right.
Well, they're not breeding. They're not breeding more. So therefore that pattern is not continuing, and the samurai pattern happens to be continuing.
Yeah.
That's just genetics. Just like
that would be a kind of form of natural selection for the crab.
That's artificial selection. That is not natural selection. And I think it's because you're thinking of it as like these tigers that, aren't choosing their stripes. They're not actively choosing to have certain stripes, just like we as humans are not actively choosing to evolve in a certain way. It just occurs to us. And so this is just I
actually think the crab thing would be natural selection.
I don't know. This is his purely scientific, this
goes against human's nature.
I go with the
natural selection is.
I think that's more nature, not nurture. I see what you're saying for nurture, but I can't agree with it because I think genetically
No, it's totally fine. I think it's because I'm taking a relativistic viewpoint. I don't view it as a human. I view it from the crab's point of view. Just as we don't perceive evolution happening
as genetics. If all of the blue crabs, here in Maryland, we have blue crabs and we have red crabs, right? If all of the blue crabs were thrown back because they're blue and we think they're dead or something weird, right? And we just keep throwing them back, but we eat all of the red crabs. Well, who is reproducing more? The blue crabs. Therefore, 100 years later, we're infested with blue crabs, and there's nothing that says, nurture had something to do with it, or they're afraid. The blue crabs realize that the humans only like the red crabs, so they all stayed blue. No, it's because it's only the blue crabs that are out there reproducing.
Yeah, I guess
so
it's
the
also
genetics
kind of interesting.
Exponentially increasing. It would make sense.
That's literally natural selection.
To just the final point, I'll just that I think is also also kind of interesting is they never looked like samurai faces to begin with. It was just this like weird pattern that our brains perceive, but over time, now when you look at them, they legitimately look like samurai faces. And so there's this like intense debate over why is it that this evolution was targeting human eye, like that's completely removed, and that's why they kind of classified as this artificial evolution that otherwise would have not happened based on the predetermined environment and nurture amongst.
Yeah, but technically, in that case, though, aren't we still a predator, though? And
That's what
this
I'm
is a case of
saying.
an animal having a specific kind of look that made the predator not that leave it alone. So therefore, that population reproduced more and had more variation on the trait.
What I'm saying is, we saw a face, we saw something that humans recognize on the animal, and so like it's something very unique to humans that probably other animals couldn't do. Is that kind of
yeah, and so it's just like this very
kind of the same way that the insects that make themselves look like leaves don't get eaten as often, right?
Right, but the fact that it was so tuned to human eyes rather than other organism eyes.
It's not
like
though,
that,
right? That's just a like an insect didn't evolve that by intention. There happened to be a mutation that made an insect that could make it itself look like a leaf by accident. And because it had that advantage, it was able to reproduce and create offspring that had that advantage. So it took over the population with that trait, right? There is no like intention behind evolution in that sense.
No, it was basically that phenomenon where people like think they see Jesus in a toast. Like it was not like there's actually Jesus on the toast. Like it's just.
But from the crab's perspective, it was simply there is a specific trait that this predator is leaving us alone with. And because that population is unaffected, it's able to reproduce more. Like it really is natural selection. Because like unnatural selection is like dog breeding, where we're actually creating new creatures with intention. When we're actually just a predator and affecting a population, that's just still definitely natural selection.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think it's just. Well, I disagree. I mean, that's the Carl Sagan, the famous astronomer, planetary scientist, who lays it out. I can't do a good job like him, but it's not. I'm not saying that's proof. I don't believe you can prove anything in science. I just think it's something interesting to consider.
It's definitely
if we had blue cows and we ate all the blue cows because the other cows reminded us of some whatever insert reason here, and we ate all the blue cows, it's not that the other cows evolved to not be blue, just they went extinct because we ate all the blue cows.
Right, but I guess like blue is not a single color. Right?
Yeah, so nature, i.e. us, in that instance,
colors
selected the non-blue cows to live, essentially.
Binary in that sense.
I think it's nature. It's like is it because it's human factors, like the big nuance thing. Is that still nature, or is it like something different?
These terms like evolution, whatever, they're usually created through the framework of us as human beings, and so sometimes like, yeah, maybe it doesn't feel like, oh, that's clearly evolution, but that's where those nuances come in, where you have to like think of.
Well, let's pretend
it's the law of relativity. That's the reason why the law.
Let's pretend it was an actual animal that ate specific crabs in that area and not humans, and it was just a specific animal that went and did it, and it didn't touch the samurai crabs, right? And the same phenomenon still happened. Like, you can't say that's nurture. It's still it's a predator eating a very specific group and leaving alone the other group. So the other group in turn is going out and breeding more because it's being left alone, while the group that doesn't have that specific pattern is now like on a supply and demand chain where they're getting eaten up left and right because that's the only ones they can.
Right. I don't think that humans fall into that particular predator.
We are predators. We are predators. That's why we're at the top of the food chain.
When they would release the crabs back, it was actually also for a very fundamental, almost religious reason as well, that was imparting why they were seeing these samurai. It was because of basically trauma. And so they had this legend that the samurai were coming back to get them. It's this long legend. Basically, it's so inverted.
Analogy. If we do this like with food, we would say like we wouldn't call it nature for stuff like I think bananas and watermelon used to be very different back in the day. We bred them purposely over time to have like an end result. I would say I wouldn't call it nature because like we're trying to have like an exact effect.
Well, we nurtured the bananas with like we're doing hybrid seeds for tomatoes and certain type of grasses so that it grows without, it can
But
survive
back then it was
droughts.
just
That's
back then it was
nurture.
like
Nurture is when we go and scientifically alter something. We're nurturing it a different way. Nature is how it started. Nurture is where we created it to be, actually intervened, changed it chemically, so on and so forth. Just the same as nurturing a child. I can choose to neglect the child. I can choose to be a good parent to the child. I can choose all of these different things. That is nurture. Whereas the crabs, I don't think that is nurture. That's natural predatory and prey, or predator and prey. And evolution took effect to that because the crabs with the patterns were surviving for some weird ass reason. Do you think those crabs knew? Like, when you
they don't.
pick
That's
up,
No,
if
and
you
that's why
pick up,
they're
it can be unintentional.
imparting their
We're
biological
talking about
nurture.
GMOs today, but back in the day, we just we accidentally made plants better. Just by we're like, okay, this one has less seeds. Let's just we'll keep planting this one, and over the course, that had an effect. But it wasn't intentional from the beginning. And also, I actually didn't know the definition of nurture. Nurture refers to the environmental influences and experiences that shape an individual's development, and so that's a human factor that could still be nurture.
Yeah, nurture can be a human element, like loving, being caring, just the same as when I said before, the king that said, "Hey, I want to test and see if there's an actual language, and I want all these babies to be here and nobody can talk to them." And guess what? They died. I'm pretty sure that's the story. I'm pretty sure that's the moral behind it. But they died because they weren't nurtured, because they didn't have the mother's voice. So naturally, that makes us believe that, okay, human interaction, human talking, loving, cooing, singing, nurturing a baby, tending to a child, feeding a child, all of these things, these are nurture, right? Nature is you get the flu or you get the Black Plague and you die, right? Your life ends because you die. Nature is evolution, where the things start to engage and change themselves because it's of things around it. Those things around it are not changing it, but they are evolution is changing. Their genetics are changing to better adapt to the society around it. Nurture is I'm creating this by changing and altering it or doing specific things to alter it on purpose. Why do you nurture a child? Why do you pick up a crying baby to nurture it, to help it feel better?
I think these are different. I think that scientific is different because I just do not know this. I had to look this up. Because nature refers to the biological and genetic predispositions before. So basically, it's all the innate abilities that are present at birth. But anything beyond that, that would be nurture. And so if you're killing the crabs after birth, I think that'd be nurture. But
that's part of nature. That's part of nature.
No, nurture is the crabs imparting their own knowledge to their young, just the same way geese teach their young how to fly south for the winter. Nurture is the crabs' interactions with each other and the way that they develop their own traditions or whatever they do, how they hunt, the way they sleep, whatever. I don't know what crabs do. I'm not familiar, but for humans, that's exactly what you were saying. For geese, they're doing that with themselves, and so that's what I'm saying. Nurture was taken care of with the crabs, and then nature is the biological, and just the fact that the pH of the water is 7 and not going to kill them, the fact that there are organisms around that they can eat. And so this idea is basically, the analogous version is as if aliens came and somehow interfered in our natural evolution. I guess it's kind of it's important to consider, right? It's not an argument, but I will say, I don't think
you about to bring up the Anunnaki
things in science. The only thing that we do in science is we all come to some sort of a consensus, and things change all the time. So that was, I strongly believe that. So I always say that.
Let's talk crabs for days. Go ahead.
So with the crabs, then, were the crabs determined to change their little face patterns on their backs?
I think that idea is actually kind of controversial. That's why it's just interesting to talk about. It's not necessarily that what I'm saying is correct. I just think, like I said, like it's just an idea that was presented by Carl Sagan, and people like to talk about it, criticize it. It's just interesting. I don't know.
I think nature would be when a horse is born and it's able to stand up on its hind legs and do its own thing, whereas nurture would be the mother horse being protective of it and having it follow it and leading it and showing it things of how to be a horse. But it still, as a horse, knows to stand up on its legs as soon as it's popped out. Trib one coming with the big two. Attraction or ick is what it is. Want is more vague.
Maybe once the word, but I wanted to talk about, and I see a good bridge here between nature, nurture, and wants, because we probably are from this. Obesity is a big thing in America. And sorry, I thought about this because Sarah, you're talking about most people like want to survive, they want to live longer, but actually, I think the evidence actually shows the opposite. Most people are willing to like prioritize the short term, especially comes with like calories at the detriment to like to their future. I think heart disease used to be the number one cause of death. I'm not sure if it still is.
Oh, I recently saw like a really cool documentary on the history of soul food and how it was brought over from Africa, but also born out of necessity because apparently slaves obviously were not fed very well, and they were given things that were kind of considered waste, things that like bone marrow or like bones or whatever. And so they kind of developed out of necessity a lot of cooking methods to be able to make things like pig feet, things that would have been thrown away. I think there were a lot of weeds that they learned how to cook before the dandelions sprouted that were not bitter. So all of these methods persist today. But because all of these were considered waste materials because they were so high in fats, culturally have significantly affected African American populations to be more susceptible to diseases like high cholesterol, diabetes, as a result of these types of diets that are a result of nurture, because they're, these are things that they eat and that's part of their culture. That's what they know. But I thought it was super cool because it was like presented as soul food is like history on a plate, and I thought it was just kind of cool.
I'm down here in Louisiana, so I could tell you all about that.
Yeah,
that's all of our foods are basically from the fact that everybody here started off poor and we had to throw everything in a pot.
Yeah, the resilience I thought was really cool.
I think it's a big factor, but I would say this is my hot take, my opinion. I think most of us are one of the reasons we deal with obesity is basically we were designed for like a caloric deficit like society where you'd be hunting, gathering, you wouldn't have calories every day like we have now, where now we have food very available. You can go to the grocery, you can get something super calorically dense. That was not something that was around where like we were evolving. And I feel like we evolved for a certain nature, a certain environment, and we've changed our environment so much that it's a struggle now, where we're kind of built for a previous environment that we're no longer in.
Where we needed to store things, we needed to build up and kind of fatten up for the winter, because the
economic competition of food has basically made our entire food supply full of sugar and shit. So like you can't even really eat healthy easily anymore.
No.
Now there's also
you have to read. You literally have to read everything on the back, or else you have like it could say natural, organic, perfect, great for you, and then you'll like look at the back and it's like total opposite. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's absolutely absurd.
I thought it was interesting because I remember earlier talking about like competing once. It's interesting because I think a lot of people want to eat a lot of calories, just both they want to be like have a six pack, but also like, well, I'll take this drug Ozempic so I can get there because I need external help to get there. It's just it's an interesting example of like conflicting wants and needs.
Yeah, but people in the same situation would choose, okay, I'm just going to do fasting, or I'm just going to eat more healthy, or I'm just going to go into
most people do not do that. The majority of people in America have obesity, so they're not doing that, at least on average.
They're choosing not to do
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
I don't know if it's a choice. Complete choice.
But you can't prove.
Well, I'm saying I'm saying there's a huge external factor. Back in the day, you literally could not get like more than 2,000 calories a day. That'd be really hard to do back in the day when you were hunter gatherer. Now you can literally go to the store and get 6,000 calories very easily. That's a very good example of external factors changing our life.
No, because again,
you would not back in the day. No, wait, back in
then
you agree with me, Jared. Back in the day, you would not have the choice. You wouldn't have the ability to have the choice to consume 6,000 calories. Now you can.
Yeah, and
there's a huge influence, I think.
Yeah, so then why isn't everybody overweight and obese?
Majority of people are, and the people are not. A lot of them are rich and on drugs.
You're the one who's making the claim.
You understand?
I don't think
every human.
These external forces.
I don't think every human is the same. You realize I'm saying that, but I'm saying over the course of a bunch of
you're the
people,
one who's making the claim that these external forces. One sec. Listen to the argument. You're the one who's making the claim that these external forces are would dictate what should happen. But when we observe reality, we see that there's difference. There's a difference of outcomes.
20 years ago, obesity was not an issue like it is today. Now it's an issue
because of outcomes, because there's a difference of incomes.
Yeah, that's it. The rich people, usually if you're rich, you can be you're skinnier, you can afford a Ozempic. Well, lots of external factors involved.
Well, it's also that the cheapest food is always the most dense in sugars and
oh, it's terrible, isn't
and
it?
breads and the easiest food to get is always the worst for you usually.
Yeah, like
let's
ramen.
example. Let's say I'm really poor. Do I have the choice to get ripped and have a 6-pack? Do I really have the free will to? No, I can afford.
So there's no tribes in Africa.
I don't have time to go to the gym.
I was gonna say, if we went to South Africa right now, there'd probably be a lot of dudes with 6-packs that
are ripped, that don't even have two nickels to rub together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a bunch of factors, right? Also, you have to think of the kind of work that is predominant in America now. Most people are just kind of sitting on their butts most of the day. They're not being physical at all. So you have these compounded things of having these really cheap, shitty diets, plus the fact that you're being sitting still sedentary the whole day. And if you've got a family, as soon as you get off of work, you're dealing with that until you go to sleep. So the idea that everybody's lazy, I don't buy that. I think there are plenty of people who are, obese people who just eat food all day, and there's plenty of those. But I think most people, because I've known so many people who are way more active than me, and they're still huge. So there's still got to be something that's greater than that. I just don't think that all of a sudden half of America became lazy and fat, right?
No matter what evidence or what cases we make, you will always say, "Well, no, there's got to be something. There's got to be something." But you're clinging to nothing essentially.
No, you just keep ignoring all the outside factors.
I think,
but you haven't pointed to a single one.
You
just say that it's there.
Choosing.
We have more calories available. That's one.
Oh, but why we don't need to eat that many calories if we're not burning that many? If we're sedentary,
want to. I'm saying you can't control.
Right? What I'm saying, but you can choose what kind of calories you're putting in your body, right? You could choose a fucking salad. You could choose.
Everyone has a 6-pack. No one wants to be fat. No one wants to be obese. Talk to anyone who is obese. You ask them, do you want your current body? Most of them are like, no, I'd rather be skinnier.
Do they really want it though? Do they really want it? Because based on the concept of want and what you're saying with the determinism, if I want something, typically I'm going to do and make those choices to have it.
They want. The thing is, there's another want that's stronger, which is the will to consume or the want to consume more calories than they're burning,
or the want to sit on your butt and play video games or something like that.
Does anyone know that the nutrition labels are changing?
In what way?
In a good way or a bad way?
Every 20 years they're required to change that, and the food pyramid actually doesn't. I don't think exists anymore. It changed.
Well, the food pyramid's all bullshit.
The fact that that's not very well known. I think the reason why we're so obese is because we just flat out don't get taught about proper nutrition. I think I saw a video from the 1950s that was shown to high school students, and it goes into proper nutrition and diet, and I was like, oh,
butter and more butter.
I'm still learning what is a proper
spoonful of butter will make the day better.
The food pyramid was so bad. The bottom one was bread. You should just consume mostly bread and carbs. That was fucking wrong.
Yeah, all carbs.
Yeah, because it was designed by the agricultural industry, because they wanted to sell more wheat, more crops, and all products based on it.
Yeah, and that's the easiest thing to grow, right? I mean, like
Exactly.
and it's efficient, it's cheap, it makes sense. But whether it's good for you or not, it's a whole bread is a filler food if you're poor and you can't, fill your diet with because you can't afford meat and you can't you have to grow vegetables and stuff year round and it has to be seasonal, but that is even limited. So the filler is bread. Bread is a filler. It's not meant to be like your main meal. It's simply a filler. That's why I always eat the bread last. If I'm still hungry, then I go for the bread or then I go for the french fries.
Quick question, because I do have to go. But it sounds like we agreed, like, education would help maybe the way we consume food in America. We all agree education could help with that.
Oh, 100%. I think
I agree, but to me, that went away from free will. If you had free will, you wouldn't have to educate people because they could just freely choose whatever they want. No, but you had to add.
If you don't know, you don't know. You have to have critical thinking.
You can't know without external factors. I agree.
But you have to have critical thinking to be able to sit and make a wise decision. And without knowledge of something, then you cannot apply critical thinking. That's why when you apply critical thinking to write a dissertation or something, you have to go look at all opinions on the matter. You have to take each one and then formulate your own opinion. That's part of critical thinking. But if I only give you half the evidence and the other half's still out there, then you can only apply what you know based on what you're given.
I think I agree. Just to me, that points away from free will because you need extra information, more external sources to have more accurate.
But as an adult, can't you choose to say, you know what? I wonder if this is right. That's part of critical thinking. You still have to be willing to ask the questions. You have to be smart enough to say, you know what? Let me go ask these questions. Why? Have you ever had a 5-year-old ask you 10,000 times why, and every answer you give, the next question is, but why? But why? We already have that built in, but for some fucking reason, society tells us to shut that shit down.
I do think we should think about that. But what do we say? Hypothetical. What's someone's really low IQ and they literally don't have that ability to do that critical thinking? Is that different in that scenario?
You don't think we're born with critical thinking skills?
Well, so let's say you're literally 40 IQ. You're not the average person.
I think with children in that question, why we have the ability to question everything. We just somehow are suppressed by society to stop asking why, just accept the answer you're given. But then once we become adults, that's when that curiosity starts to strike again, because we go out into the world, we're on our own, and we're left to the whole fucking world. And now we can say, wait a minute, wait, but why?
Well, let me clarify. Do you think that people are born or get more intelligence throughout their life? Do you think everyone has the same level of intelligence, or do you think there's a variety between people?
I think it's applicability. I don't think it's your IQ level is determinative of how intelligent you are. I think it's your willingness, or not your willingness, but your ability to apply knowledge. You can be a fucking genius and still not be able to take point A and get to point Z. You can know all the calculations and not know how to actually run them. I can memorize Pythagorean's theorem and still not know how to actually do the math.
I think I agree with you, but that does not sound like free will to me. It's because I would assume everyone has the same ability to logic. If that was the case,
it's the ability to apply. And you're choosing whether you want to apply it or not. I can know that the stove's fucking hot, but I can still choose to touch it. I applied knowledge and I still chose wrong.
Thinking more of an extreme example, where someone because we definitely know people where they don't have the same cognitive ability as us. We can't assume everyone's gonna have that same ability. I think most people, they should do critical thinking, but there's some people they literally can't do it because of their brains.
They may not be book smart, but they could fucking run mechanics like a genius, right? Or they may not be good at music, reading, writing music, or playing music, but they can, paint you, whatever, like a incredible painting, right? we have to remember the human element, that we are all unique. We are all created as complete individuals. No two people are the same. We can have a lot of similarities, but no two people are exactly the same. Our applicability of the knowledge that we harness is applied differently. My perspective is my reality. Therefore, you and I could look at the same painting and find all completely different perspectives of it. Right? I think applicability is the key. I think that we're all born intelligent in our own way. Some people can just sit and run math like it's their fucking job. Some people can paint. Some people can do. If we didn't, if that wasn't a fact, we wouldn't have all of these different things.
But I agree with you. Me, like when that person does critical thinking, they're gonna do critical thinking through their lens, so they're gonna have a different outcome than like average. Not a different person, and to me that's away from free will. Because to me, again, maybe I'm using the wrong definition. If you complete free will, they'd come to the same. They'd have the same determination. They do the same critical thinking, then they'd have the same conclusion.
I think it's opposite
because
of that.
everyone's going through their own lens.
Everybody's going through their own lens. That's why we have so many unique paintings and unique music compositions and unique stories that are written and unique math calculations and unique everything. What do you got?
Well, again, I do to go, but I just want to conclude with I'm down for different definitions, but the definition I'm going with is determinism. It basically means there's factors outside your control, and that sounds like.
Perfect. Thanks, Francis, for coming on. I appreciate you running this through. It is a good conversation. I like it.
I can talk about free will for days. Again, I could be wrong, but I mean, Dan's here. Maybe we'll sit for a little bit longer.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just clicked into the stream. I don't know the conversation. I just want to say, Sarah, thank you for having me on. Process, you know I love you. Teriak, Monty, you know I love you. And Effigy, everyone, you know, hello, nice to meet you, right? You know. Just want to make my
hello.
Process.
It was shown everyone out.
Process, if you could just catch me up real quick, TLDR on the conversation. You know, Dan will give a hot.
Do you have any hot takes on? Do you know what determinism and free will is?
In free will, is that what we're arguing right now?
Versus determinism.
Determinism. Oh.
Wait, verse, or you think it's the same?
To me, I think it's either or. But I have heard compatibilism arguments. But
I just want to. I do have a friend with me. He's gonna stay off cam, but he does have good takes as well. I do believe in free will. No.
Are you saying it's the same thing, or are you saying against it?
No, to me they're not incompatible. Either free will exists or it's determinism. That's my opinion. There's some people that believe in both.
I believe in free will. Someone asked me to do something, and just to keep it short, I can either choose to do it or choose not to do it. Let's be real. I can put my hand on my head. I can rub my belly. I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. Now, if someone's going to go ahead and take the stance of it was already predetermined that I'm going to do it, I guess you can say that, but I just don't believe in that. And if you want me to prove it, it would get a little crazy. Okay, but understand that what I'm saying is predetermined shit does not exist. Predetermined shit does not exist. It doesn't. We're currently gambling right now. If you want to say predetermined exists, no, it doesn't. Okay? I'm just addicted. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Compelled to gamble. You have no choice.
We do have a.
God told me to gamble tonight.
No. Well, you're arguing now for predeterminism. You're saying
I am still leasing, but I want to ask you guys about this study. And I don't know if I'm completely biased, but there's some studies where back in 2008, and they did a more recent one, 2022, where they're like doing brain scans. I forget the specifics, but like basically they had them make a choice. I feel like it's like push a button, like left or right, I forget what it was, and they had like the patient had to like register when they're making the choice, and they saw. One sec. Wait, let me get this out.
Go ahead.
They saw in the brain scans. They saw in the brain scans that there were signals like going off in the brain before the person thought they were making this decision. To me, it doesn't necessarily prove determinism, but that's interesting that it seems like the brain kind of registers the decision before the actual conscious being does.
Prawn, can I ask you? Do you think it was predetermined that you were gonna move to Austin and you were gonna? Your entire journey. Do you think just in whole? As a sum, do you think?
I don't like the word predetermined, but it's it's predetermined as a cause effect where I happen to meet Ava. I talked to Ava. I
Yeah,
happened to meet
determined,
Darius,
not
I had to
predetermined.
meet Ava through Darius, and that led me to be here. But all that was outside of control. I never chose
Okay,
to
but
meet Ava
have
and
you
Darius.
ever not thought like I said something once on panel, everybody loved it, this and that. You never thought it was because you did something, cause and effect, that got you to where you were. If you didn't go ahead and make Kino content like the ant farm streams or whatever, like if you didn't do this one
Ant
thing,
farm streams?
Yeah, it was
Sarah
a-
the
it was a
Raging
bit- it was a
Tomato,
bit.
yes. Yeah, Prawn was Kino. Prawn was Kino at one point, yes. If you didn't do this one thing that, it may have been perceived as terrible. Let's be real. The way that Sarah just said, ant farm streams? What? The whole
It wasn't my
chat,
channel. It was someone else's channel.
it's kind of like everyone loved the ant farm stream. No, probably nobody loved it at the time, but everyone looks back and says, Prancess was on to something when he streamed an ant colony for the entire late night stream. Okay, do you feel like that was because you did it though, or do you think that was predetermined? Like that was God that made you do? And one more question. I hate to just ramble and kind of like fire off a lot of things, but are we saying God predetermined these things, or just life in general? Is that what we're saying?
That did get brought up. I'm more so. I don't like the word predetermined. Everything's a chain of effect. Where
Okay,
I thought of the ant streams because I thought it'd be fucking funny to do I had thought in my head. And I can't control thought. I thought, what's the worst content I could possibly do? What's the most boring thing I could watch? And I thought, a fucking ant farm. And yeah, I couldn't control that.
He
off my
streamed a
head.
live. I don't know if it was a live stream or it was just a video, but it was an ant colony just like feeding on like the little food. It was
Kind of lit though.
It was terrible. No, it was terrible. But like, you understand, Prawn says sometimes the terrible content, the chat will be, oh, this is Kino, right? And now I think it's a snowball effect, and I think chat in a whole is snowball effect. If one person is fucking with it, then the next person will, so on, so forth, right? Do you understand what I was trying to say?
I think so.
With like, yeah, it's a lot of
But
ball
let's not make it be a circle about me. I'm gonna head out soon. But Sarah, thanks so much for having me. Happy to talk about free will in terms
You're
of
not heading
NEA.
out. No, Prawns, that's you're staying.
I'm going on Darius' stream, but I'll talk about this for 3 more hours any other day. Again, I do admit I could be wrong. It's my opinion, but I'm not closed off to the idea of compatibilism or free will. I definitely lean toward determinism in some way, though.
Determinism. Okay, so it was actually
to define that for Dan. That just means there are factors that are outside of control, whether it be previous events, external factors.
Is it determined that I follow? Is it determined that I follow you and try and hop on another stream, or I sit here and battle it out with Sarah?
It was fate.
Is
it was
it
destiny.
determined? Is it determined?
I think I'm leaning toward yeah.
Is it?
Well, I don't get how it's determined.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying. Okay, sorry, and I said this earlier. What that basically means is, if we had a time machine, or if I could basically rewind the clock, like at 100 years, history would just proceed down the same events that they occurred. Nothing would change. It's a long chain.
Now, if you gave your prediction on what I would do, would I stay on here or would I follow you? And if I chose to go against what you think I would do you think that was predetermined that Dan would go against what you thought, or would I go ahead and follow with what you didn't think, or like you understand what I'm trying to say?
No, wait.
I could go against whatever you.
Dan.
No, speak.
Dan.
If you're talking about
Dan.
time travel, no,
Dan.
if you're talking about time travel, and you messed up
Dan.
events. If you go back,
Hey, Dan.
it wouldn't be.
Dan,
Dan.
take a breath.
I'm not Dan.
Danny
I'm not
boy.
Dan. I'm not Dan.
Who the fuck
Dan's
are you?
friend, take a breath.
That's my buddy. That's my buddy. Refer to him as Dan 2.0.
Yeah.
please.
You guys must be the same person. You both put the phone right up in your eyes.
I thought it was.
My bad.
My
bad. Wait.
He was cooking a little bit. Can you let him land his
He
plane?
wasn't cooking.
He wasn't.
You even let me finish the damn sentence.
Flow
He
state,
was
let him
all
land
over
his
the
plane.
place.
Let him land the plane. Let him land the plane.
All right. If you're talking about time travel and you think everything's predetermined, if you go hypothetically, if you go back in time and you change something, it's not predetermined.
No, but you're changing something. That's what it means.
Not
You're adding a new external
predetermined,
cause. That's not
determined.
changing anything. Yeah, there's a chain of events, but you're adding a new event. Therefore, the
So
whole
how
chain.
would it be determined? No, let's say you go forward in time. Then how would it be determined if you don't even know what's coming up and you decide to go forward in time?
So here's an analogy. I don't know if this is accurate, but I think it's kind of like reading a book where the book's written, but you can only experience the book on the current page you're on. I can't
But
look. I can't.
why would
I
it
can't
be
look-
written
I
if
can't
you
look
don't
beyond.
know what you're gonna do for the next couple? Let's say hypothetically, let's say you're 20 years old, right?
All
You
right, this
time
is
travel
not
to
a free will
your
argument.
30. Let's say you time travel to 30. Your
Pretty sure
individual
this is
moves.
the
Let's say you
plot
go
line Back to the
decide to go
Future.
gamble all your money, or you decide to go on a heroin spree, or whatever you do, or you change that. How is that determined? If you can change every day what you do to make an outcome different.
Isn't the
I don't think you
definition
can.
of
But yeah.
it being insane doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome?
Well, that no correlation, ma'am. No.
I know,
correlation.
but I'm just saying he was saying.
Are you
that-
Dan's brother?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense to me.
Yes, sir.
But then it would be the definition of insanity,
Floaty.
because if I'm fat, okay, like if I'm 300 pounds and I want to be skinny, but I am continuing to sit on the couch and eat bonbons all day and do nothing about it, then that is the definition of insanity. And this doesn't come down to determinism. This comes down to I am choosing to be fucking psychotic.
Yeah.
This is a whole other
Yeah.
topic, but we should talk about one day. Is addiction a choice?
All right, let's do
Oh,
it.
that's an that actually is a great question.
But
Oh.
choice kind of emphasizes not predetermined or determined. Like they kind of emphasize the choice part of it makes it not determined, right? I have a choice to do this or that. emphasis
What
on
he's saying though is that you were predetermined by your genetics, your societal influence, your parents raised you a certain way, your religion was a certain way, your work ethic became a certain way. All of these things. What he's saying is that all of these little pieces were created.
what I wanted.
Why are you talking while we're talking?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk.
At
to
least
him.
mute yourself if
Mute
you're having a
yourself.
sidebar. Come on, boys. You've been fucking up all of the 9 rules of being a good panelist since you got here.
Oh man, they stomped all over.
Mm-hmm. But
Um,
what Process is saying is that all of these little tidbits that happen through your life predetermined all of the decisions you're going to make in the future. That's what Process is saying. Whereas
I interpret it more as once you are an addict, then are you still operating under your own free will? I guess.
Okay, I could see that. But you're still. I'm gonna put us in the center.
Well,
because
I
then
think it just
can,
confuses people to use the term predetermined.
Yeah, I agree.
It because that you're implying something about set timeline and all this other stuff. It's just about determination. It's just about cause and effect. One thing. It's like saying I ate a bunch of candy and then got sick. It cause and effect. I did a thing and therefore a thing. That's basically all determinism is trying to say, is that we're ruled by cause and effect.
We're nothing but a bunch of snowballs rolling down a hill.
Snowball.
That's all it is. That's what they're saying. It's all just this big
Filthy.
line of cause and effect, and at no point can we choose to stop the snowball from running.
You could
You're a
have stopped
snowball.
fucking dick.
That's an analogy.
I mean, we can choose, but there would have been
You
a
don't know what a
reason
snowball is. That's
that
not- you
happened
don't know
before
what
you
that-
chose
Not
it.
if they were
That kind of-
predetermined to keep.
You
sucking
just
dick.
remembered what a snowball was.
all these say something different. And that's actually a perfect analogy. It's like a rock going down a hill where you can the rocks are not in control, but like the mountain can like be moving. There could be like divots that kind of move it around, but the rock's not really in control of where it's being tossed.
But Process,
I like getting tossed.
Say I'm a rock destined for greatness. Say I'm a rock destined for greatness. I could go ahead and ruin everything right here, right now. Like that's not hard to do. I could ruin everything right now, right? Let's just say I could not have a great building conversation. You understand? Like it's not determined on what I do. It's not determined on what. Saying determined
really
is
bad
so
word.
crazy.
It's called determinism. It basically means there are external factors involved, and it's a giant cause and effect. Determined, I agree. It's a bad name. It's a bad name.
No, well, look here. I'll give you an example really quickly.
Please
earlier you said whether it's going to be determined whether or not you follow Process to another panel. Do you think it would be more likely for you to follow Process if you had never seen or heard of who he is before, or if you had watched his show before?
Why is that determined?
Because
It's a
cause
previous-
and
it's a
effect,
previous
you
event.
knew who he
That's
is from
not
previous
cause.
event.
It's so Dan this is actually Dan.
Oh, but even at that, I'm very well introduced to flow state, where I'd say we're good associates, right? And I would even raid his channel with my people, and yet I would still go and watch somebody else's because I choose to go watch somebody else's who I might not even have been watching for a while. I just
But is
kinda
it predetermined,
little-
Sarah, that you were gonna raid his channel and then watch somebody else's? Or
Yeah,
like,
because I
say-
told her if she
I'm
doesn't,
obligated.
I'm gonna
He'll
kidnap one of
beat
her
me.
kids.
He'll beat me if I
obligated.
don't.
Okay, sure, that's determined. I
Oh.
shit talk. I shit
I
talk.
mean, there are all
Process
kinds of
all
prior
the time.
factors, right? She actually knows flow state. They actually talked before. Maybe there was a conversation. There's all kinds of things.
Honestly, it's just easier.
Prawn, was I not playing Jackbox with you at 2 a.m. with nobody in your Discord server other than originals? Okay, was I not? I know who Process is. So
But
for me
that's what he's
to
saying.
speak on,
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
saying he's saying if you didn't know me, you probably wouldn't do that. But because you met me in the class,
but
that's
out
leading
of
you to make a
spite,
choice
out
today.
of spite for conversational.
Science Monk, I'd like to hear from you. You are new to this panel and this show. You look really
Science.
happy. You look very happy to be here. I'd like to hear from you.
Do I not look happy? I should have joined this a long time ago. I was not ready. Fuck, what is this about? Determinism?
You were
Free will?
determined to not be ready for this. Your
I was
snowball has hit a rock. Okay.
I was determined to get high as fuck before coming on here and still trying.
We're all right there with you, just in our own ways. Okay.
He's in the perfect mind state.
Yeah.
Not drunk.
And
is-
I'm shooting
drunk is
heroin.
Way easier.
Don't say that. YouTube, shut the fuck up.
Sorry. In World of Warcraft.
In World of Warcraft is crazy. Science Monk, I would like to let you land your plane if you had a yes. I'm sorry.
Dan, what are you running this show? Shut the fuck up.
Yes, ma'am. I
Yeah,
love you so much.
landing
Yeah,
planes.
All right,
I'm very good at
Science
landing
Monk,
planes.
you're high as fuck.
I think
Determinism and free will.
I think free will might be real. There's no reason why it shouldn't be real. I think it could be the case that like free will is an emergent property, right? So it's only something that exists if you have something that's sophisticated enough to like run free will on it. So you would need like a human brain for that to happen, right? So it's human brain's complexity that makes free will possible. And one of the problems with this is that
kind of what I said earlier in a way, the compatibilist argument.
Yeah, we don't have like a very good science of like complexity in physics, but if we figured that out, I think we would be able to figure out things like free will. But yeah, I think some of this is just stuff where the science is behind, and we're still kind of going based off of assumptions of old science and old scientific ideas. Like determinism is really something that existed. It was really more of a serious thing before they figured out like quantum mechanics and stuff like that. Because with quantum mechanics, they realized that even like the positions of particles isn't like determined. Like it's not. You can't actually determine where it is, right? That's
Exactly.
I could probably go give a much better explanation than that, but not right now.
Dude, you are exactly high enough for this conversation.
Yeah,
That's a good high
exactly.
combo. Yeah.
That was kick ass. Yes.
Yeah.
And
Fuck,
Trib
what was
one
I
coming
talking
with a
about?
big two. Hold on. I don't know why we can't separate free will from free speech.
Wait, how are they related?
He didn't.
What? I don't know how we can't separate free will from free speech.
Because if you're able to
I don't
decide
even know
what
what
you
that
can
means.
say, then that in the moment, that means it's not predetermined.
Well, in free will and free speech, I will say both come with consequences. If
Well,
you
no
say
shit.
something, right? So that's where they would be together. If you say something or you do something stupid, you better be ready to face the consequences of those acts.
Doesn't free will proves free speech?
I think so. Or
I
free
mean, free
speech,
vice versa,
through
vice versa.
free
Yeah.
will.
Flo-
Yeah, I
Flo
got
State,
it.
can
I was.
wait, Flo. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to step on toes, but
Go ahead.
Flo State, I do know you're an opinionated man. Can I ask you, where do you fall on the determinism versus like it's not determinism, right?
For the record, he's not opinionated. I just tell him his opinion when he needs it.
What am I supposed to say here?
I love you.
I want your opinion, motherfucker.
I think that the entire question is mental masturbation, and
What?
yeah, just like that. And I think that it doesn't like ultimately it doesn't matter if you stroke it with your left or you stroke it with your right, because everybody behaves in a way that says we are not predetermined. Everybody operates as if there's free will.
I agree with that.
You ain't lying.
Okay, so everyone wants to ball wash Flow State, and all I'm gonna say is it sounds like he's siding with me.
I like washing his balls. They're nice balls.
It sounds like
Does
he's siding.
she
it
won't
sounds like
stop
he's
washing
siding
them.
with me. It sounds like Flow State does not think this conversation is
I gotta clip
determined,
that.
at least, right? It sounds like this conversation is not determined.
Was it
Speaking of washing balls, I had to head out finally. I'm actually gonna finally leave. See you guys. See you soon.
You gonna go wash some
Thanks,
balls,
Sarah.
Prawn? I
Yeah,
love you,
got some
Prawn.
washing to do. I'll see you around. I'll definitely have to come back again soon.
Prawn,
Bye.
are you going live, Prawn? Are you going live?
God, just
I am live. I'm gonna join Jerry's on his stream.
He was predetermined to be live all
you guys
day.
are predetermined to watch my 9 rules for being a stream guest.
You're predetermined to watch.
But I'm
these
not on your
nuts.
panel. I can ask about other people now.
You can ask about anyone else, just not other live streams at the same time.
Shout out Prawn-Test, shout out Flow State, shout out Sarah the Raging Tomato, shout out Science Monk, shout out Effigy,
Dan.
shout out Terriac, right? I mean, how else
Hell
do I
yeah,
fucking-
we're all getting shout outs.
How else do I say it? Other than it was not predetermined for me to shout out everybody on this bitch.
It needs to be predetermined for me to start making my own YouTube content. I keep saying I'm going to do that, but
What stops you? Is it determined that you're just
But it was
stopped?
determined because we're the people on the panel. And you
Maybe
wouldn't have shouted out unless we were the
just
people on the panel.
forever. That's just my life.
Shout out Pass, shout out Moxie, shout out Hurricane Taylor is a big shout out, right? I shout out anybody. It's not predetermined. How undetermined do I need to act before my point is made?
Do you know that 70s show? Do you
Just
know
don't do
Ashton
anything
Kutcher's
illegal.
character? That's who Dan reminds me of.
I didn't hear it, but I'm gonna laugh as well.
It was pretty funny.
Dan, are you high too?
No, I've been drinking, but I don't.
No, he's
or
just
you just-
like that.
No. I've been drinking, but I'm not. I don't do drugs anymore. Thank you.
I like Tito's. Tito's.
I've been drinking, but I don't do drugs.
That's not.
That was actually
He said, "Don't do drugs anymore."
It was a contradiction. It was alcohol is a drug. I'll admit. Yeah.
Alcohol is definitely a drug.
Yeah, no, they're
It's
the
a
same
cult.
thing. Like, let's not even make a distinction.
Well, you
Was
can
it the-
say that. You could say that if it's your last sip of alcohol for the night.
It's not. It's not. It's not. Was it determined that we're now gonna, debate this? Was it determined?
It was determined that I think you're a ding dong, and it's funny.
No, bro, I love you.
Thank you.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Fuck it. You feel me? That's a W in my book.
Rumble Rage just in time says with the Big Ten, he doesn't do drugs anymore. They do him now.
That is
It's
how
their
it works.
turn.
That was good. Thank you,
Holy
Rumble Rage.
shit.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
Finally, our panel got a little more degen. We were getting a little too deep in the thought there. I thought it was.
Oh yeah.
If I
Fuck
could
those
surface
thoughts.
level it to retard.
Some of you were.
I'll do it.
Bro, we. Come on.
It's actually a good one. We are gambling as well right now. Not to. I don't know if it's allowed on YouTube, but is it predetermined right now that we win?
Never
Definitely not.
stop gambling.
It's predetermined that the next lottery ticket is going to be the one that hits.
There it is, Flow State. I'm not gonna lie, I'll split it 50 with you, brother.
Why is it going
All right.
Did you know that 90% of gamblers quit right before they win big?
Facts.
I heard it was
Go back to
95,
the
but
casino.
That's why we're down right now.
That sounds like a predetermination to make him continue more. You are setting him
Yes.
up.
that sounds like what a
Continue going.
loser would say. Somebody who doesn't win the lottery.
I don't
does
gamble
sound-
with
it
money I
does sound
don't
like it.
have. I like my money exactly where it is in my pocket and not someone else's.
Because
Well, you don't
Okay,
I didn't
wait,
say that I would
wait.
gamble. I just say I want him to gamble.
Miss Sarah, have you ever gambled?
He
Miss
says,
Sarah?
Miss Sarah, am I a teacher?
Miss
be.
Sarah, Miss Tomato. Can I go to the bathroom, Miss Tomato?
What happens when you let on teenagers, Sarah?
I'm 23. I'm 20. Stop it with the
You
teenagers.
elitist.
I'm
13.
I mean, I haven't been called. I mean, I'm like my kids' friends call me Miss Sarah, right? They say Miss Sarah. Can I?
I'm 23. I'm just trying to show respect to the panel.
To a motherly figure.
Respect to your.
He's just
elders.
trying to suck up.
He's saying you're old.
Oh, I saw Sarah. I love you. You
totally
look so good.
saying I'm
Sarah, you look
old.
so good. I love you.
What's
I just want to say it now.
what is it
Let's ice
when he
let's ice
ball
this
washes a
motherfucker.
woman?
Clam.
It's the labia scrub.
Sarah, you know what you look like?
Sir, yes, sir.
What do I look like?
You
Clam.
look like a who.
Yeah, I hear that
Like
one a
a
lot.
Whoville.
Cindy Lou Who. My dad used to call me Cindy Lou Who.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do kind of look like a, yeah. What do they call them?
Who's? They're the Who's.
Yeah, the Who's.
All the Who's
Yeah.
down in Whoville. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. You're lucky I'm drinking, kid.
I love you so much. Yeah, I love disrespect too. Disrespect.
Nice recovery, Dan. That's great.
Fuck yeah, man. She would never throw me off my pivot. Sarah the Raging Tomato. Oh my gosh, she's
That's what her name is? Sarah the Raging
I
Tomato?
created the pivot.
So predeterminism, was it determined that I would go ahead and was it determined that I would go ahead and
All right,
just
I
call
want to
it
hear Science Monk again. All right, you were kind of on a roll there, and I want you to expand a little more because you were saying
Yeah,
because
they
we have
broke the
brains,
train.
we have all of
I don't
these
even know what
brains.
we're talking about anymore.
Like it wouldn't even be. It wouldn't even make sense for us to have these brains that we can choose and have synapses and all of these things with if we couldn't actually do this shit with. What's the point of even having a fucking brain if you can't make decisions with it? Go.
Yeah, okay, so that actually is a slightly different angle, which I actually didn't consider. Like,
that was what I took from what you were saying.
But here's the thing, like, there's levels of autonomy in things, right? So like a chemical reaction has no autonomy. You dump it in another chemical, it just reacts to it. A single cell organism has a little bit more autonomy. Like it can decide where it's going to go. It can decide where it's going to look for food. And then you go up and you have like a mammal. Well, a mammal has some autonomy. It can decide where it's going to hunt or where it's going to, eat grass or whatever it's going to do. And then like, I think that when you get more and more and more autonomy, eventually you get free will. And I think that that's where humans are. But I think we're the only animals that have free will.
Yeah, this was really similar to the compatibilist argument I made earlier about sensory input, because when we're talking about a cause and effect world, everything tends to be stimulus reaction kind of thing. So once something gets necessarily complex, all that stimulus it kind of, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, not overwhelms, but creates a situation where a free choice can be made that is not simply a reaction to a singular or a few stimuli.
No, you say we're the only animal that has free will. Now, if I call the dogs out the cage right now, is that free will or is that me acting upon
animal? That's animal instincts. But the difference between humans
it's not free
and
will.
animals.
I
But
let
the
her sit there.
difference where we have evolved, okay, is
I could let the dogs sit there, or I can call them.
We have emotions and we have thumbs, okay, and we have evolved in such a way where we can make a choice on instinct, survival, on emotion, practicality, logic. We can take all of these factors to the table and we can choose which way we want to go based on that. Animals will choose based on instinct, or am I being hunted? Am I the predator? Am I the prey? Is there danger nearby? Like they react. Animals simply react. I'm hungry, I eat food. There's danger, I run. There's somebody beefing up to me, I attack. Like they react. we don't always react. We can like do in order to create an action that will later cause a reaction from other things, right? I think that that's the difference between animals and humans is we can create. We don't just react. We've evolved to the point where we no longer have to knee-jerk react to things and survive. We can simply exist by choosing certain directions. And Nephilim coming in with the big two. Clean the bean, Dan. Clean the bean.
I'm trying to.
I was gonna
man.
say something really cool, but I forgot.
I'm trying to, man.
And Trib One coming in with the big five. Comic books go the free will route with the what if stories. They pick a moment where the choice was different and that changes their destiny. That's a good thought. All right, go. No, nobody?
About what? What?
Just
Dude, I already
go.
forgot.
What I was saying was that the difference between humans and animals and why we've evolved to where we're no longer just reacting to things around us. We're no longer, I would say we would be, Dan, is your friend on too? Oh.
No, that was me. That was me on a second. My bad.
Okay, because if there's two of you in the same room,
No,
it
ma'am.
will
No, ma'am.
echo
No, ma'am.
back
No,
and
ma'am.
forth. You'd have
No,
to
ma'am.
separate. Okay. But like that's what makes animals are they just react. I need to eat, I need to survive, I need to reproduce to
Plus,
I don't know that I agree with
like,
humans certainly we still have those survival instincts intact.
If
They're
it were
still
just
there.
instinct,
But
then
we
you wouldn't be
have
able to train dogs to do what you tell them to.
Dogs work
Well, no.
for food. Literally, how do you train a
that's not the
dog?
So you think a dog only responds to instinct, but then can be trained in such a way that it delays gratification?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it's been trained to do that.
Yeah. That's literally how, like, when I put
It
my
might
dogs
be a
through
type
dog
of primitive
training,
free will,
hold on just a second. When I put my dogs through dog training, I literally, like they say, every meal is a training opportunity. So instead of just putting their food in a fucking bowl,
Well, that's just an incentive, right? You still have to. They still have to make decisions in the moment based on that goal. Humans have the same. Just because our goal is like a house.
Are they making emotional, logical, practical, this, that? No, they're making decisions based on what they've been trained to do.
They're making based on what they want. The only reason the training works is because there's something they want.
Right, but what I'm saying is that's the difference between an animal and a human. A human,
I don't think that's different.
I think it is.
I don't think so.
I think the want still comes from the
You're
survival
giving
instinct.
people way too much credit.
But everything beyond that is like, well, certainly I want a new car, but practicality says, you know what, I can't. So therefore, I'm
But
just
you also want money, so you've got competing wants. So you choose the one where you think you'll get the most utility. It's carrots and sticks for everybody. Everything that you can train. What's the lowest life form you can train? To the human. That's how you. That's how you train people too, with carrots and sticks.
But if you have nothing to lose, you have nothing to fucking lose.
Well,
and those are
right.
the scariest people ever. Those are the scariest ones out there. They're not afraid to die. They're not afraid to lose something. They're not. They have no wants. There's nothing you can incentivize them with. They just do. So what do you do with those people? Or is that the exact definition of free will? Because they got nothing to lose. They got nothing they want. They got nothing to cling on to. You can't incentivize them with anything. They're just there because they're there.
Fuck, now I don't even remember what I was gonna say.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Science Monk. I know you're high.
No, I should not have gotten high before coming on here. That was a bad idea.
Very bad idea.
No, man, you're killing it. You're killing it.
I smoked something that's stronger.
You're bringing me around to the. I've been doing determinism this whole night. Now you're bringing me along to the compatibilist side. I'm loving it.
Oh
yeah. That 5% of advantage from being high kicked in.
You've now accessed another 5% of your brain. Ooh, free will unlocked.
Wait, can you just summarize? Oh yeah, okay. So one thing that I was gonna say is that one idea that makes me think that free will does come from like having a very advanced brain is that our brain, we actually don't always have free will. Like I think that people have moments where they don't have free will.
Coercion, external influences, you have to react.
Or like where their brain is not operating at the level of free will.
I agree.
You know, like if they're acting on impulse.
I'd say it's actually a minority when we're acting on free will. I think most people are on autopilot most of the time, just reacting to wants and stimuli.
Yeah,
I think you really have to work for it to get free will out of your thoughts and your wants and stuff.
I think that suggests that we have free will, but we're at a lower level of development of free will. Like,
then what?
I think that like there's other minds that are more powerful than human minds that would have even more free will than we have. Like we have it sometimes. Like we have the breakthrough in having free will, but there's something beyond us that's going to have even more free will than we'd have.
I think that where free will starts is where you stop internalizing the rest of the world. For instance, we were talking about trigger points earlier, right? They were using the idea of, well, I wasn't determined, or I was determined to have these trigger points when certain people say certain things to me on panels and blah, 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 blah. Like I'm determined to be triggered by this. And my response is, you choose to internalize it. You fucking choose to sop in the rest of the world around you. No, create your fucking bubble. Everything that it's external is external. Don't internalize it. Don't take it in. Don't be influenced by it, or still take in the knowledge from it. And applicability is key. When you learn to apply accordingly and apply by using your fucking brain and critical thinking and take all of the opinions in at once and shoot out what you choose to shoot out, that is where your free will comes in. Outside of that, you're all a bunch of fucking bots just rolling with the punches, and society is leading you exactly down the hole that you deserve to be in. But for those who choose to...
But Sarah, that doesn't address the is-ought question. Humes is ought.
What?
What the fuck up?
What?
Do you even understand is an ought?
I can't even talk to you right now.
Bro, there is odd fallacy.
Trap card.
Yeah, like anybody who thinks it's all determinism and free will doesn't exist, like I strongly suggest like just going on a fast. Probably one of these, because even like all religious cultures, like they preach about fasting and all that kind of stuff. Because that's how you're able to determine. Yeah, so like the longest of about a week.
Oh my god, I died.
Did you drink anything? Like, what did you drink besides water? Like
just
shakes
water.
or anything?
No,
just water for a week.
I would die. I would die.
So hats off. You got stronger will than I do. That's for sure.
I couldn't even go 5 hours.
I can't even like not smoke cigarettes constantly. Nor
like
do I want
you'd
to.
be surprised though, because like think about like you sleeping, like that's 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I
will say I don't even eat breakfast. Like, so I'll go to sleep and then I won't even eat until like 1 or 2 o'clock.
Yeah, so
I mean,
if
I can forget to eat.
No,
I get hangry.
I don't like breakfast. It like all it does is it just makes me tired, and then I feel sleepy, and then I just go to sleep. So I choose, if the only time I'll have breakfast is if it's brunch. That's the only time I'll do it.
That's the only good thing about staying at those hotels too.
I know, but outside of that, like I choose not to have breakfast. So I guess the most I could go is probably like 14 to 16 hours. Wow.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably about where I'm at as well.
I've done longer than that, but I used to smoke meth, so.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, meth will power you to do things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you determined because of meth to smoke meth? But see, what made you make that first choice to begin with?
It was just another pattern in a string of substance abuse choices.
Or being overly curious.
Yeah, a mixture of curiosity and boredom, really. Probably boredom more than anything. Like if I get bored, I get into some shit.
Idle hands. My dad used to say that about me. He was like, I always knew that like shit was gonna happen if you got bored. We kept you busy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I still stay busy. I have like 10,000 hobbies. Always. Or things going on. I'm always busy. But I know if I'm bored, like trouble will ensue.
Which isn't always a problem. But sometimes it is.
No, it's a problem. If I'm bored, nah.
Actually, that's when never mind. I won't even drag people down that rabbit hole. But that's what one of my personality assessments even called that out about me. It's like this person will make trouble if they feel bored.
Yep. I have to stay busy. I have to have hobbies. I have to have like 10,000 things going on. And if I don't have 10,000, if my day is not packed, now, not to say that I don't give myself a day of rest. Like I will sit and veg out to like Netflix and chill on my couch and just stare at the screen endlessly. But that's after I have busied myself for like weeks at a time and actually finally exhausted myself enough to where I'm like, okay, I can't breathe. I have no room for making trouble. I'm so mentally exhausted. I have to lay down. But that's the only time. Outside of that, it's go, 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 or else I'm absolutely 110%. Then I call flow state and get myself in trouble and start arguments.
All right. Well, right now, I think I'm entirely too high for this, but if you guys have a conversation like this tomorrow, I'll make sure that I'm more zoned in.
I probably won't, but maybe Flo will.
Well, what?
He's
I won't
too
do it
high.
either.
He's too high for the conversation.
That's not a thing.
Oh, he rolls.
Make sure I'm only high for these conversations.
I know, right? Like for a conversation like this, I feel like you have to like let your brain be a little loose and not so stringent in its thought process. Like you have to be more open-minded.
That whole thing seems like a stoner dream, right? It's like, hey man, what if everything we do is only that way because it's what we've done? Literally my best free will argument.
You mean your best determinism argument?
Yeah, anti-free will argument.
Oh my god. Yeah, but this would be like a what if scenario. Like what if? That's why I say like, well, what if if determinism was true, we should be able to calculate that. We should be able to, we're smart enough now. We have enough technology. You know, we have all of these things. We should be able to calculate a child's life cycle from birth to death. We should be able to calculate and say, these are the types of decisions they're going to make. This is exactly what they're going to do. We have all of these statistics, all of these like, societal norms and influences and things along the way. And we could even throw in wrenches into that machine and know what they're going to determine and what they're going to decide when we throw wrenches at their machine.
We do.
Like,
So if we get to a point where like people could make an AI that was so intelligent that it could predict everybody's actions, like, Minority Report, would that convince you more along the lines that we're moving through deterministic, mechanisms?
what I'm saying is if determinism were true, we'd already have that.
Not if it wasn't determined.
We should be able to create that environment. We should be able to create that world.
And I think that we probably can.
Then why haven't we?
Oh my god.
Or is that the government?
Probably.
Is the government our predetermined determination of whatever?
Actually, drugs did it.
Leave drugs alone. What did the drugs ever do to you?
He keeps going back to that topic.
Drugs have never done anything to me.
The only thing running through Flo's mind right now is like, I could really do with some meth right now.
Oh my God, stop it.
I'm on Craigslist right now. Like, who got the meth?
Do I have any old light bulbs in the house?
All these Bics are burnt out. Damn it. Who laughed at that one? Somebody snitched on themselves by laughing at that. Effigy.
Totally me, man.
Effigy.
Man, look.
I heard that. That was a test, and you failed, sir.
Don't judge me. I went to art school.
All right. Okay. Well, in that case,
Done.
that's different.
We'll give you a pass for that one.
That's what I tried to tell the cops actually when I got arrested. I was like, I'm an art student, and they were like, it doesn't matter.
Oh my God. Were you determined to be arrested?
Well, somebody must have been determined to arrest me. They investigated me for 3.5 years first. That's a long ass time.
They were determined for sure.
Mhm.
Well, what was the cause that got that effect?
James Rich.
What's James Rich?
It's the first guy who snitched on me.
Oh.
He was in actually. So when I got out afterwards, he was in prison. But and he had blocked me on Facebook. But I got on Katie's Facebook and I posted pictures of my paperwork to his Facebook wall, and it was sitting there for like 6 months before he was able to address it.
Oh.
Good.
Well, but if he didn't have anything to snitch on, then you wouldn't have gotten caught.
It wasn't just me he snitched on.
Oh.
And actually, he wasn't. He was just.
Right.
She's saying, Flo, is that you determined the situation.
Be accountable for your own fucking
And I
actions.
told her that if she would start remembering to cut the crust off of my sandwiches, I wouldn't have to beat the shit out of her. But she never
Damn
remembers
it, Katie. Damn it.
Another anti-crust.
Yeah, nobody
Where's
likes
James when we need him.
I like the crust until the last bit of crust. Then it's I feed it to the dogs. Like you have.
What's wrong with the last? How's the last bit?
You
different?
have to bite into the sandwich, right? You have to bite into the sandwich, which means you're going to eat the crust. So you might as well just go for gold and go 3/4 of the way. You get to the sides, eat all that up, and then you get down to the very last sliver.
So
and
are
all
you saying you're
have-
not cutting the sandwiches into diagonally?
No.
Okay,
I eat
then
the whole
that's
thing as a whole, like a fucking.
say like
animal.
a man. Go ahead. This is why. And see, this if you would cut the sandwiches diagonally, like I ask you to, you wouldn't have to get your ass beat. So it's your fault.
Make your own fucking sandwiches then. Thanks to feminism, you can make your own because you're a big boy. You're a big boy now.
I'm like the only non-feminist around.
You are a feminist.
No, Bullets for Teeth is a feminist.
He just hasn't realized it yet.
And so's Iridium. That's the name I couldn't think of. Iridium Kush.
I said that name earlier because we were talking about the drug stuff. Well, not earlier on here, but
Oh yeah. Oh, did you find a number 4, or do you need to figure that out?
I'm waiting for the response for number 4. Number 4 it said they need 24 hours.
To make a decision?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
But we're also waiting on others too. So I said it's first come, first serve. Whoever commits first gets it. So
Nice.
There's going to be a fun debate Monday, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be discussing the idea of whether we should or should not legalize all drugs. This includes heroin, meth, cocaine, LSD, shrooms, you name it. It's on the list. Just legalize it across the board. And Flo is obviously
for keeping them illegal. Drugs are bad. They shouldn't happen. If we just arrest people, they won't happen.
It's the words of a moral paragon right there.
Yes. Bad things, make it stop. Done.
I I find in the debating spaces more and more often everyone is just picking maximalist positions. Like that position is a maximalist position, and it's incredibly hard to like be pro that, right? Like in any kind of like legalization debate, it's always like drug by drug.
Okay, well
They're all so different.
let's pretend.
But the
Let's do it.
paradigm of the law isn't different. And I'm not going to get ahead of myself and have this conversation actually right now.
Yeah, don't give away your game, man. Don't give away.
The paradigm of prohibition is the same though for all of them.
But I'm moderating it, so I can give my position. Wrongful rage comes up with the big 10.
No,
The
if you
answer
start
is
talking,
no, drugs bad.
I don't know. That was like flawless. Like just kept talking, and boom, gone. It's almost like instinct at this stage.
Drugs are bad, okay?
But the thing of it is if a doctor, let's pretend they legalize drugs, but you have to like marijuana, you have to get a prescription card in order to purchase marriage. Or I think they just allowed recreational, but let's just pretend that you can get heroin so long as your doctor prescribes it. Well, a doctor's role is to do no harm, right? And if they know that taking heroin, it will be harmful to you and not help you in your health, well, then why would they prescribe it? So now it becomes a catch-22. It makes no sense to legalize it because it's doing harm. The reason why marijuana gets passed is because we found benefits coming from marijuana. Therefore, okay, a doctor can prescribe this, because it's not doing harm. It's actually like cancer patients, so on and so forth, or even people with anxiety and triggers and all of these other whatever excuses you want to come up with. But inevitably, we found that there are more benefits than harm to doing marijuana, which is why it got passed. But go ahead and give me some type of health benefit to doing heroin.
Yeah, so
Matt.
like this is one of those kind of arguments where I can like argue both sides, and it really depends on what way the question's phrased. So like for example, like heroin is morphine. So like in terms of like being a painkiller, like technically they use the hospitals. So but based on what way you're describing it, like in terms of it being legal, then yeah, there would be a case for it to be legal. But if we're talking about legalizing it across the board in terms of recreation and anybody can go up and buy it, then like what you're saying there, Sarah, in terms of like if everyone's just getting caked off like black tar heroin, it's not going to be a good thing, and you can't even point towards anything that would be, particularly in terms of recreation. Now, in terms of the flip side to it, like if we're talking about all drugs being legalized, like the case against that would be like, why can't I, like for let's say I'm going out on with the boys on a weekend trip, why can't I have one joint just to kind of amplify, make the like as just a kind of way to de-stress or to relax? There where I kind of say, yeah, like I don't have kind of like real kind of any gripes against that. So there's a lot of kind of nuance you can find in this, and it's why it's such a good topic, I think,
Yeah, you can't overdose on weed either.
Well, the whole thing is moot anyway because it's always going to be controlled. That's why it's a controlled substance. Big Pharma controls it, or the cartels control it.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Well, even when it was legalized, all the states where it was legalized, and all the little mom and pops that tried to open up kind of got nudged out by like big businesses, because that's why it gets like all these taxes and stuff slapped on there. It's not just to like give it this kind of like air of being a vice, but it's also people trying to price range it outside of normal people being able to do stuff with it. They want to turn it into an industry, like cigarette manufacturers have long been waiting to be able to just turn their plants into marijuana cigarette manufacturing plants. It'll be no difference to them. They'll basically be selling the same kind of product.
Yeah.
But again, that's like when you're talking about the free will thing. That's the only time I think people don't have free wills, when they have a compulsion such as drugs or food or sex addiction or something like that. They don't have free will at that point. But otherwise, yeah, people have free will. And determinism is based on the fact that you can only do what you're going to do. You can't do both things. You have to make a choice. And when you make that choice, it's set in stone, but it's still free will.
Yeah, I think when there's outside influence, right, we can still be limited in what we're deciding. This is where we either feel we have less options or we actually have less options. For instance, if I wanted to go buy a car and I only had $5,000 and no ability to get a credit line, going forward and so on and so forth, well, I can choose whether I get a $5,000 green car or $5,000 red car. That's an option. That's the only options I have. Or I can choose to not get a car and just continue taking the bus or Uber or whatever the case may be. But the point is that I have the ability to sit and decide which option is the best thing for me. But being in that situation, yeah, it is kind of determined that I only have these options, but I can still choose to like completely back out and find I can create a new option. Option B, go get a second job and save more money and buy a better car. I mean, there's
It's just like beast.
Whoa,
Like
what
when
happened?
someone's so big. What?
It cut out or something, whatever you were saying.
Well, it's like when someone's obese, at that point they have no free will. Every cell in their body screaming out for nourishment. That's the reason people keep stuff in their face. They are addicted as a heroin addict is to food.
So they're addicted to sugar.
Well, I mean, sugar is as addictive as heroin is, in my opinion. But what I'm saying is, once you get that size, your body is your pimp and your drug dealer. You're going to go out and get that food you know is bad for you. It's going to keep on making you a fat ass, but you're addicted to it. You can't say no. The same thing with someone hooked on heroin or meth or whatever. They can't say no once they get hooked.
Well, your brain can say no, but my body's telling me yes.
I've seen hundreds of people who they would rob from their own mother to get their fix. So, like I said, once people are hooked on whatever drug it is, whether it's food, heroin, crack, whatever it is, once they're hooked on that, they have no free will to that point. But as long as you stay clear, that's where your overindulgence of anything, like even say sex, it's the same things are happening inside your body. You do not have control at that point. Like a sex addict or a nymphomaniac, they can't control their stuff. That's where free will goes out the window. That's why you got to be disciplined and have a chaste life. Be in control, make your decisions. It's like if you were faced with a choice, like, okay, I'm going to chop your head off if you don't renounce Christ. You have a choice. Get your head chopped off or renounce Christ, one of the two, but it's still a choice. It's still free will. You're being compelled to by coercion, but again, it's still your choice.
Bad Gemini, what say you?
My take on free will is, okay, so we have the concept of free will, which is I can do what I want to do. But then I like uninhibited free will. That's what I treat as true free will, which means I can do whatever I want and not worry about the consequences. Because that's manipulation. So if you're manipulating my free will, it's not free will. If you got a knife to my head and said choose this or that, and I can choose whatever I want, you only gave me two options, but I don't want to be under a knife making this decision. Yeah. So that's what I'm like. My idea of free will is not even standard free will, where it's like, let me slap this guy in the face. My whole thing is, let me slap this guy in the face, I walk off, and I'm not going to jail. If he wants to retaliate, that's cool. I can deal with that, but it shouldn't be like I broke the law. So the whole outlook of free will is within a system. So that's why I need complete free will, which is, for me, that means I can do what I want to do and not have to suffer consequences within a construct, which means if it's legal or whatever, colonial, whatever. And then I'll take it up with whoever. Like, we'll hash it out. Me and that person who I slapped. It shouldn't be, I slapped you. You too coward to come and handle it. And now the law says, you know what? This was an assault. And then you deal with me. Now, forget all of that. I slapped him. Hey, you see him in the streets, homie. And if you don't want to handle me, then it's, hey, deal with the consequences. That's ultimate free will, which means,
I mean, that's like Aleister Crowley, right? Like that's do a will to be the whole of the law. Like some people.
Let me bring Nephilim. Nephilim, are you
That's
there?
what I like.
Hold on
We
just a
talking
second.
free will.
You'd have to be in the world by yourself for it to happen, though.
Hold on just a second. I need to voice confirm. Nephilim, is that you?
Hey, could you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're not going to show anything on screen, right?
Oh, God, no.
I don't think you've popped on panel before. Have you popped on panel before?
No, I'm usually working about the time that you guys are running the show.
Really?
Yeah.
This is about the same time?
Yeah, I get Thursday, Friday, Saturday off.
Oh, fair enough. I don't
I've
know
been,
if you're
picking up extra shifts.
I don't know if
doing
you're
like 60s.
I don't know if you're trying to be in avatar mode or on cam, but it still says it's loading, so that might be.
So the loading is just my headline, Sarah. My
Oh,
cam is
duh! I knew that. Well, your picture though, it's not the same color black as everybody else's black.
Yeah, no, it's just my cam lens is closed. I've never actually used the studio before. Here, I'll stop the cam.
Oh, there you go. See, now it's normal.
Cool.
Fair enough.
So I guess my question for the panel is this, because I've heard some talk about like compatibilism, determinism. I'm a compatibilist. I'm a Christian. So I believe that there is determinism to a certain degree, that it acts as parameters for free will. For instance, I can't walk to the edge of a building, jump off, and decide I'm going to fly. That's determined.
Damn it.
But I can determine whether or not I tell someone the truth or a lie. So I guess my question for the determinists here is, how do you reconcile the ability to lie with determinism and morality?
How do you mean?
So if you are to tell someone a lie, are you actively choosing to lie, or is that predetermined?
Well,
Yeah.
determined, not
Are you
predetermined.
talking in the
We have to
constructs
get
of
around
free
this
will?
language because it's really important.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you like clarified?
You chose to
Predetermined
lie is what you're
is-
saying?
I'm sorry, bad Gemini. I was-
Predetermined
Nephilim.
means it's already written, right? So when you say predetermined, think like God has already like established that this is what it is. Future is already determined. All this stuff. Determined just means that the current action has been determined based on the previous action.
So I don't
period.
assume that anyone else believes in God the same way that I do, so I try not to use that in any form of argumentation. But if we are talking about God specifically and determinism, why would there be a concept such as repentance if you, the active agent, didn't have free will?
That's a good point.
Exactly. Now, as far as the determinism that I believe in, it is determined, but only in the fact that you are only going to choose what you choose, and you can't go both ways. It's one or the other, and by the fact that it's you making that choice, God knows it, but He's not going to change it because you have free will. But you can't change it any more than you would your mind. If you change your mind, it's you determined to change it. You see what I'm saying? You determined.
We're going back
Right,
surface
and there's
level again.
laws of
All
logic, like
these arguments
non-contradiction
in
and
free will,
reason.
even the religious ones, are not about you actually making the choice. Everyone agrees you can make a choice. It's whether or not it's free. And so when you're talking about the things I want, the things I do, the choices I make, that we're all going to agree that we make choices, that we have will. It's trying to determine whether or not it's free. And
Well,
the
define free. Are you talking about completely detached from all other aspects of reality? I guess that would be free technically, but there's nothing in reality that can be defined without some other thing, which it's either contingent or I forget
Right.
the word, but it's when two things that are binary basically don't exist without the other, like heat and cold, up and down, left and right. These are concepts which require their opposite in order to explain themselves. They can't
Duality.
exist on their own. And if you look at Genesis 1, I mean, everything is created in this dualistic manner.
But even with your example of giving everyone the chance for repentance, that it's still like too low. If I'll go back to the questions I asked Sarah, if God knows your entire life, if God is omniscient, knows the entire scope of your life, how it ends, where you end up,
Which
and
aspect?
that cannot change. If you go to heaven or hell, if God knows that, we'll just stick with that. If God knows whether you go to heaven or hell, and to God that can never change, then it is determined, right? I mean, you could even say that it's predetermined in
it
this
would
sense.
depend on which
In
aspect
the religious
of God
argument.
you're talking about, though, because there are three separate aspects of one united God in the Trinity, and that is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, with one acting as the lawgiver, one acting
Not
as
sure
the
how-
law, and one acting
Not sure
as
how
the
that changes the
observer.
argument there.
If it's a trinity, they all in unison, which means it doesn't matter whoever you speak on, they're in agreement. That's the
Yes.
whole unit. So
Yeah, I
that's
thought
why
the whole
don't get
property of
caught
that
up
thing
An
was that one
example
and
of
three
this
and one.
would be your liver is a part of your body, but it is not you, right? The system as a whole, like it's part of the system, but that's not necessarily all you. And there are all of these functions that maintain your body that are actively happening. That's also not you, but it is part of you. So when you talk about God, you have to understand that you have to look at it sort of like a system, and the way that Jesus explained it, and he used the specific phrase the kingdom more than any other phrase. So when you think of a kingdom, you have a king, you have subjects, you have a law, you have a physical a realm, a land. You have all these different aspects that come together to make up the kingdom. And that's sort of how God is from the Christian standpoint, right?
That's a different outlook for me, because if you're talking about systems in my body, somebody can live with one lung, somebody can live with one kidney, but according to the religious aspect, if you don't accept Jesus Christ as your Savior, they're saying you miss out on having that relationship with God. So now
Well, that would
everything
be
else
your
is
heart.
Jesus
Can you
would
live?
be the
Can
body.
you live without your heart,
null and
though?
void. Yeah, but
Like-
I'm giving other aspects, because he brought up, because there are other organs. So what I'm saying is you can get rid of certain aspects of you and still survive. In the Trinity,
But would
it's
the
all
thing
inclusive.
that you got rid of out of your body survive external to you? That's the question. Because if Jesus is the body and you are the liver, if you take the liver out of the body, what happens to the liver? It dies.
Okay, the liver dies, but can you carry on and still have that opportunity to thrive even without the liver or the lung?
Well, absolutely. Just like Jesus can carry on without every single one of us. Some of us are going to fall. It's
So when we
predetermined.
talk about free will, my thing is, yes, it's free within a construct rather, and so that's not ultimate free will for me, because you can't tell me it's free, but you only can choose out of these things.
Well, you've just baked in ultimate free will as opposed to free will, and that was my point originally about what do you mean by free. It's kind of a loaded word.
For me, if you'd ask that question, which you did, and I'm going to respond to, I'm looking at there's no construct that would limit me. That means my options are unlimited in terms of what I choose. You can't say, here are these 10 things, you have the right to choose whatever you want, when I'm looking like I want to choose out of these infinite things, not these 10
Well,
things
you're
you
talking,
choose to be.
but okay, but what you're saying is, I mean, if we all had the option to be a gazillionaire and live in paradise and not work a 9 to 5 and have maids and servants to tend to us, would we all choose that? Fuck yeah, we would, right? But what you're saying is, like, why would we have a limit of options? If we truly had free will, we wouldn't be limited by options. But our options are true in their form. They are our surroundings, and how we choose to proceed by opening one door and walking down another path can inevitably open up more options, and then we get more options to choose from. You still have to create that path. Like what you're talking about is, well, if I had free will, I'd just be able to pick whatever I wanted. Yeah,
And
but
that would contradict.
we're humans.
Yeah, you would have to be omnipotent and control everything to have that type of
You would have to be God.
And that's true free will.
You would have
that's,
to be God.
And so thank you. So he's the only
But
person
we
that
are
has free
made
will.
from Him.
But
we are
Well, the
made.
other thing is that God himself even
We're
makes covenants that he won't break. God won't even break his own covenants that he makes.
But that's a choice.
So even
See, that's
he
part of his
binds
free will.
himself. Right, but the thing that I'm saying here is that even from God's standpoint, there are other active agents with free will upon which determinations are made. So in the example that Sarah gave, where everyone's gajillionaires with their own personal entourage and whatnot, well, if everyone is the gajillionaire with their entourage, then who is the entourage? Isn't that a conflict?
Can I say this, addressing what you said with God?
Yeah, absolutely.
That he's doing that in consideration of us. That's the whole thing. So that's his free will. If he's not considering us, then these promises wouldn't matter. He'd be like, screw these humans. I'm tired of, because the thing is, he made us, right? If we're going to speak to that extent, so he could be like, whatever y'all choose, that's your downfall. Screw y'all. I'm gonna do whatever I want. So even with that, all he's doing is showing an ability to relate to humanity. He's like, I'm going to choose not to do this to y'all, even though I can destroy y'all. I won't flood the earth again. So I'm going to have this covenant and a rainbow and reminder, right? And so we can talk about that. But ultimate free will, he's the only person, or the only being, not even person, that has it, because there's unlimited. That's true free will. We have free will within a construct, which I'm okay. If we say that, my free will is within this paradigm, whether it's earth, the universe, cool. But ultimate free will is only resides for those who are spiritual with God.
I think that's an awesome interpretation. And I think that one of the things that you're missing is that if God is the ultimate arbiter and he is the creator of all, and he is the only one with free will, and all things were created through his word, right? That would include us. And we as humans have a tendency to separate ourselves out. We like to think, oh, animals. And, we separate ourselves out. We're not an animal. We're people. We have the same tendency to do that sort of thing where it's like, hey, we do fit into this hierarchy. We were also created by God's word. So we came from him. Like Sarah was saying, we're created in his image. That would imply that the essence that is within God is also within the universe and within us. It is the life-giving essence. I'm not sure how much you guys like to delve into like etymology of words and symbology within the Bible, but the word spirit, ruach, it means breath or wind in that language. And breath is the thing that God gave to Adam to make him a living agent. So it's like, the idea that we are somehow separate from God, the idea that we separate ourselves from God, that's what sin is. So when you come to God, you accept him, you accept his word, you realize that everything is fashioned in this certain manner, and that you have to play by these set of rules because you're a part of the creation. You're also allowed to lie, though, which is really one of the big problems with theology, is like the problem of evil, right? And this is a big moral question when it comes to free will, is like, if everything was predetermined, even if you're saying that God predetermines everything, then that contradicts the ability to repent. It puts God in a really negative light, because why did he make everyone fall? Why did he determine to do this thing if there was no way out? Are we really
Not
like
just evil,
God?
theological evil.
And this probably isn't like the most sound argument, right? Like I'm kind of prattling right now, and I don't mean to, guys. This is stuff that I've thought a lot about, and really just.
It's okay. I'm sure I'm the only one rolling his eyes. Everybody else is like, yeah.
My thing is, let's say Nephilim, let's say I choose God, right? And you say, now I'm not opposing his will, which means I'm in alignment with him, which means there's no separation because I'm not sinning. If I choose him and I'm operating in his will now, I'm still not privy to the free will he has. And that's the whole thing, because you'd be like, okay, now I'm in alignment. But that's the whole point. So why would I even care about a free will?
Well,
what's the whole concept of free will?
If you are one with God, then you are God, but you are not.
But you're not, because you're limited.
But if we truly didn't have free will, if God didn't choose to give us free will, then wouldn't he have chosen for us all to just follow him and not question him and not doubt him and not all of these other things like negative towards him, don't you think if he had to make the decision, oh, I'm just going to choose all of these paths for you and they're all going to lead to me, wouldn't he just do that?
He's done it, right? If you look at the verse when he says that the Pharaoh, he hardened his heart, right?
Yep.
Then what could the Pharaoh do about that? Like, man, I'm just out here, like, he hardened the Pharaoh's heart when it came to that, when it's like, let my people go. And so when I look at stuff like that, I'm like, come on, man, like, it's free, but I'm like, there's still an element of he interjected to get the end result he needed.
Compatibilism comes in is, like I was saying, there's a set of predetermined things already at work. And that's why I agree with you guys with, like, you know, if you walk out into your cupboard and there's only 2 boxes of cereal, you only got a choice between those 2 boxes. The Pharaoh had grown up in a certain way, and this was the result of choices that weren't only his, but his ancestors and their ancestors going back and back and back.
No, the
Bible realized that generational curses were a thing, and at one point they developed enough knowledge to actually start breaking those generational curses by taking accountability at the individual level. It talks about this, and I think it's Ezekiel.
Yeah, I don't know if he's talking about how he hardened his heart. It could have been through circumstances that Pharaoh faced or circumstances that he saw. Not necessarily that he actually took control of Pharaoh and said, Pharaoh's going to do this. He might have just put to Pharaoh in such a way that Pharaoh perceived it this way and done it this way.
So does anyone take that story as saying that God is directly responsible for killing all the children in Egypt?
I mean, you kind of have to, right? Like, I know there's a lot of people that like to say, oh, God is all good. God would never do that. And it's like, you know, who are we to determine what is
What do you mean wouldn't do that? It's like the 3rd time he did it. 4th time,
I was
5th
about
time.
to say, how many people has he slaughtered?
We all want to be
Don't leave the
gajillionaires,
kids. Right? Don't take any of the possessions. Destroy everybody. Don't leave a single person in that whole legacy, that whole bloodline. Like, we've seen it, but that's God's free will.
They had the bloodline. They had the bloodline of the fallen angels. That's the reason he told
This is when it's just easier for me to explain these kinds of things.
Being
a non-believer.
But
That's just a book.
but
Just a book of people.
God taking all the firstborns and stuff.
The fallen
that
angel
doesn't
thing.
negate free will.
Well, no, the hardening of Pharaoh's heart would have, right? Like, he no longer had the free will to relent to allow his people to be spared, right?
That could have been through influence, though.
Well, it says it in the Bible, right? He hardened his heart.
Also God's words,
Yeah,
because it's
Right, but that could have still been through like I said before, like, I believe there have been some very kind angels that have come into my life, and they have, you know, influenced my life in ways that I could never even fathom. And I think that it can also work in opposition too. I think shitty people are supposed to come into our lives, and I think God ensures that they're there for you so that you can kind of toughen up a little bit, because you have a bigger fish to fry at a later date that he's aware of, and he knows, hey, you got to deal with something later. I need to make sure you're tough enough to deal with it. So I'm going to throw a little bone in here. I'm going to do a little intervention, have a little influence, and throw someone in who, you know, might influence you to you know, recognize a certain way or whatever the case may be. But I don't think he made his heart hard. I think maybe he threw some things in his life to kind of force him into that position.
The point is not to take the story literally. You know what I mean? The point is that it's like when you have, like, what happens to tyrants? They go after the children. Find the children when they're weak, and they go after them. Like 9 times out of 10, that's usually what happens. And this whole thing
So
of
it's
that,
got a
if you
tyrant
become
in
a
this
tyrant
story
and
then?
harden your heart, expect your children to suffer the consequences from this. You know what I mean? It's like there's like there's a deeper meaning to every single story in the Bible. There's a deeper meaning to it. Like, even like you can look at the book of Job. It's like that's a typical thing that's thrown into Christians' faces. Like, look at what God done to Job and all this kind of thing. But the deeper meaning is that it's like, look at that as a source of authority. If authority ever comes to you and says might is right, that's when you'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be bound to this. You know what I mean? There's like
Yeah.
that's what I mean when the Bible like is like one of the most wisest book out there.
Yeah, but I look at it.
By the way, I wanted to say hi to everybody and to hi to Sarah. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Can I just say this, because I think this is the problem when people use the Bible out of context and with a limited exegesis, and what I really, because it wasn't like he just hardened Pharaoh's heart right away, right? He gave him multiple choices. He gave him multiple chances to freely choose to do the right thing. And by the result of that choice, he did not do the right thing. And so he hardened his heart. And it's kind of a similar thing to what we see in 2 Thessalonians when it talks about God will send a great delusion to those who what? Don't believe in truth, right? It's in chapter 2, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. And so there's a point
Their
where
babies not believe in truth.
What's that?
Did their babies not believe in truth?
Well, that's a different question. What I'm trying to express here is this understanding that from the free will versus determinism perspective, that when you're dealing with this issue, it just to say, well, he hardened his heart, that's proof that there's determinism. No, it's not proof of his determinism. However, there is evidence that within the context of the epistles, where we're told that that man was slaves to Adam's sin, and therefore in Christ we're slaves to his righteousness. And so therefore there is an acknowledgement that there is both the agency of God and the agency of man. And I think these things have a balancing act in how they work together, all by the grace of God. And that's the important thing that people miss out. That is the key ingredient to all of it. But it's a hard thing. It's an easy thing to do to say, well, look at one verse and not read it within context, because he gave Pharaoh multiple chances to do the right thing, and he didn't. So
That makes sense. Yeah, and then probably by that point, he was probably the Pharaoh was probably too irritated that.
Ah, man, sorry, I got to take it literally. He literally like turned his heart into like a stone-like substance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's like where
Like a
Epic kind of
crystal?
goes with it. It's like, no, bro, he actually turned his heart into stone, and he became like a clay man kind of figure.
So what does it mean to harden your heart?
Means to shut
Shut it
down
off.
your
Yeah.
emotions, and kind of like toughen yourself up to the things around you and not to
Right.
internalize it.
Yeah, in
So,
the
and,
context
like,
of
if
the
you-
story, it's to not care about the suffering of his people over his indolence, over his choices.
Which what John is saying is that the guy had already proven that he didn't give a shit to begin with, because he
Right.
was already denying to free them.
Yeah, he killed all those.
Pharaoh was the
Look,
example
I'm-
of the guy who wanted to be the gajillionaire and make everyone his entourage. And
Well,
that's
what I think
that's
is
where
this
people
is an
split
example
up.
of
That's
explaining
where
away
they split
the
up.
actual words, right?
Yeah. Look, I can go down this rabbit hole because I can make it very practical. If God says he gives the 10 commandments and he says thou shalt not commit whatever, right? Whether it's adultery, murder, blah, blah. But then now your free will would be, okay, I can do what I want or I'm going to follow his commandments. But then he says, you know what? I don't like these. I don't like the Jesusites, the Hittites, whatever you want to. I need you to slaughter all of them. But it's like, God, you said, like I'm not out here trying to kill and do all of this. And I get it. The commandments came later. Your free will is gone because he's saying, you need to do this. If you do not do this, I will wipe out your family. That is not free will. And you would be like, free will should be like, God, you know what? I don't want to kill anybody. I'm good. But you're like, well, if I don't kill these folks, he's going to take away my whole legacy. And so we talk about free will, but once again, it's still within a construct because there have been multiple occasions where God has issued certain tribes to eradicate other tribes. And these people really didn't have any pushback that they can give, because if they chose to give it, they now would have to suffer the consequence. And so that's not true free will because it's controlled. So I mean,
so I think you hit on a really good
the
point
heart
there
home.
for sure.
Mhm.
And that's
I
the,
left
and
the
that and that's
heart
why I don't think the free will versus determinism is actually the real debate to have within the Christian context. Outside of that, maybe that has more bearing, but in perspective of what Christianity is, because you're dealing with nature of man, nature of God, you're dealing with sin, you're dealing with good and evil, and these
Mosman,
type
how
of
is it
issues.
not though? How
What
is
do
it
you
not?
mean?
You have an entire sect that broke off because of the issue of free will, right? Isn't there one that's like, aren't the Calvinists like, isn't that one of their like core things that they're different than the rest of you?
Well,
Is that the way they think of God and free will?
To say that's the entire reason why they broke off
Not
is
entire reason, but yeah, that's being reductionist.
But the problem is that so they have good and bad reasons for what they did, but again, the reasoning and what they've done, and they're an example of why I think it's because they go beyond just determinism, right? And also there are Calvinists that would accept an idea of what there, and I'm sorry, the word is evading me right now. It starts with the C. It's basically where you acknowledge that free will can exist at the same time as
compatibilism.
Compatibilism. Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah. So again, you're going to get hardcore fundamentals in every branch and every division. So, but yeah, I mean, to me, that's why I don't think it's a good issue to talk about it in the biblical text or in the biblical sense, because when we start looking at verses, now we're going to have an idea of, okay, so what do you make of a verse like, for example, when Jesus says, "You didn't choose me, I chose you"? Obviously, I think in my opinion, based off of my readings and everything that I believe, that's based on his understanding of grace and how his grace is the ultimate agent in all of these things, right?
Are you talking about the verse where I came to my own, but they rejected me, like that sort of verse, or?
No. There's a different verse. And hold on, give me a second. I'll think of it off the top of my head.
You see, I still think this is just jumping into the weeds when it comes to, like, as far as the religious context of free will versus determinism. It really comes down to, does God know your life in its entirety and how it ends and where you go, and can that change?
Right, well, and there are a set of moral issues that come with that as well.
You would look at like a farmer, right? I want to start a farm, so I'm going to get very specific animals. I have this plan in mind. I have this end point in mind. I buy chickens because I want them to lay eggs. I buy cows because I want to be able to milk them. I buy sheep to be able to, eat up, or goats even, to eat up the grass. I buy donkeys to protect those animals. I buy dogs to kind of shepherd those animals in when I need them to go certain ways, right? Essentially, I have this plan in mind, and these animals are all supposed to interact and react in very specific ways. But that doesn't mean that plan is going to actually happen the way it's going to happen, because maybe that chicken just doesn't lay any fucking eggs that day, or that cow, doesn't feel like milking, or the donkeys don't do their job. The dogs get distracted by a squirrel, whatever the case may be. And that's for humans, I think God essentially has an end goal in mind somewhere, but that plan is based on humans who have free will to be tards all day long and make stupid decisions left and right. And I think because of that, his plan is still in effect. It's just a matter of are the right pieces in the right place? Excuse me for a minute.
Again, like I said before, the whole thing of the free will is the fact that he lays forth the plan in that essence that you do the way I want you to do, or you can do the way I don't want you to do. I mean, there's going to be consequences at the end of that.
But the point is, does God know what you're going to do regardless? Does God always know what you're going to do? If we're claiming that God is omniscient, we have to answer this question: will God always know what you will do? Does God know for a fact? Not just all possibilities, what you will do. Right. If you're saying that, we live in a multiverse now where all of these possibilities of you exist.
Future is probabilistic.
Well, you're confining God to the law.
Is there a future for
God?
Yeah,
exactly.
So
and that's the problem, is that, and I think Effigy, you break.
Look, I'll break it down to a really, and I keep trying to do this. I'll break it down to a really simple question.
Does God know whether or not you end up in heaven or hell, and can that change?
Well, that's going down a different rabbit hole because
No, it's the distillation of the entire thing. It's the distillation of the entire thing. It's the distillation of all of it. It is the ultimate in Christianity worldview. I'm assuming for you guys, this is the ultimate question. Does God know the answer before it's over, and can that change? That determines the answer to your entire free will argument.
Plot twist. We all go to heaven because God knew that he gave us the right of free will, and he can't choose between us in that aspect.
Well, the
we
Bible
all go
doesn't
to
even
heaven.
teach that we go to heaven, Sarah.
Yeah, we don't all go to heaven.
Well,
It's
the
gonna
Bible
burn.
doesn't say that any humans go to heaven. It never listed as a afterlife destination. The heavens it's the sky, space, and then Paul talks about a third heaven, which is like the abode of God, which is a spiritual realm, not like a physical place.
Not to mention,
the Bible teaches is that a new earth.
Oh, Nephilim! Now you're getting into my
resurrection.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
this
it's just modern misconceptions about.
It is. You're right, Nephilim, and it's funny because there's one verse that people through almost every Christian that believes in heaven the way that it's expressed in the popular way, and that one verse that they use for the text on that is when Jesus is being crucified and he tells the thief, "Today you'll be in paradise with me." And they say that they think that paradise means heaven, but the Hebrew understanding of paradise is a part of Sheol.
Was on earth.
That exists in Sheol. So, and then of course this gets lost in translation with Hades, and then it becomes hell, and then
you have Hades and Elysium.
Yep.
Well, that's where you start seeing Greek influence on the belief structure, right? But prior to that, actually the Hebrew people placed paradise, Eden, on earth. It wasn't Sheol. Sheol was a separate realm from earth. There is
Eden specifically between the Tigris and the Euphrates.
Well, Sheol's is under the earth, right? It's literally the underground.
Exactly. Yeah, the abyss.
Yeah, but there is a difference and distinction in the two different parts, because there's a part that we know that is where
Abraham's bosom.
Which is Abraham's bosom, which is the other thing of what we call paradise, what the Hebrews were using the word for paradise for. And that we know is where those who rested in the hope and comfort of the Messiah were put, and that's what they believed. And so, so it all becomes an interesting thing.
I had a different meaning of paradise back in my day. Like a paradise, you were in the back alley. I had a couple of dice in my hand. I'm throwing them. We gambling. Somebody's trying to win. I was like, yeah, this is what I do with a paradise.
Well,
Put your
then
money
does that
down.
bring paradise? Does paradise a state of mind? If you're sitting there being crucified and then you go through that dopamine hit as you're dying, and does paradise then become a state of mind? And if so, if you live your life in positivity and trying to do good, then in your moment of death, do you inevitably see paradise as a state of mind in your final thoughts? Or if you're a horrible person who goes around doing horrible things, then in those final moments, are you living in a place of hell in your final moments, in a state of mind?
It's interesting. So the Bible tells us that it's like being asleep, right? You have the story of Lazarus. You have multiple stories where the state of death, which is called Hades. Hades is that state of death. It's the Greek word for it. It's also the name of the underworld. But it's sleep-like. The dead know nothing, right? So it's when you're resurrected or when you're raised up that you face that judgment, whether it is the eternal annihilation, being cast into the lake of fire,
right,
or eternal life.
And when you look at what it says in Revelations, it talks about how the dead will rise first. And then when that happens, Sheol will open up, and the pit of fire. That's what I think real hell is that lake of fire, that pit of fire that's underneath Sheol. But it's interesting because guess who's the first to get?
You guys were doing so good that we just took a turn.
I guess who gets thrown into the fire first? It's the non-believer. So actually, all of these trib
now you guys threw me
rapture
into the pit
people,
of fire. Damn.
pre-trib rapture people that think that left behind is the bad thing. Actually, being left behind is the good thing.
Let me ask this question. This is in direct. Okay, it's speaking about God. So I heard earlier, and I think some of us would agree that His Spirit is in us, right? If you're talking about for believers, right? The Spirit of God is in us.
Amen.
So my question would be, if we were sentenced to hell, right? Those who did not do what they needed to, wouldn't God be in direct conflict with Himself if He's willing to burn Himself, talking about your spirit? Because it's still in there. So if you're talking about hell is a real thing, and however many years, and you sentence to that means His Spirit, which is still in you, has to burn as well. Wouldn't
No, it
that
doesn't.
be?
'Cause
No,
that's
so
exactly
there's
what hell
actually
is.
several
Separation between God
verses
and
that
So but my thing is, does His Spirit leave you? Because the thing is,
It's
His
His.
Spirit is in us. So what happens when you're sentenced to hell with the Spirit of God in you?
Well, but you don't have the Spirit of God in you if you're sentenced.
Do most of you guys
No,
kind of
we
believe
all
in
have
the
it.
new
You do,
hell,
We all
where
though.
it's
have
like
His
This
Spirit.
just absence
is
of God
explained in
instead of like the lake
Genesis
of fire
6.
and torment?
It
I
says,
believe in the
have
lake
His
of fire. I
Spirit
mean, it's
will
clear
not.
that there is a lake of fire, but that's at the very end. And again, there is clear definitions of both understanding, because the Revelations is not the first time that we see this language. Now, could it be symbolic? Sure, it can be symbolic, and you can definitely tell that that fire does have the symbolic language within the Bible, because it actually can mean one or two things. It could either mean you get burnt up and destroyed, or you become purified, right? That is the purpose of fire. So if you think about, like, for example, Elijah, he went up on a chariot of fire. Okay. And this is where some of the early Catholics got the kind of notion of ideas of like purgatory and whatnot, is that, and the idea of personal sanctification as a process, both in life and in death. But fire can have that nature. And so, but there is an understanding that a part of that is to be away from the presence of God. And so there are probably qualities of hell that are attributed to fire and being, like, for example, when you see the parable that Jesus uses, and he's asking, the rich man is asking Abraham and the guy to give him water, right? There's a language there of an unceasing thirst, right? And I think that's what separation from God truly means, is not to have that peace. And it reminds me of a movie, Sarah. Did you ever see the movie The Believer with, I'm trying to remember his name now. I think it was Ben Foster. I think it was in that movie, where he was a Jewish guy that became a neo-nationalist. you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say the word, but at the end of the movie, hell, when he dies, literally hell for him is just going up stairs that never end. Kind of constantly searching for resolution or something like that. So, but we know that there's some of these languages that are used to describe that nature of being away from God. So I would say, if you're in the spirit of hell, if you're in the physical place of hell, whether you're in the emotional state of hell, or whether you're the internal damnation that is hell, either way, it's separation from God.
But He's in control of it. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead and
Let's
chop it up.
go ahead, and because it's already 2 a.m. for me, let's go ahead and kind of get our final thoughts from the panel. I don't want to shut this down because it is a good conversation, but I do need my sleep. I have been sick the last 2 weeks. So let's go ahead and we'll start with you. What's up, thing? Why don't you go ahead and give your final thoughts to the panel?
Well, my final thoughts are that you do have free will, and it is determined by the fact that you choose what you're going to do. God gave us free will to follow His rules or not follow His rules. And if you follow His rules, you will see paradise. If you don't, you won't. Simple as that. I love you all. I'm going to go ahead and drop down. May God keep you.
Thank you. We appreciate having you on. You're welcome anytime. Nephilim, to you.
Yeah, first of all, just thank you very much for having me up on the panel tonight. It was fun. First time being on a panel.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
we popped your cherry.
you sure did. I got my cherry popped by the Raging Tomato.
Those are bragging rights.
Oh heck yeah.
Way too much fruit in that
I
statement.
just close by saying, yeah, I'm over here cleaning bean. God damn. I'm terrible, guys. I'm sorry. I just close by saying that consider the fact that there does seem, and I know if Andrew were here, he'd probably tear me apart for saying that, but it seems that there is some degree of determinism in the world, but there is also some degree of free will, not using the loaded definition where free will is something that is completely detached from all other aspects of reality, but that we do have some degree of choice within the parameters that are set for us, and that we should make the most of the time that we have and try to maximize those choices by being observant of the world around us, by being observant of God's word. And I'll just close with that. Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, always. I hope now that his cherry has been popped, he comes back for more. John, to you.
Thanks for having me on. Sorry I came on so late, and I wish I could have been on here longer. I came through. I got on YouTube, and saw you guys were talking about this, and thought it was an interesting conversation. And I was hearing some thoughts, and I just wanted to overall share my thought that to try to kind of make, it's the same thing I kind of see with when Arminians and Calvinists fight, right? I kind of just go, you guys realize there is a middle ground here that you guys can have without making the one extreme or the other. But I do believe that there is free will. It does play a role in our both our personal lives as in this world, but also in our spiritual life. However, the free will itself is not itself of our own doing, in the sense of that we use that towards earning salvation. Rather, it is by the grace of God alone that does that. But so free will up until it has to do with salvation, and I don't like that. That's why I don't like the conversation of it within a religious construct, but I do like it in a moral construct for sure. But again, thank you again for having me on, Sarah. I appreciate it, and I hope everyone has a good one, and take care.
Perfect, thank you. Teriak, to you.
Yeah, so again, pleasure. Thanks for having me on, Sarah. Determinism is basic retardation. And I think Flo basically kind of put it perfectly that it's like it's at the end of the day, it's mental masturbation, because even the determinists that would swear by this bullshit ideology, they even act as though we have free will. It completely undermines the judicial system. How can you hold someone accountable if their action, their immoral action, was caused by previous actions? It was caused by the choice that they decide to do. To be honest, I think this is all part of like the whole kind of psyop of postmodernism, where they just want to fucking destroy society, and basically kind of like do away with morals and all that kind of shit. Send us at the pure chaos, because chaos is fair, right? Like that, like that's basically where they're going for it. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of, it is what it is. I'll kind of leave it at that.
Fair enough. Bad Gemini, to you. You're muted.
Okay. Oh gosh, y'all got me in a deep conversation, right? But I can't continue to be deep. I tried. I'm over it. It's good. I'm a heathen
like
at
it
times.
deep.
Sorry, God. But we're not talking about your fantasies, because that's a subjective will. It's not free, because everybody that you would like to go deep can't do it. So unfortunately, that's an untamed will that, I'm not going to even go down there with you, Sarah. You're terrible. All right, so back on task. When it comes to the discussion of free will, okay, yes, it exists, but you got to be free to choose him, because what's the purpose of something being free and you choose what you think you want to do and it gives you poor results, right? So that's the thing that sucks about it. Okay, you can choose to do what you want to do. True free will is you want good results. I don't think anybody wants to have free will with poor results, but unfortunately, You know, or fortunately, depending if you're religious, if you choose God, he's saying you choose me, you won't have poor results. So just understand, for everybody who's talking about free will, understand that if you go against his will, it's more likely going to be poor results. So true free will is choosing his will, and you'll get good results. And that's all I got for you.
That's fair. Effigy, to you.
Yeah, thanks as always for having me on. Free will debates are very fun. I'm not sure where I quite fall. Determinism is just really easy to argue, and compatibilism right now, the arguments are just kind of over people's heads, so I kind of sit in the middle and just play the fence wherever I need to be. But I would say it's really hard to argue against the idea that the entire universe is built on deterministic principles, including the atoms that make up you, the organs that run you, all the way up to the neurons in your brain. So it's kind of not a stretch to say that the will that comes from all these biological, chemical, and atomic determined things might just be determined. So no, but I love the debate. I actually love hearing Christians talk about free will, because you guys are all different on it. Like you all have very, very personal opinions of free will as regards to your religion. So it's really interesting to me to have those debates. And I'll also say that notariac philosophy is not a conspiracy.
I'm not Christian, by the way.
no,
even the philosophers of ancient Greek believed in a divine intelligence. So I'm just putting that out there, and they believed in free will.
Fair enough.
And I'll finish with sorry, Shiva, in the comments, who did not make it to this free will debate. You missed it, buddy.
Unacceptable, Shiva. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have the free will to hit the like button, but you are determined to go to Speakeasy now. I've redirected. That's where we're going to go next. Please be sure to throw all the tomatoes you can in the chat. I know the YouTube streets were really busy tonight, so I didn't expect a big showing at all. But for those who are here, I'm very thankful that you are. You were determined, or you had free will. I don't know. There will not be a sip and stream this weekend. The Bready Tomato has another tournament, so I will not be able to do that. But we will return Sunday night for the Sleepy Tomato. My voice is gone, so it might not be as pretty as it usually is, but I still have to do it. And Monday night, we're going to have the debate. It'll be Moderator Monday. So far, I have the Occult Reject, Flow State, and Diesel TV showing up. I'm just waiting on one more to confirm, but it will be, should we legalize all drugs? And I have a feeling this is going to come down to a moral compass kind of conversation as well. Outside of that, fuck off.
This video was somewhat informative.
That's all I got for today. Until next time, see ya.